whole life. First, I'd like to thank the commission for the work you've done thus far. I think the new state Senate map is a big improvement on the current map. However, I do think the state House maps I've seen could be improved on. In my opinion, the greater Lansing area is overpacked. Unpack the Lansing 5. That's what it will take to give these communities the representation they deserve in the state legislature. And it's a necessary component of preserving partisan fairness for the overall state House map. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 4.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Sarah Howard. I'm the counsel for the Michigan AFL-CIO's Fair Maps project. The Michigan AFL-CIO does not necessarily categorically disagree that districts below 50% BVAP may satisfy the Voting Rights Act. It may be possible for such districts to allow the African American community to elect the representative of its choice. But a theory is one thing and applying it to real life is another. The burden of proof is on the commission to run a racially polarized voting analysis on each of your draft VRA districts to assess whether each one would actually allow the Black community to elect the representative of its choice. That analysis must be taken into account more than just a single primary election. That analysis may show that you need to make adjustments or could prove that your districts are fine, but you won't know until you check, and the people of Michigan won't know either. Thank you again for your work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 5.
Good morning. I'm Crystal Boyd, and I'm Sarah Howard's legal assistant. We wanted to thank you for working towards partisan fairness in your maps, and thank you for being realistic and recognizing the difference between safe seats and swing seats. The State House is by far the most challenging chamber to draw. The Fair Maps project was intended to show you one way to get to Fair Maps. Our map is much more compact than your drafts, and keeps many more cities and counties together, especially in Metro Detroit. It also unpacks vote sinks across the state in a way that is consistent with communities of interest. And it has a very small Republican bias. Hundreds of people gave input on our Fair Maps project, and hundreds have asked you to consider it. Be independent thinkers, but please don't be afraid to learn from our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 6.
Good morning. My name is Maria Star Vancor. I am retired from UAW 652, and I am presently the president of Labor Council for Latin American Advancement, the Greater Lansing Area Chapter. I have spoken to you many times over the past few months, and I appreciate your work. I'm impressed with the recent work on your most recent Senate map. Thank you for listening to the public in regards to communities of interest, as well as getting close to 0% partisan bias. They aren't perfect, but they are fair. As someone who has lived in Lansing for many years, I know how important our region is to our state. I encourage you to use your same thinking in regards to the other maps you are drawing for fairness across the board. As you move on to the state, one way you can get close to fairness while representing communities is to unpack Lansing. At the Lansing public hearing, you heard dozens of comments on the fairest ways to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have anybody else for in-person? No. 6 was the last count I had. So, all right. Thank you, everybody. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or if we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email us at redistricting@michigan.gov, and we will help you troubleshoot so you can participate at a later hearing or meeting. You will have 1 minute to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is James Gallant. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
Hello, this is James Gallant, Marquette. These are my opinions. What this commission is calling your own unique model of consensus building offends our constitutions and Robert's Rules of Order, and it appears to be a loose version of the Dutch polder model they use in the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Remember that doing the wrong thing for the right reasons is still wrong, and that's in your rules now. It's in the Robert's Rules. So just remember that Commissioner Curry spoke to your side agreements yesterday. The chair has no more authority than the other members. Said decisions by 2 or 3 people has to stop. It never should have started. That's the semblance of order. This is how, and I believe that Commissioner Kellum should apologize for calling the Langs maps discriminatory without any, I mean, they were analyzed, right? They're within the parameters, right? So what did she mean? And she should apologize to me also, and all the people that voted to let this cluster exist. So please consider what the Senate Oversight Committee has asked for all of your documents, and please consider just publishing all the documents.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Ms. Tapia.
Numbers 1, 2, and apologies.
Two.
Number 2, 3, and 4 are not present.
I knew what you meant. 2, 3, and 4. Tarun Agarwal.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi there, my name is Tarun Agarwal, and just wanted to thank you so much for all the hard work you have been doing. And I just wanted to say that keeping the House districts really fair for all the minority groups, and just following how the Voting Rights Act is established, but all of the hard work that you've been doing is really just graceful. And just keep going with integrity and just the fairness. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 6 is Linda Appling.
That participant is not present.
Okay. What about Andrew Chicatel?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Andrew Chicatel, and I just wanted to put in my words to support the AFL-CIO's State House map. I think that this represents a partisanly fair map. I just want to encourage that we all follow the Voting Rights Act and allow for minority and majority representation, that we keep our ratios proper. Yeah, partisan fairness is important, and I appreciate your work on it. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Tina Badarsky Lynch. Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like we have an in-person commenter who has just come in. Number 7, you can approach the microphone.
Hello, hi, my name is Mari Reimer. I just wanted to say thank you for all of your great hard work. And okay. And so I believe the map labeled SD version 3 that is dated October 29th, 2021 is very good. And like everyone else, I would thank you. Please keep working towards partisan fairness and following the Voting Rights Act. Also, once again, please consider counting prisoners in the districts where they reside rather than where they are incarcerated. And the census actually has a tool that you can actually use to do that. So I think that would be great because it is a huge issue. A lot of other states are doing it, and we should be on the forefront of civil rights as Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Okay, we're going to go back to, Commissioner Curry, I see that you have joined the meeting. Could you indicate where you are coming in remote from for the record?
Yes, I'm presently here and I'm attending the meeting from Detroit, Michigan. Sorry.
All right. Oh, she just froze. All right, Tina Bedarski Lynch.
Good morning. My name is Tina Bednarski Lynch. I'm a resident of Jackson County, Michigan. I have heard from Democrats and partisan union activists that Jackson County should be connected with the city of Ann Arbor. Their only real motivation is political. You were in Jackson County in May and you were here, you heard very different arguments. In fact, your initial drafting, you properly followed our community of interest. Now, after being persuaded by Democrat partisans, you have thrown aside the actual Jackson community, which has vastly different interest from Ann Arbor, as can be seen by how differently we vote, and you have cracked Ann Arbor to change our area. Please undo this gerrymander. Jackson County has a small city distinctly different from Ann Arbor. Jackson is shrinking, Ann Arbor is growing, the city of Ann Arbor. Jackson is a small portion, the city of Jackson is a small portion of the total Jackson County population, whereas Ann Arbor, the city, is a major population makeup of Washtenaw County. I'm also concerned that this meeting is being held during working hours, making it very difficult for working people to have a voice in this meeting unless they're able to jump on by Zoom, which you can't if you're working.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Anthony Scannell.
That participant is not currently present, and number 10 is also not present.
Okay, Aaron Sterneman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Briefly, can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Aaron Sternman here. I think I'm in Benton Charter Township at Lake Michigan College. Thank you for having me and for redrawing these maps. I just wanted to say three things. The Lakeshore House District from New Buffalo, I'm in Southwest Michigan. The Lakeshore House District from New Buffalo north to South Haven is a strong community of interest, in my opinion. Please consider adding Saugatuck to it and possibly removing Royalton Township to bring all the coastal cities together. My second point is that the Senate map looks good now, but you could improve Southwestern Michigan simply by bringing Holland south to St. Joseph rather than connecting Benton Harbor to Byron Township like it is now. Holland and the Lakeshore would make for a better Senate district. And my third point is that keeping Kalamazoo and Benton Harbor together for the congressional district.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 12, Eric Lester.
Hi, I hope you can hear me. I'm in St. Joseph, Michigan. I'm a retired physician. I've seen thousands of patients over many years here in Southwest Michigan, based in St. Joe and also working in South Haven. 2 points. The Lakeshore District makes a lot of sense to me. There is a lot of cultural and economic and human relationships up and down the lake, from New Buffalo all the way up to Saugatuck. That would make a lot of sense. Second point, in the congressional map, it makes a lot of sense to me to keep St. Joe Benton Harbor in the same district as Kalamazoo. We have a lot in common politically and in every other way. So thank you for the hard work you're doing. In the long run, we want competitive districts that drive politics towards the center, not the fringes. I appreciate everything you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Sarah Straight.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good morning, commissioners. My name is Sarah Straight. I live in St. Joseph, Michigan. I'm asking you to please keep Benton Harbor and Kalamazoo in the same district. These are the largest African-American communities in Southwest Michigan, and dividing them would surely cause harm. I also wanted to note that I support the Chestnut map. Thank you for the opportunity to comment and thank you for your work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Bruce Abbott.
That participant is not present.
Okay. Fred Trexler.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Dr. Fred Trexler. As a former college professor, now retired, my wife and I do not like the Senate map dividing Jackson County in half and linking both halves with Washtenaw County and Ann Arbor, which is dominated by the huge University of Michigan. Jackson County is a business and rural county with 3 small colleges. Our community of interest is linked to Lenawee County and Hillsdale County, which have small colleges. Please reconsider keeping Jackson County together with Lenawee and Hillsdale County for the Senate map and also for the House map. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Amy Hawkins.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity to weigh in. I am a Jackson County resident. And first of all, as everybody else has said, thank you for all your hard work on this project. I want to thank you for the lines as they stand right now on the congressional district. Very pleased with that. Huge concerns though with the Senate district. I love the people of Washtenaw and Ann Arbor and want them to be represented well, but our communities are so vastly different that to put this into one Senate district is really, I want to know how's it going to benefit the communities. We want to unify, but I think we are best served, Jackson County, in representation because of our ties with other districts that have to do with manufacturing, rural farming, agriculture. Yes, we do have a little bit of a city, but as someone else mentioned, it is so small compared to what Washtenaw is. So I would encourage you to revisit the lines and actually not put Washtenaw and Jackson in the same Senate.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Chris Murphy.
Good morning. My name is Chris Murphy, and I thank you very much for this opportunity to address your committee. I realize you have put so much work into this. I attended the in-person event last summer in Jackson, and that went into the wee hours of the morning, I believe. So I know that your committee has worked very hard. I too am in Jackson County, and I also, just as the last speaker said, I'm very concerned about the Senate map that you have created that includes us with Washtenaw County. I'm heavily involved in the churches and in the manufacturing of Jackson County. And I feel like our districts are so very different that it would make it too challenging for someone to try to be senator over all of ours. So I just ask that you would reconsider keeping Jackson County, our rural county, in line with Hillsdale and Lenawee County. So I appreciate the time to address you this morning. Have a blessed day.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Perfect.
My name is Julie Andrews. I've been a Southwest Michigan resident my entire life. And I just want to say, I really like what I'm seeing as part of the Lakeshore districts. Having New Buffalo, South Haven, St. Joe, Benton Harbor, and the Allegan area all together is really important, especially because their economies are so similar. However, I do think the addition of Saugatuck and Douglas would also complement that area with perhaps taking Royalton Township out of the mix. And as far as the congressional map, I think it's just important that we keep Benton Harbor and Kalamazoo together. They have a very large Black population that needs to be represented, and that would be best done by keeping those together. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. All right, number 20, Jay. I can't think this morning. Piontek? Piontek. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Jason Piontek. I represent over 300 worker members and constituents with the IBW 153. We recommend that the Pine map with the inclusion of Saugatuck and Douglas be instituted, and would prefer to see a state Senate district from Holland to New Buffalo. Cities on the lakeshore are unique and carry unique needs and should be separate from the inland regions. We also would prefer to keep Benton Harbor and Kalamazoo together. Thank you for your work, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. That is all I have.
Thank you for addressing the commission. All right, so number 21, John Williams.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, Commission. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify. My name is John Williams. I'm an instructor over in Calhoun County, but I'm a resident of Jackson. And I'm a little bit, I teach American government, political science, state and local. I'm a little perplexed as to the process. I assume what we're in proposed maps before final maps, so there's still some work that needs to take place. And I have some concerns, as others have iterated, regarding the Jackson, Washtenaw, and Calhoun splitting between two Senate districts all the way across to include, the splitting of Ann Arbor. I think that falls really outside of the intent of how to draw the districts and hold communities of interest together. That the splitting of Ann Arbor City to bring those districts all the way across serves the benefit of the individuals, and I'm hopeful that there's still work to be done on the Senate map, and that's not the map that we're going to move to final map. Any of the collaborative maps, elm, cherry, spruce.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 22, Melissa Hiller.
Hello. I want to thank you first for all you're doing and for allowing me the chance to address some concerns that I have regarding the redistricting of, start my video, sorry. Regarding the redistricting of Jackson. Although Jackson and Ann Arbor share a stretch of I-94, that's literally all we have in common. We are worlds apart culturally. We don't interact or share the same neighborhoods, taxes, schools, churches, shopping. We share nothing. My husband and I grew up in Jackson and raised our two boys here. We intentionally chose not to live in a big college town like Ann Arbor. We own a local business and enjoy the closeness and familiarity of a small town. I strongly suggest you divide by county lines. You're otherwise splitting up some of our closest communities. We are much more aligned with Hillsdale County and share similar hometown values. This remapping would be a disaster, as who would accurately represent us here? Jackson County is our home, not Washtenaw.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 23, Cheryl Hayes.
Good morning, I'm Cheryl Hayes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'd like to address the House maps, which are my primary concern. First of all, the proposed House map packs Greater Lansing Democrats into 3 districts. Please unpack Democrats and create 5 districts for the greater Lansing area. Consider map 06677. Also, I'm concerned that all of the state house maps disproportionately advantage Republicans. Fairness is when parties have to win a majority of votes to win a majority of seats, not when one party has an advantage. When one party has an advantage, that's not good for any of us. So those maps should not be approved and should be revised. I'm counting on you to redraw the house maps so districts are fair and consistent with proposal 2. Thank you very much for all your hard work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 28, Onita Fitz. Oh, I'm sorry. Looks like there is someone else who jumped on. Number 27, Gary Stark.
Excuse me. Good morning and thanks for your hard, conscientious work. I'm Gary Stark from East Grand Rapids in Kent County. I'm worried that your recent changes to the Detroit metro region and how they will affect partisan balance. The current map is already biased towards Republicans, and I'm concerned that those changes will worsen that imbalance. If those changes in Detroit stand, then please look elsewhere, such as Kent County, to create more competitive districts. The state house districts here in the Grand Rapids metro area are still fairly packed, so reconfiguring them is an opportunity to create better statewide partisan balance. For example, in your Peach, Oak, and Pine maps, East Grand Rapids is included with Grand Rapids. Please consider putting us with Kentwood instead and adding rapidly suburbanizing Cascade Township, which contains the Ford Airport, which is so vital to our entire metro region. Thanks and keep up your good work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Now we will go to Onita Fitz.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, did you just call me?
This is the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. You signed up to
Right.
comment?
Right. Thank you very much. I had a little bit of technical difficulty here. My name is Anita Fitz. I'm a resident of Rochester Hills. I've been living here for over 40 years, and I appreciate the opportunity to address the commission. As I understand, the maps are improved in regard to partisan fairness, but there's still some more work to do on this, and other people have mentioned, particularly the house maps. But I'd like to also address the Rochester Hills situation. Those two cities should be together because essentially they are one community. They share schools, community activities, parks, and a number of things. And a geographical map shows that Rochester is virtually surrounded by Rochester Hills. So it really doesn't make sense to separate them. It also doesn't make sense to include Oakland Township. It's a very different community from Rochester Hills. It's much more rural. So
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 29, Donald Bittinger.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Yesterday, after I gave my comment, I stayed on Zoom to listen to your discussions for the rest of the day. It made me very aware of all the time and tedious work that has been put into redistricting. So thank you for this service. It also became obvious that a few of the commissioners dominated, and when others gave input from listening to citizens' concerns about breaking up communities of interest, they were verbally persecuted and told it would be wasting time to make changes. It should have been divided up correctly with like-minded areas to start with, and then it wouldn't have to be tweaked. I thought this committee was supposed to be evenly appointed, but those with a partisan agenda are unwilling to listen to we the people, and those that are constitutionally minded are the minority. This committee is so set on breaking up communities that tend to have a conservative view and moral convictions. We want to have a voice and representatives who will listen. More particularly, Jackson County has no common goals and interests with Ann Arbor. please let Ann Arbor have their community and let Jackson have ours. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Brian Miller.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm Brian Miller. I'm a former city commissioner from East Grand Rapids here in Kent County, and I wanted to thank you for your work on the State House maps. I live in East Grand Rapids, but I work off of M6 near Kentwood or at Davenport University, and I'm asking you to make a slight change to your state house map and consider putting East Grand Rapids with the city of Kentwood rather than how we have it today with the city of Grand Rapids. We share a lot with Grand Rapids, and if you leave us there, I'll completely understand, but I think Kentwood makes more sense. We are both two suburban cities that are to the east of our big neighbor, Grand Rapids, and we share so much. We're members of the urban mayors and managers. We share water, sewer, waste management, buses, and an economy. And I know that a EGR Kentwood State House map wouldn't be big enough in population to make a district, so I think you could fix that by adding Cascade Township. We share the 28th Street East Beltline Commercial District with Cascade, and you could also consider adding the northern precincts of Gaines Township. That's part of the Kentwood School District, so that would make sense as well. My reading, at least, is that Kentwood East Grand Rapids based district would.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Richard Williamson.
Good morning. I am Richard Williamson from Granville in Kent County. As a West Michigander familiar with my community, I recommended that you create a state house map that reflects the significance of the Metro 6 cities and our suburban townships. My proposal creates fair swing districts that reflect the light blue nature of the greater GR area. My map is P7105. This state house map reflects a good geographic outline of your first effort from a few months ago. I reviewed public comment from the October 22 session in Grand Rapids. 20 of my fellow residents in Kent County offered comment on the state house. 45% agree that Wyoming should be kept whole. 35% agree that East Grand Rapids, Kentwood, and Cascade form a community of interest and should be a district. 40% agree that Ward 2 and GR, Grand Rapids Township, Ada, and Plainfield Township should form a district. And 30% agree that the southern part of Grand Rapids should be a majority people of color district. As you finalize the state house map, please look at map submission P7105, which best reflects our communities of interest, offers more competitive districts, and creates slightly.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 32, Paul Kenyon.
Yes, my name is Dr. Paul Kenyon. I'm a retired surgeon. I've been living in Jackson County now for 33 years. I object to the fact that the commission has split Jackson County and basically tied us into Ann Arbor and Washtenaw County. I went to school at the University of Michigan for 9 years, undergrad in engineering and medicine, and we have nothing in common with that. Our infrastructure is basically wells and sewer and septic fields, and at Jackson, Ann Arbor is basically all basically infrastructure that we don't share. We don't share law enforcement. We don't share common values. You basically made it that Jackson County will no longer have representation, and I strongly wish that you would lump Jackson County together so we have a community of interest that can be represented. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 33, Maria.
Good morning. My name is Maria Chimatile. I live on the west side of Grand Rapids, and I'd like to thank you for your work. I especially like what you've done with the Kent County State House maps, so I'd like to suggest a little tweak. Right now, the Grand River House District is made of the west side of Grand Rapids and Walker, but I'd like to suggest that you consider including Granville instead of Alpine Township. Grand Rapids, Walker, and Granville are a community of interest. They are all Metro 6 cities. They share the Grand River, which is critical since the city is restoring the rapids and the county is working on a series of trails and parks along the river. They have overlapping public school districts. South Walker and Granville are in the Granville District, and parts of Grand Rapids and Northern Walker in the Kennewa Hills School District. So thank you. I'd like you to consider my comments. And again, thank you for your work on the commission.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Bill Marsh.
Okay. Hi, this is Bill Marsh. First of all, thank you for your work and for hearing us today. I know none of you are from West Michigan, but you've done a very good job understanding the Kent County and identifying the importance of the Metro Grand Rapids 6 cities as a key area. Today, I'd like you to ask to make some minor changes in the Kent County State House map. I've lived in East Grand Rapids for 25 years. I went to public school in Cascade and worked in Kentwood for 20 years. And I believe it makes more sense to put East Grand Rapids together with Kentwood than with Grand Rapids. Why? East Grand Rapids and Kentwood are much more suburban. We share rapid transit, water, sewage, and garbage services. We share a city form of government and are both big believers of public schools. I'd suggest putting East Grand Rapids and Kentwood together with Cascade Township. Cascade is now very suburban and shouldn't be put in with rural and agricultural townships to its east. I think a district with these three areas would be a good community of interest and a nice swing district, which either party could win with a strong candidate. Thank you for all you've done for our state.
Thank you for addressing the commission. I lost my count here. Number 36, Callie Bruley.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. My name is Callie Bruley. I live in Southgate, Michigan. Yesterday, I watched the commission continually push off Commissioner Kellum while she wanted to discuss potential changes in Detroit. I could see early in the day that the commission constantly delayed her concerns due to changes the commission saw as more important. I was becoming more and more uncomfortable the closer we got to the end of the day that there would not be time for her to make suggestions seriously. And that's what happened. You gave Detroit only the final hour of the day, and I watched the same thing happen when discussing the state Senate map on Friday. Detroit's the largest city in the state and home to the largest population of Black voters, yet the commission has spent minimal time even discussing public comments. You need to allocate more time making collaborative adjustments based on public comments from Detroit. To be clear, I'm not asking you to adopt Commissioner Kellum's edits wholesale. I am just asking that you give her and Detroiters who have commented the respect and time they deserve in this process, especially in the upcoming State House deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Anthony Scannell has now joined.
Let's see. All right, start video. Thanks, Sonia. You talked about my map yesterday. I think our Detroit commissioner really said it all. I don't have much more, but they're a courageous influence. Otherwise, the level at which most of this group is operating, it's an insult to intelligence, integrity, and quite frankly, all of you are reflecting really poorly upon the state of Michigan. I felt this way for months, but I felt like I had to say it finally. I try to be funny, but I got to give it to you. The commission has outclowned me. You have outclowned me, but there's nothing funny about a dumb question, only about an unasked one. So I could try to answer three. Our faithful Lions fan pointedly remarked, "What are we doing?" Secondly, the chair said, "Why is this better?" Well, 2 Black voting age plurality districts, namely. And thirdly, another commissioner asked, "How is this appropriate?" As to the question, "Why is this better?" Well, the 2 BVAP plurality districts was, and then apparently the chair didn't hear anything I said after Mickey Mouse ears, though. So that's a bummer. And the commissioner of the floppy pom-pom hat.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Carrie Baldwin.
That participant is not present.
Judy Mega.
Hi, good morning, Commission. You mentioned yesterday that you might be able to make a couple changes to the Chestnut congressional map that you voted to move forward, and I'm here to ask for just a very small change to that. Wyandotte and Southgate are an integral part of the downriver area that many people asked to be kept together as a community of interest during the Detroit hearings. And if you could move Wyandotte and Southgate into that map, that portion of it for District 7 would be 1,000 times better, and it would avoid a million comments that you're going to get over the next 45 days asking for that move. Wyandotte and Southgate help us with Downriver Mutual Aid, the Downriver Area Narcotics Organization, the Downriver SWAT Team. We share the riverfront. We have concerns about the McLeod Steel abandoned site, which is a federally funded cleanup, and also the Downriver Mutual Aid is also federally funded. So please move Southgate and Wyandotte into.
Brian Birch.
Good morning. My name is Brian Birch. I live in the city of Holland, Ottawa County, Michigan. Spoken frequently, and I spoke to you most recently in person during a meeting in Grand Rapids. And while I complimented you at that time on your work to listen to the people of Ottawa County, I have concerns that there are voices who are seeking politically gerrymandered maps that continue to be considered as part of this process. In particular, the Chestnut congressional map shows an intentional effort to divide the Lakeshore's voice, specifically along partisan lines. The Chestnut map and others like it simply do not make sense. I've listened to many people in the past weeks on public comment complain that Republicans are advantaged. I hear and see none of the maps show this. On the contrary, I see an effort to crack communities with political intent. I think it's important to remind people that preserving communities of interest and maps that make sense are the founding principles of this body. And political gerrymandering is not. I encourage you to listen to the voice of the Lakeshore, now 600 plus people from Ottawa County who continue to sign my petition. And I want to be kept, and we want to be kept whole, and we want to keep the Lakeshore together. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Lupe Ramos Montagne.
Lupe Ramos Montigny is my name. Good morning. I live in Grand Rapids Township in Kent County. I serve as the chairperson of the Community to Honor Cesar Chavez and as the co-chair of the March Committee, Moving Ahead for Remarkable Civil Rights Heroes. Today, I'm speaking for myself as a longtime leader in the Kent County Hispanic community. The March Committee just successfully advocated for the renaming of Granville Avenue for Cesar E. Chavez. It is along Chavez Avenue and throughout Wyoming that the majority of Hispanics live. So our voice will be heard in Lansing. You have the ability to make a state house district that has the largest population of Hispanics possible right here in Kent County. And you can do that by drawing a district made up of all of Wyoming and at the most.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Ellen Beal, number 41.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Ellen Beal. I reside in Fruitport Village in the county of Muskegon, and I'm here to talk today about the Chestnut map, which I'm in strong support of. This map puts together Grand Rapids, Kentwood, and Muskegon, which recognizes that we all share I-96 as an economic corridor, and I think it is absolutely brilliant. While Muskegon is on the lakeshore, we are the only city on the lakeshore that is racially and economically diverse. And so I think that it is very important that we are joined more with people that we have things in common with. We also have a high poverty rate in Muskegon. Their median income for households is $32,000 compared to Holland, which is $57,000. I think it is very important that we are in the congressional district with Grand Rapids and Kentwood, because this would give our minority population and our people in poverty more voice.
Glenna. Glenna, are you ready?
Oh, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to echo what others have said about thanking this commission for their hard work and hearing feedback. I know it's tedious, but it's really important to internalize this feedback as you finalize your maps. I live in Saugatuck and would like to comment on the proposed Pine State House map. I like that the new Lakeshore House District 87 includes communities from New Buffalo in the south all the way up through Ganges in the north, but it stops short of including Saugatuck and Douglas. Weirdly, we are lumped in District 87 with inland agricultural communities. I asked that Saugatuck Douglas rather be included in District 87. Lakeshore communities have unique needs and issues, and we make up obvious communities of interest. So thank you. I also think the state Senate map should include communities all the way from Holland down south through New Buffalo. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Abby Clark.
Good morning, Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have been watching a lot of your work over the past many months and have tremendous respect for the effort you put in and the important job you do. I have to be really honest that this week has been frustrating and disappointing. Per what happened with Commissioner Kellum last night, we heard at the Detroit public hearing significant distrust, fear, and deep concern about the maps in Detroit. And that comes from a legacy in our country of disenfranchisement of Black voters. You've spent tremendous time on other minority communities on Midland, even though I don't think any of you are from Midland. You spend a lot of time on it. Please do the same with Detroit. Work with Commissioner Kellum and give Detroit and Detroiters and Black Michiganders the time, effort, and energy they deserve in this process. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Mark Lockey.
Mark, you're unmuted and free to address the commission.
Oh, great. Good morning. Thank you for trying my last name. I'm Mark Lachey. I live in Saugatuck. And I have lived in Saugatuck full-time 8 years, visiting the Lakeshore for 40 years. And then if you have not been over here, please join us. I want to say real quickly that both the State House District 87 should include Saugatuck, but also reconfigure the state Senate map. If you drive up and down West Michigan Lakeshore, you find one community after another that's exactly similar. You can drive in terms of 10 miles inland and find something very different in terms of agriculture, types of business, tourism versus agriculture. So I ask you to move Saugatuck and Douglas into the Lakeshore District and look at reconfiguring the state Senate maps to reflect the communities of interest. Thank you for your considerable work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Roger Downey.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for accepting my call. I am a Roger Downey from Brooklyn, Michigan. I'm a retired instructor with adult education through Columbia Community Education, Columbia School District. We serviced Columbia Schools, Jackson Public Schools, and Western Schools. So all across our county, we had serviced students. We've worked with Community Action Agency, who also service students for adult education, particularly with the GED program. At one point in time, we were asked to, they're going to redistribute funds from the state, and we were asked to work with the Ann Arbor Public Schools. And over the course of 2.5 to 3 years, we found that we just had too many differences. We couldn't find a good commonality. We couldn't find enough similarities to really.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 47, Deshauna Robinson. We can't hear you. Could you make sure you're not on mute? Thank you.
Good morning to the commission, and thank you for your willingness to consider our concerns in your decision. I am Deshauna Robinson, a community leader in Berrien County, specifically Benton Harbor, Michigan. I am the president of the board for Benton Harbor Area Schools, an employee for Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, where I serve as an assistance payment supervisor, a champion for diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the water coordinator for the needs of Benton Harbor. I am also a trustee for the 6th Congressional District, so I speak from a heart centered on service and leadership in the best interest of Michigan families and disenfranchised communities. Viewing from a diversity, equity, and governance-based lens, it is in the best interest of communities such as Benton Harbor and Kalamazoo, cities who have historically held the largest African-American populations in Southwest Michigan, to remain in the same congressional district. Each of these communities have similar congressional needs, having dealt with their own levels of crisis in recent years. It is imperative that we maintain a congressional district that allows for focus on these comparative community concerns. Southwest Michigan is very unique in its needs, as the commission has pointed out. Dividing these communities could potentially delay progress for maintaining self-sustaining.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 48, Amy Nichols.
That participant is not present.
Okay, 49, Max Albach.
Max, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. Max, if you can hear us, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. Looks like Max may be experiencing audio difficulties, so I would recommend we move on.
Yep, we'll move on to Danny, number 50.
Hello, my name is Danny Caracho Teniente. I live in Grand Rapids, Kent County. Thank you for your time for setting up this call. So I'm a Hispanic dreamer, so I'm not a voter yet, but I hope that that may change someday soon. I really am encouraging, and because of my situation, it is why it's even more urgent for our communities to have representation, because this is one of the ways in which we can be heard. So right now, Hispanics in Kent County are only about 10% of the population, but we're the fastest growing part. Most of us live in Wyoming and southwestern Grand Rapids along the Granville Avenue, Chicago Drive corridor. And yesterday, you guys heard a report that Hispanic voters in Wyoming turn out at a lower rate than the rest of the state. Please keep Wyoming wholly intact and netted together with the Hispanic presence of southwestern Grand Rapids to give my community a chance to understand why we should vote. County commissioners just through a majority Hispanic district in the area, and soon we'll have county representation. And I hope that through this process, we'll soon have representation in Lansing as well. Please listen and thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Garnett Lewis.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking as a resident of the city of Saugatuck, where I serve as a member of the city council, and I'm also a business owner in the neighboring city of Douglas. Both cities are currently included in your proposed House District 88. I am humbly requesting that the two communities of Saugatuck and Douglas be included in the proposed House District 87. Our similars to the proposed House District 87 include that we're tourism centric. We're also heavily lakeshore erosion and environmental focused. We have ongoing issues with the short-term rentals of Airbnb and Vrbo. And we also are trying to address our attainable housing so that our staff can reside in the area. We are dissimilar to the proposed House District 88, as it is very rural and very farming focused, which has nothing to do with us. Again, thank you so much, and I appreciate the time and energy that you've put towards this project.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Yusuf.
Hello, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Yusuf. I'm from Troy. Nice to see you again. I was disheartened at Mr. Adelson's comments yesterday regarding not taking Chaldean voices into account because we are not cohesive around a particular political party. Let me explain this to you, Mr. Adelson. In 2008 and 2012, Chaldeans overwhelmingly voted for President Obama. In 2016 and 2020, Chaldeans overwhelmingly voted for President Trump. While it is true we are not cohesive around a particular party, but we are cohesive around a particular candidate. This actually makes us effective, Mr. Adelson. Does this mean that our voices should be ignored because our cohesion is around a candidate, not a party? Mr. Adelson, you actually promoted the idea of disenfranchising Chaldeans. Perhaps you didn't know about 2008 and 2012. Now you know, so I appreciate if you take your comments back. Please include East Sterling Heights with the rest of Sterling Heights and Troy. Do not disenfranchise Chaldeans. It is an easy change and will not change the political fairness matrix. Map P7997, P7997, based on Cherry, does that. This map also gives Black majority minority district in the.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Last commenter this morning is Austin M.
That participant is not present.
All right, that concludes our public comment for this morning. However, I would like to mention that all emailed and mailed public comment is provided to the commission before each meeting, and the commissioners also review the public comment portal on our www.michigan.gov/MICRC website on a regular basis. We appreciate everyone who provides public comment in whatever way you choose to invite you to keep sharing your thoughts, communities of interest, and maps. All right, at this point, we're going to return to our unfinished business agenda item, which is deliberations regarding proposed maps, which is carried over from previous meetings. Without objection, the commission will continue deliberations. Commissioner Clark.
Yes, while we're waiting to get set up here, I'd like to propose a motion as an administrative one. Yesterday we had a motion, or maybe the day before, to have EDS renumber the maps, and I thought that was good. I think we missed a step. We also, in the motion is we should also have EDS, after they renumber the maps, lock all the districts so that no accidental changes take place on the maps, which could easily happen. Not easily, but it could happen. So that's the proposal. The motion is to have EDS lock each district after they've renumbered the maps.
We have a motion by Commissioner Clark, seconded by Commissioner Lett, to have EDS lock the maps for the 4 maps that we at this point have elevated, and then any future maps. Any discussion or debate on the motion? All right, hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. Do we have EDS here this morning? All right. Yeah, I was gonna say, let's just take a, okay. Do you want to take a quick break? We only have 9, or I think we now have 10. We have 10. Yeah, so why don't we take a quick break? We normally do that after public comment anyway. So yeah, exactly. All right, hearing no objections, we are going to recess for 10 minutes. It is currently 10:10 a.m. Hearing no objections, we're in recess till 10:20. Thank you. All right, as Chair of the Commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 10:21 a.m. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you are attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call where you're attending the meeting from. Give us the city, the county, or the township from where you're attending remotely. Please indicate that you are here when I call your name. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry. Anthony Eid.
Present.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang. Steve Lett. Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothorn.
Present.
Rebecca Zatella.
Present.
Janice Villette.
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
There are 9 commissioners present. We have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. All right, so just to sort of cap up where we are or sum up where we are. So yesterday we advanced 1 Senate map and 3 congressional maps. Our sort of plan of action today is to start moving into the House maps. And hopefully it'd be wonderful if we could advance 1 or 2 or whatever we decide House maps today. At that point, we can then circle back to Commissioner Clark would like to come up with an alternative Senate map. So that's on the agenda. And then Commissioner Kellum would like to propose an alternative congressional map. And I know she also wants to make some changes to some House maps as well. And I'm not sure about Senate on that either. But if we sort of get through the House today, we should have plenty of time to come back around and accommodate those requests. Sound like a good plan, everybody? All right, so how do we want to proceed with analyzing the House maps? We have 6. 3 that are collaborative, the pine, the peach, and the oak. And then we have 3 individual submissions, Zatella, Orton, and Clark. Did we want to kind of do the same method we used yesterday where we start with sort of a blank slate and put on the shape files, starting with the 3 collaborative? Does that work for everybody? So can you open up Autobound Edge and bring up just a blank?
Yes, I will. And just a moment. Let me get back out of here. Bring up I have to load all these back up, but I have them right here. So they would be in order would be peach, oak, pine. Okay, and these are the first, the peach, oak, pine, and then I also have the commissioners.
So we have pine, peach, and oak.
Right, and then we have the commission. I thought I had that. Yeah, there they are.
Yep.
They're loaded.
And you're not sharing your screen right now.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm getting there.
Yep, I just wasn't sure if you thought you were.
So we need to. It's 10, 13, 21. I have to add one more. I'm sorry, I missed it. So this would be the DJ. Okay. Okay, now here's all six of the house plans that were looked at. And I'm going to turn off the commissioner's independent plans that they drew. So we're looking just at the peach, pine, and oak.
Thank you.
And I believe they're in there in the order in which, so let's go to layer manager. So that's all of them lit up together. And you have to zoom in more on the house plan to even see any differences. But if you look, we have all three of the commissioner's plant, peach, oak, and pine up here. And I'm gonna go back up the top and then come back down through. And you can see a lot of similarities. Basically, the last one written is the blue one. Let me make sure we're seeing them like we think we're seeing them. Yeah, they're all off. That would be the red is peach. Get a depth here. And then we'll turn on oak. And you get, and we'll have to zoom in more, but you can see there isn't a big difference. Mm-hmm. And then we'll turn on pine. And you can see in the UP that I don't visually see differences. If somebody knows there's a difference, you bring it up.
I think all of the changes were around Ann Arbor and Midlands.
So we come down and the whole upper part of Michigan and these three plans seem to be all grounded on the same basis. So the first difference I run into is the Midland. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to turn off the green one and see if there's any difference between peach and pine. If anybody knows, like I said, we have to zoom in very close if there's just a census block difference.
So peach and pine have the same Midland area, and oak is the one that's different, right?
Yes. So right now we're looking at peach and pine only, just to get an idea. And, you have to look closely, like right over here to the right and outside of Farmington Hills is a little bit of difference. But
can you zoom into that area over?
I am. I'm going to zoom in to all the populated areas. But so there's the difference between peach and pine. When I turn on, and now it looks like oak. So what's on now would be the first two, which is peach and oak. And there's
a little difference.
That looks like a precinct difference. Mm-hmm. I don't, you have to weigh in as exactly the meaning of that. I'm not weighing in on it. Cut off the precincts just so we can see. Nothing jumps out. If anybody knows or sees the difference, bring it to my attention, please, or our attention collectively.
I would say let's look at these.
Use your microphone, please, Commissioner Clark.
There's the real difference, is Midland. So this green layer, which is oak, has Midland town, city, and Midland Township all together, as opposed to the red layer. The peach has Midland going eastward to Bay City. So that's the difference between the peach and oak. Now I'm going to cut off the peach and cut on pine to see the difference, the value difference between pine and oak. And we're going to zoom in here. We're starting to see measurable difference between these two plans, oak and pine around Ann Arbor. And then it's precinct here and a precinct there in Detroit. You know, these are, you know, or neighborhoods. I shouldn't say precincts because I don't know. But you can see when you zoom in that those are significant differences, though when you zoom out, it's easy to think they're not.
Yeah, those are for population deviation.
Yeah. But yeah, the district overall shape does not significantly change. The values may or may not. And then this has, like the peach plan, this plan has Midland across the Bay City, while Oak has Midland and Midland Township together.
And then can you compare peach and pine? Because I think the only difference is
Yeah, I just did that. That was what
that's
I did.
I thought that was peach and or oak and pine.
This is peach and pine.
Okay.
Oh, maybe I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, peach and pine. You're right.
Yeah,
So
peach and
this
pine is
is
Ann Arbor.
similar around the Ann Arbor. And then like in the previous plans, small adjustments to a handful of districts, 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, maybe 4 or something like that. Maybe
Which
one
one's
more.
red and which one's blue?
Yeah, red is peach, green is oak, blue is pine. I've been using those 3 colors in that sequence so I can keep up. So yeah, it's always red, green, blue, and then it'll be red, green, blue down here. So you have the decision making is the Ann Arbor districts. I guess this Jackson district is tied into, or maybe that's just population. I don't know. And then the Midland area. That's a scope of all 3 of these plans. I'll turn them back on. You can see the green up here, the blue and red are the same up there. And actually it looks like the green and red are the same down here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
So, yeah,
I think oak and peach are the same around the Ann Arbor area.
okay.
And then peach and pine are the same around the Midland area. So it was like, you can tell it was an incremental process. So we had oak, we changed it around Ann Arbor to make peach. Or no, we changed it around, we changed it around Midland and that was peach. And then we changed it to pine and pine has the changes around Ann Arbor.
Yes. So in looking at these, if anything you do up around in here doesn't affect anything going on down in here. They're not, as far as modding districts, unlike the congressional Senate, you know, this will be an entirely separate area. Even from Ann Arbor and Detroit, you could probably do these without doing some.
Okay.
I'll bring up, close these 3
Mhm.
and bring up the individual plans.
Well, but before we do that, can we look at the metrics for these 3 plans?
Oh, yes.
Because I think that's helpful. Do
Okay.
you have that spreadsheet?
We have the sheet in front of us. I can read the peach or anybody can.
Yeah, so I can do
okay,
it too, if you want.
Chair.
So Oak has a lopsided margin of 6.8, a mean median of 3.8, an efficiency gap of 7.4. And Democratic to Republican seats are 54 Democratic, 56 Republican, with a bias against Democrats of -3.22. It also has a plan deviation of 8.44. The Peach House plan,
Which one was that you just?
Oak. So Peach has 6.3 lopsided margin, which is 0.5% lower than Oak. It has a mean median of 3.4, which is 0.4% lower than Oak. It has an efficiency gap of 6.4, which is a percentage point lower than Oak. It has a Democratic to Republican seat balance of 55 to 55, whereas Oak was 54 Democrat, 56 Republican, with a negative bias against Democrats of -2.3 versus 3.22 with the Oak. And then the Pine has a lopsided margin of 5.8, which is lower, a percentage point lower than Oak, and half a percentage point lower than Peach. On a mean median of 2.7 versus 3. An efficiency gap of 5.7 versus 6.4 and 7.4 with the Peach and Oak respectively. A seat balance of 56 Democrats to 54 Republicans, which is still a negative bias against Democrats of -1.4%. So best performing is Pine, middle is Peach, worst performing is Oak. Commissioner Orton.
What is the population deviation on Pine?
It's 4.9%, and then Peach is 8.3, and Oak is 8.4. Did everyone get all that, or you need me to repeat it? Good. All right. So now can we look at the individual maps?
Turning off Peach, Pine, and Oak, or Peach, Oak, and Pine. Turning on. This is 10-13-21 V1. The CSO fixed. Turn that on. That's going to be the red plan. Next up is 10-13-21 RES. That should be green. I'm sorry. And then the 10-09-21 DJC should be, well, let me make that blue. It's supposed to be blue. Keep me from losing it. That would be the CSO, which is CSO.
Kent, you muted yourself.
DJC is blue. Looking at the same sequence. This order here is red, blue, red, green, blue. All right. I'm just going to go up the top again and do the visual scan. This looks pretty subtle. I believe that looks the same as the previous plans even, but we can lay them back in public ones. We start seeing a difference in all three plans. Midland, there's one township here moved. Otherwise, they're all, pretty similar. One township here moved. Then we have, a variety pack here. We'll go through them one at a time when we come back to it. Two plans, the RES and the RES plan is different from the other two around Flint. One side of Flint, really, not all of it. Actually, it's probably just one district. And then, of course, when we get down the Detroit area, you started seeing where the RES plan varies from the other two plans. Yeah, little here, little there. More so at Southland, Brighton, maybe at Ann Arbor. And then we get where the CSO and the DJC plan, the CSO plan varies from the other two plans in Carlton, south of Taylor. Right there. Coming across, there's one township difference for the RES from the others. Probably, and then we have the Battle Creek, Calhoun area shows difference. Probably the biggest difference besides the Detroit and Midland is these districts here. The blue and red, well, I guess I really don't know. The blue plan, which is Doug Clark or DJC plan, goes up the coast fairly narrowly. I'll cut that off just so it can be seen. The CSO plan is in red. I'm gonna cut the green off. So the CSO plan has this configuration. The RES plan has that configuration, which isn't probably that far from the red plan. And then finally, the blue plan, which is the DJC plan. This district here is in the collaborative maps. That's probably the biggest difference right there. I'm gonna turn them back on to where we go back up. I'll turn them all back on. Doesn't look like these three plans have difference around Grand Rapids metropolitan area. You do have the Battle Creek, like I mentioned earlier. All three plans are a little bit different right there. So in brief, you're looking at Midland, suburbs of Detroit, as opposed to downtown Detroit. I mean, there is some differences that, can go through and each one be evaluated, because I think, these changes here are probably fairly well disconnected from over here to a certain extent, my guess. It's just, of course, it doesn't take much to move a house district significantly. This is going to be a significant change in here.
All right, so Doug, it looks like you changed Midland and that was about it on your map. Is that right?
I believe so.
Okay.
I did this I believe that was.
Commissioner Clark, do you mind unmuting yourself? Thank you.
Yeah, that's correct, Rebecca. I think that's the main focus of what I did with this map. I copied a collaborative map and then adjusted the Midland Bay City area.
Okay. And then Cynthia, it looks like you also adjusted Midlands.
Yes, I made a few changes around, but the one that I like, that I would like to talk about, is the Midland one. I believe I started with the Pine map, although I was doing numbers at the time. They weren't named, so I'm not positive.
And then you changed Benton Harbor. And you made a change to Battle Creek too, I believe.
Right.
So those are kind of the three.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
shall I turn on the Pine plan? Is that
Yeah,
for
that would be good.
Commissioner Orton? So yes, that's where you see it, is the Midland.
Yeah, and if you go down to
And-
Midland,
and it's-
Battle
it's-
Creek.
Yeah.
And Benton
Because the
Harbor.
Pine plan has the coastal district, this Battle Creek, and then some small pieces in here.
Okay. All right, and then
Would you say more about it though? Is like, what are the changes here? Like, is there anything else you wanted to share?
Not really.
Okay.
so then mine was built on the Pine map. So if you just compare mine to the Pine.
that Rhine.
Yes, and then the Pine map has the coastal district again, which the RES, the 10-13-21 RES plan does not have. This is the green plan is the independent. Pine has the coastal and quite a few, actually, there's,
Yeah, so around Ann
quite a
Arbor,
few.
I changed around districts around Ann Arbor to make a more, yep, so I split Saginaw. So now Saginaw is 2 districts. And then everything around Flint was for balance, because this map is below the 5% plan deviation, where, so it's to balance it. And then Ann Arbor, I changed to make an API district on the eastern edge of Ann Arbor, as Bruce had kind of suggested. So it goes up Superior Township and east side of Ann Arbor and makes it Chimney there.
I'd like to take a moment,
Yeah, I'm
excuse me,
not sure
Madam
what's
Chair,
going
point
on.
out that I don't understand. This is a sliver hanging
I
out
don't know what that
there.
is.
So we need to, I just noticed that we've all seen this particular spot many times.
Yep.
It's 0 population, but still something to keep an eye on when we start working on it.
Commissioner Orton.
I was just gonna say, that's the part that never assigns that you have to go back.
Yeah. Commissioner Eid.
And yours, Commissioner Zidall, does not have that Lakeshore District? I'm
No,
lose the
that-
Pine,
yeah.
is yours?
Yeah, so Cynthia and I both changed that Benton Harbor area. We changed it a little differently, but we both changed that district. So our maps both have that in common. It's just slightly different variations on it. Doug's preserves it. Yeah, so Doug's preserves it. And then both Cynthia and Doug's map have the Midland changes. But again, I don't know that they're the same changes, but they're similar, different variations on.
I'll show them right now. That would be the CSO plan. So there is some differences, but what I do notice is it appears, let's turn the blue off, the Clark plan, the CSO plan is in red. The DJC plan now is in blue. I'm gonna turn the red off. So it looks like there's, this area here is different. What they have in common is the Midland and Midland Township and the northern part are pretty much the same, or very similar, I should say. And they differ in these 2 areas.
Commissioner Rothorn.
So it seems like we want to like what I'm thinking about is those are the ideas we want to take with us, right? That the Midland area, Benton Harbor, and the Detroit area. And it seems like we've got, in order to make a decision again, or trying to figure out what adjustments we want to make before we make a decision. I'm thinking about, right, ideas, like from the individual commissioners map and different ideas, but I'm also thinking that we've got new data from yesterday, right, that talks about VRA districts. And because these are so small, right, we've got potential coalition districts. And I know that we've had, right, from the Flint hearings and the Detroit hearings, we heard, right, help us feel reflected, like help us feel like we can actually elect a representative. So what I want to do is sort of recognize ideas. And then there's also, I want to suggest, before I feel comfortable voting for a map to go forward, I really want to make sure that we get some sort of analysis, right, that says like this, we can make changes here, specifically in the Detroit and the Flint area, based on this coalition district data to help us understand that we are being responsive, particularly to those communities, again, in these population centers that have been historically marginalized.
Commissioner Orton.
Well, I think, didn't we decide all of our independent maps were based on Pine? Is that accurate?
I'm not sure with yours. You didn't say one way or another.
I'm not sure either, but as I reflect back to the hearings, the last 5 hearings, Pine was mentioned more than any of the others.
And it has the best matrix. So I would say we should start there and make improvements.
I'm gonna share because I have just share the metrics because I have it open. So this is our Sarah's spreadsheet that I pulled, but I got rid of everything other than just the house so that we can see it. But yes, these are sorted and ranked by best performing to bottom performing. So, and then if you notice, 2 of them have the plan deviation below 5 again. So that would be Pine and Satella. And I agree we should start with Pine. I think that's a good jumping off spot. I think we should, my thoughts are incorporate possibly Cynthia's changes to Battle Creek from her map. And then also one of your changes, I'm not sure, is from Midland as well. Or, you know, go through the list. Yeah. But I think that like using Pine as a jumping off point, we heard about it the most. It's got the best metrics in terms of deviation and then just overall performance. And we can overlay mine for the Ann Arbor area later if we want to look at Saginaw and Ann Arbor and what I did there and decide if we want to make those changes too.
And I'd like to look, make sure we look at the lake shore over on the west side of the state.
Oh yeah, because we gotta adjust that. Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd just like to, mention that the total population deviations, that's fairly easily adjusted. We learned how to do it fairly quickly. So, to bring one down 1% or 2 wouldn't take long. It just depends on what you want to do.
Right. All right. So Benton Harbor. All right. Is there any further thoughts or are we in agreement that we're going to start with Pine and make our changes from there? Okay. All right. So, Mr. Stegall, can you bring up the Pine map? And I would suggest saving it as a new version just so we have a record of our changes, and we'll work through our list again that we have from our meetings. And then we will look into those other concepts that we talked about.
Madam Chair, I'll name the new Pine plan Pine V2.
Yeah.
And that way we know it all. It's based on what it's based
And
on.
let me find my list somewhere.
So where would we like to start? I'm going to check to make sure.
So I think we're just going to work down our list like we've done before,
Okay.
because we had a bunch of comments from public hearings, and we kind of did this for the rest of the maps. So let's start with Bangla Town and Detroit area. And apparently there's like 2 precincts we left off in that area.
Where is that at?
Number
generally?
1 and number 2. I believe it's number 2.
Oh, right here.
Yep.
Down in
All
here.
the 2 and 10. Okay, so between 2 and 10, if you go up a little farther on the line, a little higher.
This
Yep.
is Hamtramck right here.
Yep. And does someone have the map? I had the map at one point. There's apparently 2 precincts that they requested we move because we have it split. Yeah. No, they want it moved from 10 into 2. So. Yes, if you could. So just kind of holding this up for the camera so people can see.
And Kent, I'm going to bring it over to you so you can see it too.
So this was
Okay.
submitted to us at public hearings as part of our public record. And there's just 2 precincts that we neglected to include with the rest of the Hamtramck area that they've asked that we could include. So small change, easy fix.
Okay, I've identified it. It's this jutting out part should be, it's recommending it go into District 2, which is
Yeah.
over here.
Yeah.
It's this part. Okay. I guess that y'all want me to do that.
Yep, if you can go ahead and make that change.
Is that what we want right here?
Yep, that last little, it should be, yep. Commissioner Orton.
I remember us trying to do this before. That's 0 population area. And I think the blocks are too big, like then it will come out. We can't draw it exactly like
And that's
their
a
map.
supermarket underneath, yeah. No, that's just a little one. Go ahead, Commissioner Lott. Oh, yeah, that's the big one.
I was reading this morning that while it says 0 population, with the new census personal protection program they put in, we really don't know if that's 0 population or not.
We can, excuse me, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, we can bring an aerial photography and see if there's any dwellings there. But one of the things you can also see that the size of the highways, the clear divider, use a little logic as far as if there were to be a home built there, would it be possible? So, I mean, we just, use that kind of, that's all you can do.
Yeah. Why did that make the plan deviation go up so much? It seems like a huge. Yeah, I don't think there's any houses there.
That's, commercial. I mean, you can see it's commercial,
Yeah.
but I don't know if, what
Maybe right
exactly
there.
could be all in here. So it's just a matter of what appears to make sense to you. This is a major interstate interchange. That's a supermarket. So.
Yeah.
That's fine. I just thought it was an interesting
Yeah.
tidbit of information.
Yes,
that
sir.
the Census Bureau has zeroed out a lot of subdivisions.
So I would just propose just not adding that 0 population in and just leaving it in 10 because it doesn't appear that there's anyone that lives there anyway. Does that make sense? Commissioner?
It does, because we're also at the lowest, the lowest block level. We can't break up blocks.
Commissioner Orton?
I'm just wondering if something strange is going on because it did make the plan deviation go up. But
Yeah.
if we look at the largest and smallest, it's neither one of those districts. So
Yeah,
something's
something
wrong.
weird happened.
Do you see what we're?
What was it prior to the edit?
There was only a couple hundred people. And if you look,
I'm just looking for that.
Yeah, so
there's 3.1 there,
yeah,
and 3.46 there. So that's 6.5.
yeah, something's weird going on. Oh, and that's, I'm pretty sure Ann Arbor area. Can we rebuild the plan?
Yes,
we
and here's
can-
a 3.35.
Yeah, we can hunt for that later.
I'm just, eyeballing it.
Yeah.
So that would be 6.78 right there, 6.78 or
Mhm.
something between 27. Yeah, we can rebuild the plan and bring it back in. It's probably like we saw earlier, a little sliver around Ann Arbor. Yeah, that right there would probably be. Stuff like that is what causes the
Yeah.
problems. And I'm gonna assign all this to 69, okay?
Okay.
Just to get that cleaned up.
And then the heat will go off. and I'll cold it. Mhm.
There's 23 discontinuities, so that something didn't make its way over. So should I go through here?
Yep, just go through and start start assigning
And if
them.
but somebody sees me doing
Oh,
something,
you know what? If they're around Midland, we're gonna change that. So if this is all around Midland, I'd say just leave it.
Or we could just make the change now, and then that would help potentially fix the contiguities.
But if we're gonna, I thought we were gonna put Midland City in with Midland Township and that will fix the discontinuities when you do make that move.
Correct. We're saying the same thing. That's what I mean, like fix it in that way.
Oh, I see what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Mhm.
Okay, so get the rest of these little discontinuities and then we'll go back up to Midlands.
this little strip in here needs to go to 36 or 69.
If you could just put it to 36.
That looks like the township boundary in there,
Yeah,
and that's why it didn't line up. So
Commissioner Orton.
Maybe 69 because that subdivision is, or whatever that is. What is it? Oh,
It's
it's
a
a community
college.
college.
it's a community
So
college.
That would keep it.
Well, we could put this part over here. I think they're separate. So we'll see what happens. Let's just see what happens.
If it's Washtenaw Community College and then Ann Arbor or St. Joseph's Mercy is right next door.
Where'd it go? So did I just change that to 69? No. That was 67. So we're saying this should go into 69, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now this part up here can go into either one.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can put it,
The
if that's the township, yeah.
The
then do it to-
township boundary looks to be about there. This is one of those things that are going to get fixed over the next 10 years,
Yeah.
I expect.
So I'd put it with 36 then. Sarah Reinhardt, do we have any commissioners online or is it just the ones in the room who are present? Yep, if you can put that into, I think 74 is what it's surrounding.
So the wholesale or the rest of these, I believe, are 31. No unassigned. So we should do the contiguity check again after any modifications to Midland.
So let's go up to Midlands. I'm gonna go a little out of order here. And so effectively what we're gonna do is we're gonna take Midland City and put it into what is 31 and then break it up. Go ahead, Commissioner Ward.
I wonder if it's okay with everyone, if we could put my overlay on this, because I worked really hard on this area. I think it's good. We
Okay.
could see what it looks like.
Yeah.
That
Yes. Yes, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I'll kind of withdraw my configuration of Midland. We'll use Cynthia's.
So can we go ahead and convert?
follow these district
Yeah,
boundaries.
so I would guess just put Midland City into 31 and then the new 53 will be the Bay City area. Eliminating for this area.
Only for this area.
Yeah, for this area.
Squish.
And hopefully that will grab all those discontinuities all at once. Much easier than doing them bit by bit. That one little corner.
I think this is all part of Midland, so if you just choose township, it should choose.
Well,
those.
the errors in the geography is between townships and precincts and blocks. And we think that if we can avoid using townships, we may miss creating errors. So this is just and we're done anyway, so.
All right. We have an 89% plan deviation. All right.
It doesn't matter, but make it 53, just since someone else to make a decision.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you want to talk us through some of the, like you said, I recognize you said you worked really hard on it. Do you remember? Yeah. Do you want to share anything with us?
It was quite a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Well, I was trying to take into account the many different comments that we've received and population and things. It just seemed that this was a good configuration. I didn't really like that, the little part of 57 that's going to come up, but population wise and everything else, it seemed to be a good configuration. So I think we could take a look at it and maybe improve.
We still have a little bit right on the bay. That's still.
Oh, yeah, yes.
And then
I completely missed that. It's Is that it? Am I missing anything else?
That looks like it.
Could you zoom back out again? And go to what is going on the west side of the state over there? I'm just looking at 100 in that district. It just district 100. Like, can you go over the west? Is it just showing the, oh, you've got the, okay, so that's the forest showing underneath the rest of the district. Okay, yeah, and I
Yes,
see.
I
it
have
there
a
too.
different, I put a different background up.
Sorry, I'm not used to
than
seeing the
we had been
forest
using.
underneath.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. All right. So can we save and then can we run the plan deviation again to see if that fixed the plan deviation? Commissioner Orton.
Forgot what I was gonna say, but I just, on my total plan, the plan deviation was lower than this. So I don't think it's that changed the plan deviation. I think it's something else going on.
Yeah. Okay, we don't have any discontinuity errors and we already did the unassigned. You can do that again, just make sure. Okay. Do you wanna, do we wanna rebuild the plan just to see if we can, see if we have unassigned that's somehow? Oh, yeah, so we only have 9 commissioners right now, so we're gonna take a 10-minute break so everybody can get up and take care of personal needs. It's currently 11. Commissioner Orton.
Well, I just think we could assign Kent to rebuild the plan while
Yes,
we're.
can you rebuild the plan while we're?
He doesn't need a break.
He doesn't need a break. Yeah, he can let it run and walk away. So it's 11:13 right now. Without objection, we will break until 11:25. Hearing no objections, we're on break until 11:25. very eclectic musical taste, Sarah. We go from Rush to like pop. Yeah, R&B, Motown. Yeah.
It's just a thought. Yeah, that's a good thought.
All right, as chair of the commission, I recall this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 11:28 a.m. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll that you're attending remotely, as well as where you are attending from. I'll start with Doug Clark,
Present.
Juanita Curry, Anthony Eade,
Present.
Brittany Kellum,
Present and attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang, Steve Lett,
In attendance.
Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Roughorn,
Present.
Rebecca Zatella,
Present.
Janice Follett,
Present.
Aaron Wagner, Richard Weiss,
Present.
Dustin Witches. 10 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so wow, we even have a higher plan deviation now. It looks like. What is going on?
Blocks.
Yeah.
So now I'm backing up. Yeah, okay. I'm putting this in 71. Is that right or wrong?
That's good. Yeah.
But that is what it is. I mean, we've rebuilt it.
We will have to fix
My
it
guess
then.
is that the Pine plan is probably has errors in it that makes it more like 6.96%
Mhm.
than what's on there. Either way, we can find, I mean, if you want, we can go and just kind of get an idea right now about where it's at. I can do a copy and sort it and find the big deviations, approach that issue now and just to see where it's at.
Commissioner Orton,
Well, districts 27 and 73 are listed, so.
do we
probably-
want to do that after we go through this list though? Because we're going to make more changes.
I think you have to do it at about the same time because
Okay.
if it's in the same area, then you could maybe incorporate it at the same time.
So what's 73? Can you zoom to 73 and then zoom to 27?
Yeah.
So 73 is, before we move away, 3,200 over. And then let's see what, so 73 is, where is this? Oh, Battle Creek. Well, we were gonna change Battle Creek anyway.
73 is Kalamazoo.
Oh, 73 is
73 is where?
Kalamazoo, okay. And then where is
going blind.
27?
To the west, Ken, to the west.
Yep.
73 is
Near
to the
80.
west.
Yep, see that little pocket there?
Going south.
South.
Whoop, right there.
No, down. Yep, right there.
Kalamazoo.
All right, so Kalamazoo is at 3,272 is under, so we could shift some from 73 into 72. What is 80 at?
80 is at
Is
1.5. So
1,400
really
under, yeah.
the significant change would be right there.
So, which is what actually, interestingly enough, is on our list. People wanted Parchment to go to Kalamazoo. Yeah, but then that would add more, so I don't think we can accommodate that. So then zooming back out to the difference between 73 and 80, what about that little part that's jutting out? Is that part of Kalamazoo?
This down in here?
No, the other one, going back up.
Yes, I believe almost all of that is part of Kalamazoo. There might be some in the northwest that was just township that was added in. But Kent, can you just select for the city of Kalamazoo and we could see what the outside portions are?
It's the blue line, isn't it? Isn't that the blue
Okay,
line?
yeah.
Yeah.
So you got,
Yeah, so we
this is,
did that for discontinuities.
that's, I don't know.
And that's right next to the airport, so I don't know how many people live there anyway.
What about this area right in here?
Yeah, Cynthia, if you want to, we need to move about 1,000 people. So if you have some suggestions.
Can you zoom out just a little bit?
Yep, excuse me. I didn't mean to do that.
So I think I think the part that is outside of the city limits that would be a possibility is the northwest corner. Can you see how many is in that precinct?
2943, 2588. This is 3,500.
Do the 2943.
29, yeah, move that.
What about the 946 on the other side? On the eastern edge, there's a 946 precinct.
That wraps around this. Yeah, because.
Does it go all the way? Okay, all right.
It's kind of. But if you move it into, it's 72 and 80. So 72 is 2,600 down. So if you put that into 72, it's fine. You put it over here.
I'd like to try it.
Which
we
way?
Can always undo.
Which way are you going? I think he's asking for clarification.
From 73 to 72, the 2943. That doesn't make sense that it went up.
No, not at all.
And it's unassigned here.
Uh-huh. Maybe redo it on the black level. Can you do that?
72. Let's see what, oh, this is getting weird. There's pieces up here we still need to go back and get. I just want to see what happens here.
Yeah, it looks like there's a little one in the corner too.
Yeah, you got something. It went down 10,000.
And the plan deviation went up, which makes no sense.
Yeah. I say just continue. Yeah, continue assigning and then do another. I think you're gonna have to do another rebuild. I don't know what else.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna export it,
Yeah.
import it, and there's an unassigned precinct somewhere. I bet
Yeah.
you. And
Who wants to take a bet? Is it Midland or Ann Arbor? Midland, Ann Arbor, Midland, Ann Arbor. I'm gonna say Midland, Ann Arbor around Saline area.
it's in 73 or 72. I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna do looking for unassigned. And now we got issues, seriously.
Yeah. Commissioner Orton,
It still shows 73 as the largest deviation, so that's probably also wrong because we took out the amount that it was over.
Yes, I'm gonna export this plan, try to bring it back in as a totally different environment.
yeah. So I just want to note for the record that Commissioner Curry has logged into the Zoom. Could you state where you are for the record? Hello.
All that's going on in my life today is just my Wi-Fi was disconnected from somewhere, and they had just fixed it, so I'm glad about that. But I'm here from Detroit, Michigan.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Curry.
Deviation is 6.91% now. And 73 is where we more like we thought it would be. So that's, they dropped. So if I can bring these, put these all in a spreadsheet and do a sort real quick to see what the high and low is, if we want to look at that, or just have it available to look at.
Okay.
Or we can just run down it real quick and find a 3 point something.
Well,
18.
9 and 27 are showing up as
Yeah.
the biggest.
There
Yeah.
we go.
27 and 9. So 27, which is where again?
It's there around Flint,
Okay.
north of Flint.
Yeah. Commissioner Orton, did you have a comment?
I seem to remember that we left that a little low or a little high, whichever way it is, for VRA numbers. Does anyone remember that? We knew it was a little bit off, but it was within deviation. So
Well, it's not within deviation right now, though. That's outside.
Right. I think this is where, but that is my memory too, Commissioner Orton, that, and I think that was sort of a legal. So I think we may want to, at this point, address it or try to get, understand if we want to make I think we have to decide if we're going to keep it that way or if we're going to adjust it. And I don't know if.
So is 27 over or under? It's under. Okay. It's under.
And I think what we heard from Flint when we were there at the commission, at the public hearings, was that this doesn't represent the people as right. That this division may actually allow them to different people in Flint to choose a representative, but they weren't convinced that it actually reflected their community, this division. And so I'm tempted to actually I do have an overlay with the maps that they submitted to us. I'm not sure. Again, I don't know that it. Because it adjusts everything. But again, trying to be responsive to the people and listening to what they were saying is like, hey, this does not reflect our community. something like that. And it feels like this is where we could make the change.
So we have two different things in play here. We have a population deviation that is high. We have a list that we all agreed on were changes we wanted to discuss. And then we have points for further changes beyond that. I think consistent with what we've done before, rather than trying to work on plan deviation at this point, because we do have other changes, I think we should focus on the list. Then when we get done with the list, then we can move on to other changes. And then once we're all done with everything, then we can focus on plan deviation.
Sorry,
Commissioner Orton, Commissioner Witches, did you have?
Yes, I agree. I think before all this started, you had asked to see a partisan fairness run after those changes that were made.
Yeah. So could you bring that up, Kent?
So the lopsided margin is 5.9. Well, yeah, let me run it again because we did make
we've
that
had some
change at
weirdness.
73.
All right, so this
And it
is,
might as well
this
get it
is
right.
Pine V2, right? Pine V2. We're doing a composite here, right? And
Okay, the lopsided margin is 5.9% Republican. The mean median is 3.1% Republican. Efficiency gap is 5.7. Seats to votes or proportionality bias is 1.4% in favor of the Republicans. The seat count is 56-54 in favor of Democrats.
And can you scroll down a little bit? Because I see 31. Can we stop so I can grab the number? I'm just looking for percentages in two districts. So 31, which is part of Midlands, is 58.4% Republican. And then what is, I think it was 56 was the other district we changed. 50. Okay. And that's why the metrics went up, because we flipped what was a Democratic district to 2 Republican districts. So that's why our metrics have changed. Yeah. Okay. All right. 50. Well, I think the old one, it was the same. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay. So let's go back to the map and we did Banglatown.
I'm going to save this.
Yeah.
Save. So I saved that. Now what we want to do here?
We want to go down to the Detroit area. We're looking for the Dexter Linwood neighborhood. And there's a line that we were requested to move near Wildmere Park. Move number 1 to number 2 at Lawton Street. So we're looking at the border between number 1 and number 2.
Windermere.
Madam Chair, that's Wildemere.
Wildemere.
It's Windermere, W-I-N, Windermere.
It's
Park.
Wildemere. I know.
Okay.
Can we put on the neighborhood
The
overlay? Because that would be helpful. Is that the neighborhood overlay or is that another map?
Let's see here, neighborhood. Yeah, it's way.
Yeah. That's not the neighborhood map.
No, that's someone else's map.
Oh, this is the one that was sent to me more recently by a commissioner or, yeah.
Yeah, neighborhood ideas.
See the T 1027, that's
Yeah.
a newer one. This
We
is
need the,
what
there it
we
is,
want.
current city Detroit neighborhoods.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. So can we zoom in a little bit? I'm looking for a particular name.
Let me turn off some of this stuff. There's too much going on here.
Yeah. I think it's right there. Yeah, I actually see it. I see it.
Okay, where are we at?
All right, so
Who was the name of it again? I'm sorry.
just bring your cursor up a little bit more, and go to the left a little bit. There you go, right there.
Yep.
Wildmere Park.
So all this neighborhood, either in one
So
or
he
two,
was
is
asking to move from number 1 to number 2 at Lawton Street. Actually, so zoom out for a second. I think the request was to move the purple into, to make that part of 2. So that area in the purple for Wildmere Park, put it into 2 was what the request was. So we're keeping that neighborhood together, but it will be in 2. Is that consistent with everybody else's recollection? This is the map I drew at the time.
so
And this is not the same area where we were with Banglatown, right?
No, this is
Okay,
totally
yep,
different.
very good.
This
So
is the
there-
man who came and spoke about Lawton Road and.
Yeah, Mr. Mark Payne, yeah.
Yeah, Mark Payne, that's right.
at this point, most of this neighborhood is in 1.
Mhm.
This is the only part that's in 2. So we want to take the larger part of it, put it in 2.
I don't know. Our Detroit area folks, do you have any say on this? The gentleman asked us to move the west of Wildmere Park into number 2, but it actually, from a numbers perspective, makes more sense to take the parts that are currently in 2 and move them into 1, and that way the neighborhood's together. Is there any preference one way or another?
I think he was mostly concerned with keeping the neighborhoods together and not splitting from across one street to another street. If I'm not mistaken, that's what I was hearing. But if you're still connecting them the way that you have it, that should be pretty good.
So, so what way is this? This is.
This way we would be putting it into 2. And then it's a clean line. Yeah. And
Well, I think he's saying do it the other way, put it into 1, and then you're moving less population, so there's less for us to correct.
No, I totally understand. I just know that we're just doing
that is
That
the
is what
area
was
in-
asked for, yes.
Yeah.
That is the area in 2.
Okay.
We can put the whole.
Can we see the population deviation for 1? Because it didn't seem to make much of a difference for 2. It's still within specs.
Yes.
And 1 is still within specs.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. Yeah. So I think that's good then. Any concerns about that? All right, easy fix. We did Banglatown, we did that. We got to look once again at Grandmont, Rosedale, and then Cornerstone, Morningside, East English Village. So I believe Rosedale is just to the, actually, I think I see part of it. So if we can pull the map, pull it, yep. So it's in 15 right now, and then go up a little bit. I see Grandmont right there. Yep. I see Rosedale Park. What else do we have there?
This neighborhood here
North
is
Rosedale.
slightly fragmented. See how 16 comes around,
Mhm.
connects by one city block and then takes up this area. I don't,
So it looks like that's going to be quite a bit of changes. So what we were asked to do is put North Rosedale Park, Minnick Park, what was the other one? Grandmont, and then Grandmont 2 all together. And right now we have them split. However, we have accommodated that in 2 other maps. So Juanita?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, I know that in that area, I'm not sure how far out of drive is from there, but I know one of our largest NAACP men have a building there in that area. And I'm sure they may not want to be split. He has a large congregation. Plus he's the NAACP for Michigan, Detroit. So we need to kind of keep whatever they ask for together. I can't quite remember. I don't know if Brittany remembers or any of you all remember, but that is his area.
I remember. I would say it's worth the work to put the Rosedale Parks and the Grandmont community back together because they share a community center. They
Yeah.
built a whole neighborhood
Yeah.
fairly recently to stay together and edify that community.
Yeah.
And that's
I think we
particularly
better.
important to them in the Senate map.
Yeah, and plus we were at their.
I'm sorry,
church.
the House. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Yeah.
Commissioner, go ahead.
Layover.
Okay.
Yeah, that might help us. I guess it's right to help us draw it, because this is, like you said, these are big changes, and I think we've looked at some. I say we, Commissioner Kellum and I drafted a few maps that might help us draw this and fix those areas, and it will impact the rest of the map. I think that's what we're recognizing. So what I'm thinking about is recognizing that these are significant and important changes. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Can we pull the map down a little bit so we can see that green area, Evergreen Outer Drive? Okay, so just looking at this from a Tetris perspective, if we bring in North Rosedale Park into the purple, which is 15, we've then isolated that Evergreen Outer Drive, so we're gonna have to bring that into 17, and then adjust the border of 14 with 17 to make that happen, right? Does that make sense to everybody? So can we give that a shot? Can we bring North Rosedale Park and I think I can't remember if it's Minnock or Minrock Park. Bring it into 15. Minnock. Bring that into 15 and then put the Evergreen Outer Drive into 17. And then we're going to have to make further adjustments between 14 and 17 to sort of accommodate that.
Okay. What is this line?
Nope,
right
not the
here?
whole way. Not the whole way. I think it's Grand River.
That's the boundaries for Grand River? Okay.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so I think everything on the, what I said, the north or south side of Grand River, they should be more into the same districts. And everything on the other side of that, on the south side or the, what is that? South and west should kind of be together. So if we can kind of keep that like that, that would be good. If we can keep those people that's in the Evergreen Outer Drive area with McNichols and Evergreen area, if we keep them all kind of together, I think that would be a good thing. Am I kind of saying that correctly, Brittany? Do you see that the way I see it?
I understand what you're saying. I also was waiting for the overlay that I created.
Okay, let's see the overlay if we can.
I
One
swear
question.
North Rosedale goes up to Outer Drive.
North Rosedale it does.
That's what I thought. Okay, so Kent, do you see where you have that little part that's curving off right now? To the east of that, I swear that's part of North Rosedale Park, because it goes up to Outer Drive.
Okay, so this is a one precinct
Yeah.
split by this neighborhood line. So do you want
split it?
Put it
Yeah.
in 15 or put it in 17 or split the precinct?
I would keep it in 15 because I think that line is wrong on our neighborhood map. Because North Rosedale goes up to Outer Drive, and Outer Drive is just north of where the boundary is on this neighborhood map. So what I'm saying is add in that little section of blocks just to the east of what you currently have selected.
You want to do it at the block level? Is that what we're saying?
I mean, you can, yeah. So you can do the blocks that are in the current shaded area for North Rosedale, and then grab those blocks that are above where that curved line is, because that curved line is Outer Drive.
And wherever that curve takes you, Madam Chair.
Across here as well?
Madam Chair, wherever that curve takes you, it takes you to that big NAACP man's, what is his name? We were all there. MC, what was his name? We were there.
Okay, I got you.
Mark Payne? No, Clement, I believe.
No.
Okay.
What's his name, Brittany?
Are you talking about Reverend Wendell Anthony?
Yeah, Wendell Anthony.
Oh, his church, Fellowship Chapel?
Fellowship Chapel, it runs into that, and they want to be kept together, I'm sure.
Oh, so I don't know what he has. Okay, that's a totally different subject. I'll just keep the focus on something else.
Yeah. But he is the NAACP president for around Detroit area.
At this point, I'll just move in
Yep.
the
I see
median.
what you're doing, the
Just
median.
making a straight
Yep.
line strictly for appearances to the population.
Okay, and now can we zoom out and sort of see where we're at?
So it's my understanding, this area that's in green called Evergreen Outer Drive
Mhm.
is what was going to be moved to 17.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if it makes more sense to just move that smaller neighborhood underneath it and move that into 14 rather than trying to move a whole bunch into 17. Any thoughts? And we're connecting them?
Well, we could look at the
or-
numbers.
Yeah, I mean, what are our numbers?
Yeah, at this point, 17's even and 14 and 15 need a lot.
14.
Or 15 needs to give up. 15 has to give up some.
Commissioner Rothorn.
So Chair Zatella, I think and you were asking for thoughts, and I think there is a thought, like an idea on this overlay that I think Commissioner Kellum was waiting for. So it might.
Yeah, can we bring
just
up
as
that
an
overlay?
idea.
Do we have that, Kent?
I think it's what you had earlier that, yeah.
It is because that's why it's there.
Okay.
I'm going to turn off the. No,
So
I'm gonna
that's the
leave-
one that's the 27 ideas, right?
Yes, that right there.
Okay.
And it's let me change the color so we can see
Yeah.
the thing. It was actually up there. We just couldn't see it like we wanted to. So now it's it's the lighter colored red line.
And I think if you zoom out a little bit, it still sort of has the strips running east-west. It's just enough neighborhood changes. And I'm going to try to summarize this, Commissioner Count, so help me know if I got this accurate, but I think it's right. It's just trying to minimize the cuts. It still goes east-west, right? So we have VRA compliance. It's just holding more neighborhoods together that Commissioner Kellum thought could be held together. Again, this is an idea, and it may reflect what the people in Detroit were asking for, one idea, right? That says this represents our neighborhoods, our communities better, and we may be able to elect better. So it's, again, I think this is the idea. And it does reflect what you were saying, Commissioner Zatella, right? That little block that you were saying, like it does cut out and goes into a different district, but it's hard to see with the neighborhood lines and also that area. Yeah.
Yeah, so I would suggest putting that block of 17 into 14, and then we'll have to further balance.
Okay, we'll put this in 14.
Yeah. And then that's connecting those.
The configuration that I worked on with NC also takes into account the fact that those neighborhoods and the people that spoke out, not only in public comments, but at TCF, described a more horizontal configuration to accommodate their communities. If I'm looking at this, it's kind of very zoomed in. I'm coming from an appointment, so I'm using my cell phone and I'll be connecting with my laptop.
So can we,
I'm trying to get a better
Yeah,
view. There's
thank you.
the new or the recent Detroit neighborhood configuration as opposed to a previous Detroit neighborhood configuration. And that shows this is where my cursor is moving is one district inside the thick lines.
Okay.
And then this district here runs through here and then down into this area.
Yeah.
So if you follow my cursor, that's a district.
Okay. All right. So can we?
And then
see-
a large part of it is like none of this is identified.
Right, because those are all suburbs.
This is identified.
Yes, it's because I concentrated on Metro Detroit and Detroit proper, leaving out the suburbs. There were other parts, of course, in our map that I like, but just trying to get, not get rid of, but like reassess that area based upon what folks spoke up about.
And looking at this map, and I don't know how well people can see it, but 8 is this lighter color here, and it kind of makes a curve and goes up. And most of that district is in red now, from 2 going up this way in the new configuration. So 18 is pretty much the same, 21. 3 and 1 are touched a little bit, like,
Okay, can we take that off for now? Because we're gonna come back to that neighborhood map later. We're just gonna try to continue to work on our list. So now we need to fix 14, 15, and the balance between them. So can we zoom into 14, 15? I think 17 is fine where it's at. We don't need to do anything to 17.
14 and 15 are, where are they at?
So one is 8,000 over and one is 5,000 under.
Yeah.
So we need to take from 15 and put it into 14, right? Yeah. So can we put back up that original neighborhood map on? And let's scroll down to the border between, I don't want to touch anything there. So let's go down a little farther. And that's. So we're right on the border to Dearborn. So what about those neighborhoods down at the bottom, right by Warrendale? Can you zoom in just a bit? Just right where your mouse is at. I'm just trying to grab the names of those neighborhoods.
North Telegraph Road here.
Yeah. So what's that, like that one, so that's partially Parklands, Rouge Park area. I'm just wondering how much population we have.
In far west Detroit.
That precinct right there is 2,758.
Yeah. So let's put that into, make sure I'm going the right way. Put that into 14.
Okay.
And then come over to the next precinct right next to it. On the right. So we're going
Far west Detroit
Yep.
precinct. That precinct has 2,100 in it.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't.
And that's, this precinct kind of split across this neighborhood,
Yeah.
though this doesn't look like it's populated.
It's not, it's a park.
Yeah.
So can,
But it does split it up here.
so we still, if we put that into 14, I think we'll be okay, but let's see the numbers.
And that precinct ran into another neighborhood.
Of course.
But there's a park separating it. So,
Yeah.
I could see,
I would put those blocks back into,
put this right here back into
Yeah,
this
put it
district at
back.
15. And 15 is,
it's kind of weird.
got a
yeah.
little just a little connection. So you could, it's just a thought, put all of the park and all this area back into 15, and you'd be moving the population. This neighborhood,
Yeah.
Far West Detroit neighborhood, would still stay over there.
Let's try that. So
Something
just
like
move the park
The
and
blocks.
those houses.
So just see what it looks like. I mean, these are all 0 populations, but y'all know the area. I don't know if it'll stay like that.
Yeah, it will.
And this
yep.
little 42 is still,
I'd
in
leave
here with
that.
this.
Yeah, leave it with the neighborhood. All right, so that got us back with those 3 districts balanced. Does that look good, everybody? All right, let's look at Morningside, Cornerstone, East English Village, which is all the way along the Detroit riverfront. So up near the Grosse Points. Yep, keep going and just zoom in right there. So Cornerstone Park, East English Village, Morningside, we currently have them split up. Do we want to change it in this map or? Do we want to leave it? We've, like I said, accommodated it in 2 other maps. Thoughts?
I guess I know it's hard to, I guess what we're trying to do is make as small changes as we can without making significant changes. But my heart just really says that we have to make significant changes. And I understand we're trying not to do that until after we've approved the map, but I don't know that I can honestly answer the questions you're asking. Is like, does this look good? It doesn't. And what I'm saying is like, I know we have to make hard changes. So I guess, yes, small changes, and maybe the hard changes after the small changes. And maybe this is a bigger change, but we need to significantly shift Detroit and Flint in order to understand how to get something that feels better, right? Again, I cannot approve this. I know we're trying to make small changes and approve something, but I can't approve it with this. It's too cut up. And I think we did our best, but we got significant feedback from most about it was on our house maps. Even these days, we're getting feedback on the house maps. I don't want to start over. And we have to somehow recognize what we can keep and what we can't keep. And I can't keep this in Detroit. So I'm trying to respond to the question you asked, which is like, should we keep it? Should we not? And I'm trying to give you my honest feedback.
Yeah, and I understand that there are some commissioners who want to radically change Detroit, and that I'm totally fine with that. But I want to get us through the changes we all agreed on from the other day and finish this map that way, along with any other changes we want to make to it, and then create a clone and then come back to Detroit, because I think that's the most efficient way to handle that, rather than starting from scratch with a new Metro Detroit area, which I just think it is. Ooh. Not
Sorry,
efficient.
that was
Commissioner Horton.
Yeah, I wonder if we could go around wherever the other small changes are, take care of those small changes. Then we can spend our time on these.
Right. All right, so let's just accommodate this in this map. We're gonna have to move a little bit here. So let's scroll back in. And it looks like we currently have most of that neighborhood in 6. So let's just add the rest of it. So if you can zoom back in, and then we'll have to make some adjustments. So, can you put the neighborhood overlay back on? Because I really do need it. Sorry. Yeah, so let's move, put all of Morningside into 6. And then that addresses that concern. And then we're going to have to rebalance 4 a little bit, and we'll have to rebalance 11 a little bit.
Okay, all of Morningside into
6. Yep.
Okay, are we leaving this part of Chandler Park Chalmers there?
I would move it into 11. We might, depending on the numbers, be able to move that into 4. Is 4 under at this point? Do we know? I can't.
Kent, when you're ready, can you scroll down on the active matrix so we can see how the population of 4 is?
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna get these chipped away.
Yeah. That's okay. There's zero population. I'm pretty sure that's a road.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of.
Yeah, it just grabbed that little bit. That's okay.
We'll just leave it like that then. So now we're,
I'm trying to see what 4 is at.
4 is 1.8% low or 1,600. 11 is 3% low. So
Yeah.
that's the district. that-
So I think if you bring Chandler Park and pull it into 4, it's going to solve that problem.
Chandler Park Chalmers or Chandler Park
Chandler
total?
Park Chalmers.
Excuse me, 11 is 3.9%.
Oh, 11 is low.
is
It's
low.
4. Wait. So I got this backwards.
Yes.
So 10 is
Is 1.8 high.
11 is low.
12, here's a part of a neighborhood. 12 is a little high.
Yeah. Let's try to take that from 12. I think that would make more
Take
sense.
this-
Unless anyone has
these little
another
guy-
idea. I think that precinct kind of crosses the neighborhoods.
I'm gonna do blocks.
Yeah. And that will bring both of those in line.
It is making it a little neater. Now, 6, you have 11 up here along 6 in this area. 11's along 10, and is that 4?
Yeah, but I want to take from 12 because 12 is high or highest. And so let's just keep pulling out of that Wade neighborhood. We might be able to take almost all of it, honestly.
So how many? Yeah.
Yeah,
You
we
could
might be
probably
able-
do it. Do you want to
Yep.
do that, move the neighborhood?
Yep, let's
essentially?
just select that and move that neighborhood. And I think that should be good.
So at this point, 11 is now 1.01 low, 12 is 0.5% high.
All right, does that look good, guys? Goodish,
It follows the
goodish. Neighborhoods back
neighborhoods
together.
a little bit better.
All the neighborhoods are back together for the most part. All right, next on our list is there were some comments about API about Novi being split up in our house map.
Help me find Novi.
Yeah, you keep going, you're good. So, all right, so if we zoom into 36, that line right there, and if we put on the Asian American dots, there is one precinct that we have split off from the rest. That would be helpful to see.
So,
So if you go up a little higher on the map. Yeah, that 2814 is what they're talking about, that we cut that off from the rest of the Asian population.
and that's District 36.
Yeah, so from
Which-
36 to 110, do we want to make that change? Put it into 110. And then we'd have to adjust because that's a pretty big population move.
Well, actually, it looks like it'll work. If you take it out of 36 and put it into 10, I mean, I guess, yeah, 10 will have to come down.
Yeah. Okay, can you go ahead and move that? So move that into 110. All right, and so now 110 is a little over. So 36 is good. Okay, so 35 is currently under, so we could take a little bit and put it into 35. But
Well, you have
where? Yeah.
the community,
Yeah.
the gray dots communities of interest and a fair number in 5 now,
Yeah.
and 5 is sitting at 1,600 down.
So what are you suggesting? What are you looking at? I'm trying. Microphone. Kent, microphone.
I'm looking at these Asian communities here in District 5. And these are Asian communities or populations that are. So I looked at 5 and see that it's 1,600 light. So, and right now District 5 is 62% minority, not 11% non-Hispanic. So I was just thinking, well, maybe you want to put some of these communities in with this community here.
Commissioner Rothorn.
Just thinking about the question is, I can't remember if this was also the Chaldean district. I think West Bloomfield and Sterling Heights were my memories. Is there any other population here that might not show up in terms of Asian, like in terms of coalition districts or anything that we've learned? It's a question.
Well, there's the northern part of Farmington Hills, the part that's closer to West Bloomfield, that's currently in District 9 and 110. But I think our West Bloomfield district that has West Bloomfield with some of Commerce is fine how it is here. So I wouldn't recommend making any changes to that. Yeah, that's about it for me.
Can you pull the view down a little bit? I want to see that last precinct at the top in 36. What is the Asian population in that one? Can you I see the dot there. I'm just wondering what it is.
2,200 people.
Okay.
36.
Yeah. Mr. Adelson.
Thank you, Commissioner. If a couple of points, if the, as I understand from the discussion of bringing the Asian neighborhoods back together again and reunifying them, if the commission is so inclined along the same line, I think where the cursor is now in District 5, that's one of the larger Asian American communities in this community. One of the things that I always have to remind myself, the smaller the dot, the smaller the population. This is one of the larger Asian American community dots. So that would be a consideration. Just also as another FYI, the Supreme Court has been saying for decades that it is okay legally to over or underpopulate if the justification is VRA compliance. Now, exactly does that mean sometimes? That you're keeping communities together, communities that are cohesive from a voting rights perspective and also from a non-voting rights perspective, keeping neighborhoods together. So the issues about population deviation, particularly in urban areas, I would caution about, because as we've seen, they can be relatively fragile and you are legally justified to have an under or overpopulation if done for Voting Rights Act compliance. Thank you.
Yeah, what I'm struggling with personally is we received, at least 50 comments about that 2814 precinct and wanting it to be combined with Novi. And I'm just surprised that was from APIA and other individuals commenting on the maps. I'm struggling with why they didn't identify that area in Farmington Hills as well. And I'm almost wondering if it's a different community because Asian includes an umbrella of lots of different things. And that's what I'm struggling with is that wasn't identified to us as being part of this Novi community of interest by the people who are asking. So do we want to move it sort of preemptively without that guide? Because it's just striking me as very odd because it does seem to be a huge population. And I'm wondering why that wasn't called out when the one very clearly was. I mean, we received comment after comment after comment about this particular precinct in Novi and moving it in with the rest of Novi.
Well, hopefully that there might be some clarifying commenters out there who want to provide some additional information. And certainly that Dr. Hanley hasn't identified that as being an outlier. I'm not aware of it being an outlier. It is, and I certainly agree, it is the largest concentration that we're seeing here. And it would seem to be a natural fit to put it into 110 and the Asian. Ken, could you move down the matrix, please, so we can see the population for 110? Yes, thank you.
300 is 3.68.
Well, I don't mean that.
It's 23%. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the higher Asian populations we've seen, I think, anywhere in the state. So my first thought, as I said, is that putting it in 110 makes sense from a Voting Rights Act, Michigan Constitution, diverse neighborhoods, COI standpoint. It really seems to check all the boxes. And Madam Chair, I don't have an explanation either of why that hasn't been flagged. On the surface, it seems to be a natural fit.
Yeah. So what I'm actually thinking, and I want everybody else to weigh in on this, is I'm thinking of grabbing those 3 precincts in Farmington Hills and putting them in 110 and then bringing 9 farther down, or taking areas from 9 to balance that out a little bit. So any other thoughts? Commissioner Eade, you've had your hand up for a while.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Actually, put those in 110.
Yeah.
Make 5 go up to the border and 9 go down to the border.
Commissioner Orton.
Well, I'm just wondering, can you zoom into the area we're talking about? Is that, I'm thinking that's, that the middle purple precinct that we're talking about looks like it's part of Farmington. I just noticed that. So
The middle purple meaning number 9?
Meaning
or 17?
Yeah, that.
That's all one township.
It's Farmington, the city, I believe.
Oh, right. It's its own municipal boundaries. That's what you're saying. Okay, thank you.
And it looks like most of that Asian population is right there.
Yeah. And there was a lot in the bottom precinct too.
So, we're looking at 55% Asian, 29% Asian, 55% Asian. Even this little district is 22.53. Little precinct, I'm sorry. So, I mean, you could do it I'll highlight the precincts. I'll just select the precincts individually.
Mr. Adelson.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out with municipal boundaries and the Voting Rights Act, of course, the municipal boundaries are not an impediment to Voting Rights Act issues. Keeping municipalities, government entities whole is at the bottom of the list and of the criteria. It's also interesting. It's always interested me that the language is consider. It is not that you shall do something. It's that you shall consider it. So considering it is frankly what's happening now. So just as a commonality going forward, splitting government unit boundaries is not an impediment to VRA compliance. In fact, frankly, it's expected if you needed to get to where you need to go.
Well, I mean, then why don't we try to move those 3 areas into 110? And then we're going to have to make some adjustments between 9 and 5, I think, and 110. I'm sorry, 110, and see what this does. Okay, so that for 110 brought our percentage up to 25.92% Asian.
So you need to bring take 17,000 out of 110.
110, which I'm wondering if we just bring 9 across. So those top 4 precincts.
And
that's going to give you 10 right there.
5 needs 15.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm listening.
Okay, so those top 4 precincts. Actually, there's 5 because one's 22.0. So 22.05. So we grab those and we're going to put those into 9. And that's going to get us part of the way there. All right, so 9 is now.
So it's 16,000 over.
And
2,
foot.
4, 6,
So I
8.
want you to grab that one more area of Farmington that's underneath 30, it's like 35, I think, I can't really tell.
Where am I looking now?
Right where you just were, go underneath one more.
This area in here?
Nope, over to the left. Yep, right there. So
Well,
put that in as well.
That's 15%
Do we want to put that in?
Asian.
Do we want that to go to 9 or do you want it to go to 5? Put it to 5.
Well, you have, I mean, you could move something down here into 35 or something over to 36. We don't have to.
That's true.
So, I mean, that's, kind of
What's the Asian population there?
zooming out. So, these are, anyway.
Anyone have any other suggestions? Go ahead, Commissioner Ede.
I don't know if this will work, but I'm willing to give it a shot. How about we have 5 go up and take the rest of Farmington Hills and 9 go down and take the rest of Southfield and see what it does to the VRA numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it'll work or not. It might push the BVAP higher than what we want it to be, but it might not. And from a community perspective, it might make sense. So let's just try that. So 5, let's put it in with, just bring it up to the rest of Farmington Hills.
Do you want to take all of it or do you just want a portion of it?
Well, it's a swap between the rest of Southfield
Okay.
and the rest of Farmington Hills. So I think we have to take all of it first
Okay.
and then,
Just a minute, the computer seems to be pausing, which means I'm pausing.
It's a lot of work to accommodate one precinct, I'm just saying. Okay, so I think what Commissioner Eid was suggesting is that we start bringing 5 up and grab those parts of 9, and then we're going to bring 9 down to balance it back out. Yeah.
Microphone.
I'm sorry. This area in here is also part of 5.
Okay.
So when we bring 9 down,
We've got to be cautious about what we're doing.
yeah, I mean, I would be inclined to start over here and work back.
Yeah, I'm worried that's going to throw off
That's
VRA
the-
though, because
that's
it
the
was
caution.
drawn that way for VRA purposes.
Now, can you bring 9? Well, I guess if you brought 9 down in there, it would just be too big a thing. Because 9 is at 43%.
So
now.
we're looking at 15, we need to move 15,000 people. So let's go back up to, let's look at 5 and 9. And can you just select for me so right now, who's overpopulated? 9 is overpopulated? Is that right?
So 9 is.
Is
let's get
over.
it there. 9 is, large.
Okay, so I want to start with the western edge of 9 right now and select those precincts on that side and see how much population we have. So let's just do a select box.
Yes, I got it.
And just kind of bring it over. I don't know if I'd go the whole way because that's going to be too much.
35.
Yeah, that's going to be too much.
Yeah. So
I knew that knowing the population in the area.
that's 20,000.
Okay.
There we go.
Which is too much. So take off the upper corner. Let's just back off. No. Go back to how you had it. So I want grab the bottom one so they're connected.
Okay. And this one?
Yep, add that one.
And
And
you want
that's 16.
that goes to 5? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about that, Anthony?
So 9, it went up to 47% non-Hispanic Black. And
It was at 42, so that's okay.
5 is at 44 and a half.
And that's still good. So they're both still with our VRA range.
110 is 5% high.
But we can go elsewhere with that, I think.
We just look at 35, 36, for example. 36 can hold population.
35 can too, right?
And 35 can too. So
Yeah. What is that bottom precinct bordering 35?
I do know that this precinct down in here had significant Asian population. I just remember seeing that.
Okay.
Yes. So this is, the Asian population.
Mr. Adelson, did you have a comment?
Yes, in listening to the conversation, I just wanted to reiterate something that, as you know, we've done Voting Rights Act analysis. Dr. Hanley's done the racial block voting analysis. And I think what's important as we're moving through the Detroit area, the BVAP numbers can be higher, and that's not a VRA issue. That's a reuniting neighborhoods. That's a diverse communities under the Michigan Constitution. That's not being done, or that's certainly not that our advice to address VRA issues. The VRA issues have already been analyzed. But in looking through, and just as a reminder, looking through the maps in Detroit, obviously the population is very concentrated. It's an urban area. So going higher with the BVAP as you're reuniting the neighborhoods, as we were doing earlier, that's fine under the Michigan Constitution with the criteria number 3, the diverse communities and the communities of interest. So I just wanted to make that clarification. I think that it's important the BVAP number can go up because right now, at least as far as the Black population, we're not looking at VRA issues. These are reuniting neighborhood issues, communities of interest consideration. That's a Michigan Constitution issue.
Right, thank you. So 35 is where and 110 is where? I've lost track of what we're trying to do here. Population counts.
So 110 is
4,000.
5% high.
Okay.
And 35 is 1% low, 36 is 0.05%.
So what's that one little precinct right on the edge of 36 with the small Asian population? How many people are in there? Right there, yep.
So you're talking about putting that into?
Yep, I'm just,
Put 110, you want to go the other way?
well, actually, no, that wouldn't work because we're trying to go the other way.
Right. If you so choose. Is there, I mean, you got Northville.
Yeah, how many are in Northville though? I thought it was a pretty decent population.
It's 2,800.
Oh, that's not too bad. And 35 is,
And 35 is 1,000 low.
what are the thoughts about putting Northville into 35? I mean, the rest of Northville Town, the eastern edge of Northville Township is already in 35.
Seems like a good fit with Plymouth
Any
and Northville.
thoughts?
Yeah.
Plymouth and Northville, part of Northville. So just be putting that portion of Northville City in with the eastern edge of Northville Township.
And staying within the county boundaries.
Yeah, staying within the county boundaries.
And you consolidate Northville that way.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we did on the Senate map, I believe.
Okay, all right, let's try that. So put that area of Northville City in with 35. And hopefully that means we're done with this area. All right, I think that fixed it. Okay, can you please save? And then we have one more specific request from this area, which was the Sikh community in Troy, Rochester Hills on our house map. Yeah. Which there's Troy and there's Rochester. Oh, because they're separate, but I don't think we can combine that. Yeah, I don't see how we can combine that. Anyone?
What was the request?
The Sikh community in Troy and Rochester Hills wanted to be combined in the house,
I
but
think
we
it's too much
we can't do
population.
that.
No.
Yeah, that's just a non-starter. And they are combined in the other maps. So, all right, that's a non-starter. All right, let's move on to Grand Rapids.
If we want to stay here just for
Chair
a minute.
Zatella,
and
did we
stare-
forget Southfield? I'm sorry, did I miss that?
What was being changed with Southfield?
That Southfield, Lathrop Village and that area wanted to be combined.
Oh, that wasn't something I had heard before.
I think it escaped our list. I don't think we
Yeah,
had
it
it in
wasn't
our
on our
list.
Oh, that was at TCF. And that's
Okay.
when both the Detroit area and Southfield alumni chapter Deltas talked about being a community and being a community service organization and servicing that area. There were several
So-
people that talked about that reunification.
They're asking that Southfield and what?
Lathrop
Lathrop
Village.
Village.
And we can zoom in just to be sure, but they wanted to be.
Yeah, I can't remember where Lathrop Village is on that.
Okay, I'll bring
It's
up
that-
another
that-
map.
It's inside.
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's inside. So they are combined. Lathrop
Yeah.
Village is the 2045 and 2043. It's that
Okay.
municipality. Mhm.
I just wanted to make sure that I didn't miss it.
Nope, they're already
Okay.
together.
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna skip Lansing and go to Grand Rapids. For now, we're gonna come back to it.
Yeah.
Because I know that's gonna be one of the bigger ones. All right, so Grand Rapids, can we zoom in a bit?
Yeah, so I'm going to change the color so it's 86 is more
that's
easily
really hard to
identified.
see.
There's a real quick one in the sort of the Lake Makatawa. It's just a 280 person
Mhm.
change. It's at the block level to before we get to Grand Rapids. And again, I'm thinking about quick ones.
Yeah, I feel like Flint and Lansing are gonna take a little more time.
Yeah, and these do sort of flow into each other.
So if you pull out to the coastline on the west, so we're gonna head west
Where we headed now?
to the west, to Lake
Okay.
Macatawa, a little south of here. There's Lake Macatawa right there. Okay.
So it's just, is it okay if I direct?
Yeah, go ahead. Can we pull out a little bit so we can see the broader Holland area and how much we have? Because I think that it might be a challenge with population. All right, so 82 is at 300 under, so 358 under. That's 82, and then 88 is at, they're under too, so they're a little bit under 89. Okay, go ahead.
So, and this is a 280 person change or addition to 82. So what we're doing, Kent, is but along the border between 82 and 88, you're going to have to go to the block level at the lake.
Right here?
Correct. But you're going, I don't know if we're going to get all of those. Yeah, it's the green. So it's to the north. Yep.
This right there?
Yes.
And we looked at this before, yeah.
Yes, we did.
This is a totally different, this is one big, large census block, if you remember.
Correct. And if we just get all of that, it's still 280 people, something like that.
They're wanting to go up in the north part of Holland?
No, you can just see where the blocks, it's into 82.
Those little ones right there?
Yep, that's it.
Because it's a neighborhood, right?
It's a neighborhood and correct. So it's a very small change that, makes a big difference in their life.
No, it's a block.
Yeah, oops. So it's just this big block too.
Correct. And that's it.
All right, so let's go back towards Grand Rapids again. And I don't think that, they're both fine. All right, so we got lots of feedback about Grand Rapids. Lots of feedback. And I think actually, can we zoom in to this line here? Right at the bottom of 56 in East Grand Rapids, go a little north,
Okay.
north.
You're talking about the north
Yeah,
side
the
of it?
bottom of that purple district. Can you zoom in?
Yes,
Yeah.
this is the Grand River.
Yeah, so we actually,
runs-
the border is south of Wealthy on this one.
And then it cuts across at, trying to get a
I
street
believe that
name. That's
yellow line
Wealthy
is
Street.
Wealthy, yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion about moving it.
So that was one thing, moving the border to Wealthy Street, but it is, so we don't even need to worry about that on this map. It's already incorporated.
Wealthy Street is up here.
Commissioner
what-
Clark.
Yeah, I mean, do we really want to move it to Wealthy?
Well, we don't have to, it already is.
Oh,
no.
no, I'm saying keep it at, was it Fulton? Was the other street?
That's
Fulton is north.
Yeah, I know.
So in the other maps, they were wanting us to bring that down to Wealthy, but this map already is past Wealthy.
See, everything I heard when I was in Grand Rapids, and we had like a press conference and a bunch of people we talked with afterwards, they said Fulton should be the line of demarcation.
Oh, so you're saying change this?
Correct.
Yep. And
I think MC was with me that day. Yeah.
Yeah, the other side half said Wealthy, and so in the other two maps, we have it at Fulton.
Where
On
is
this map,
Fulton Street?
we have-
It's way up.
Fulton is north of Wealthy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's Logan, Wealthy, Goodrich,
Keep going up. yeah. Cherry,
Washington, Fulton.
Fulton. Yeah, it's quite a bit
That's
north.
a significant, that's it up here. So that would,
Okay, go ahead, MC.
And so what I think, what we could do is if we're going to try to add Ada and Cascade and have some smaller changes, what I think folks are recognizing is, right, the population centers are in the city. So that small change up to Fulton is not a small change, but what it does, right, because it's population based, is it helps. Again, this is, I'm looking at what was given us today was map P7105. And keeping the Hispanic vote in Wyoming. What they've done here in this piece 7105, it looks like, is made some smaller changes to what we've got, but that small change is up to Fulton, essentially. And then it allows us to actually bring in more of the Metro 6 region. And I think it gives a better representation of the community, which I think is what Mr. Adelson was saying, is like, we're making community changes. These are community of interest changes, so to speak, right? The people are helping us understand where their divisions can be that aren't wrong, right?
I'm missing something that this map, Fulton nor wealthier than lines.
That is correct. That is correct. Neither Fulton nor Wealthy are the lines here. That is correct.
So I take it we have another map that they are, or it is.
We haven't drawn it. I think we're working from Pine. Yeah, maybe it is not in Pine. Yeah, correct. We're using the Pine map and maybe it's on a different one. You're right, Commissioner Lett. Yeah. So it might not be a small change. And I think so Commissioner Zatella, do you want us to continue working here on the Grand Rapids area? What are you thinking?
Well, I want to look at Ada and Cascade, and then if we have broader changes in the Grand Rapids area, I think we should create an alternative map to do that, because those are pretty significant.
And I think what they're asking, what they're showing us is, in order to make the changes to Ada and Cascade, they're helping us understand that this may actually be a way that preserves the communities. And I think that's why it isn't a small change.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So let's see where Ada and Cascade are in this map, which I think they're off on their own. Can we zoom out a little bit?
Yeah, they're in 96.
Yeah, they're in 96. Okay, so if we're gonna do that as a proposed change, I think we need to make that as an alternative map, because it's gonna have ripple effects.
Correct. And I think that's very appropriate, because I think this also helps us change Lansing, which we were talking about, and potentially even Flint, this whole area that it ripples and yeah.
So we have, okay, so Lansing, Grand Rapids, Battle Creek. I'm just making a list here. What am I missing? Lansing, Grand Rapids, Battle Creek.
Flint, and I think the Detroit area.
Flint is what I'm missing. And then Detroit area. Okay, so those are kind of big changes. So can we just do, since we have 10 minutes left before our break, before we get into the big changes, can we look at the little changes that are left, which are Sheboygan? We want to look at that. And we want to look at Oxford, Lake Orion on the house map to see how we have them split.
I can tell you that's not a small change.
What is it?
The Oxford
Lake Orion?
Yeah, it's about a 5,000 person change, which ripples. Yeah.
The same thing here. I don't see how we could change that, because if we try to put Sheboygan to the west, then we would have to, we'd have to bring 105 down, and does anyone want? It's again accommodated on the other two maps.
Right,
So-
that's what I was gonna say. We realized that we couldn't accommodate everything on every map.
Right.
So,
Okay, so Sheboygan, all right, let's take a gander at Oxford, Lake Orion, and we may come to the same conclusion. So
It's Pontiac.
down the bottom, down
Pontiac
Oakland
area.
County,
I was going to offer, there's one more small change, which is the UP shoreline. And this is so small, but again, I'm not sure it's worth, I think we as a commission have to talk about it, but it preserves sort of the UP shoreline. It's Dickinson County said they didn't want to be split. We'd still have to split them, but they would be associated with their southern shoreline, so to speak, rather than with the northern shoreline.
All right, so can you start zooming in right there? They're the coral color, a little farther up above Pontiac.
Not this right here?
Farther north. See that kind of peachy color? Yep.
Lake
All right,
Orion,
and
yeah.
Yep, it goes into Oxford. So 22,000 people. Can we see precinct level? So 5,000 people they want to have moved in and kept together. And can we back out a little bit and look along that border? So if we pulled 5,000 out, we'd have to pull 5,000 from the other side. Any reason why we couldn't pull those two precincts that are on the bottom of Oakland and move them over? Commissioner Clark, I'm looking at you because this is your area.
That will hurt the population in Rochester Hills. They'll bring it down, whatever that amount is.
Well, this doesn't include Rochester Hills. I'm talking about the green area.
Yeah.
Right where it says, so right there, those two precincts
Yeah,
next to
we
Goodrich.
added that so that Rochester Hills would get up to the 91,000.
Would get up to what?
The population would be at the 91,000 level.
But that's part of District 46, not Rochester Hills.
The green is part of 46.
Right, I'm talking about, so moving the top area of 29, which is in Oxford, moving that pink area in with the rest of 46.
Oh, okay.
And then taking those two precincts that have high Asian population and putting them into 29.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I
Is
was
that-
thinking you were going to take the yellow on.
No, and that's
Okay.
what I was asking. Is there any, would there be any problem with moving those into 29?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
So can we try that? So take those two precincts in 46, the 2899, 3282, and move them into 29. It's just a little shift. And then go up to the top and take Oxford and put it in with the rest of Oxford. And then we haven't fixed everything because we don't have Lake Orion with Oxford, but at least Oxford is whole. Does that make sense? So it's like a partial accommodation. So at least Oxford is now not split. Does that make more sense?
And Oxford is with Addison.
Oxford is with Addison.
That's
yeah.
what that was their big.
Yeah. I think that makes more sense. I mean,
Makes sense, yeah.
easy, pretty easy fix. too.
I
Did we-
would concur with that,
Okay.
knowing the area, yeah.
And now 29 is overpopulation, isn't it? How did that happen?
You added in
Oh, it
more
was
than
the
you took
biggest
out.
one. Okay. All right. Do you want to try to fix that now or you want to come back to it after lunch? You want to try to fix it? Yeah, let's just
try
fix it
fix
now.
it.
All right. So let's figure out, we have 29 is over by about 1,000 people, right? A little more than 1,000. Because 2,200 is about our threshold for a district to be over. So about 2,300, 2,250 is where we're over. And right now, so we need to take off about 700, 800 people off of District 29. So where do we want to try to accomplish that from? Commissioner Orton, do you have an idea?
Well, I think we need to put it into 38 because 38's low,
Okay.
if I'm reading it right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Where's 38?
So 38 is the Pontiac area.
Oh, okay.
So you want to just move that precinct right there? Yeah, let's try that.
Into 30, into
Yeah.
38?
Yep, that's part of Bloomfield. Oops, that was weird.
And is
29
now
is
at
good.
1.46 high, 38 is 0.26 low.
All right, Commissioner Orton.
I do see that was one of the Asian theme dots. So maybe that isn't the right precinct to take. I don't know. Because it takes it away from the district that has more Asian population.
Yeah, let's try to move that back and let's look northerly.
As I was doing this, I'd cycled between the African American theme as well as the Asian theme. And I'm not sure if there was another, but yeah, those are the two themes that made it challenging for me to figure out which way to go.
So we're putting into from, 29, we're taking from 29. So what about just north of Lake Angeles, that little precinct on the edge of 29 right now? Because I don't think there's much. So go farther north. Yeah, see Lake Angeles right there. that little precinct right there. How many is in that? Yeah. Can we do this?
2594, 2834.
So what about taking that 2594 and putting it down?
That would get you yeah, that'll work.
Commissioner Orton, did you have any thoughts? Commissioner Clark?
What's, is there a town there? The one
It's
we're-
it's like the fringe of Lake Orion. It's pretty rural along there. It's in between Lake Orion, Orion Township and Independence.
So you're kind of breaking up Lake Orion doing that.
Well, it's not really part of Lake Orion though. It's just Orion Township. Commissioner Orton.
I think there's one other place we could look if we go down south a little bit. I don't know the area, so I don't know which would be best,
The
but.
first one
this-
when we
the-
laid, how much Asian population was there? I'm sorry.
That 2061. How much is there? We gotta flip back to Asian. I think we're on African American.
That's okay.
Okay.
So it was
10%.
224 people out of 2061, 10.87%.
Can you click on the dot to the east of that?
This,
That one, yeah. Yeah, I was confused. It didn't show a dot in that precinct.
yeah, this is because this precinct actually runs all the way over here. I highlighted it a moment ago, and this 2825 is connected to that. So I suppose you could take, part of that precinct. I'll select it. You'll see.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah,
That's
I
one
think the
precinct.
first move that Cynthia had recommended, 200 people is not significant in the
Yeah,
big scheme of
I-
things. I think that would be the appropriate
I
thing. That
agree.
really got the numbers down.
Yeah.
You can also split the precincts along this Telegraph Road. Yeah, it's just, it looks like a beltway.
Mhm.
This is one precinct.
I'd
that-
rather do a full precinct than split one. What do you think, Cynthia? You want to go back to the original? Let's go back to the original. So let's put that 2061 back in. Ooh, not all that. All right, was that, all right, I think that's good. So let's do a save before everything falls apart on us. All right, it is currently 1 PM. We're supposed to take a recess from 1 to 2 without objection. We will recess from 1 o'clock till 2 PM. Hearing no objection, we are in recess until 2 PM.
Please switch it.
As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 2:06 p.m. Will the secretary please take the roll?
Absolutely. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely, as well as where you are physically attending from. I'll call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eade. Brittany Kellum.
Present and attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang. Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
11 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. Okay, so we are going back to where we left off. We were working on the Pine Map version 2, and we, I think, accomplished all of our little changes. Excuse me. Let me just double check my list. And so now we're going to move on to kind of what we would call the bigger changes, which are Detroit, Flint, Lansing, Grand Rapids, Battle Creek, and then Benton Harbor. I forgot to include that on the list. Commissioner Rothorn.
There's one more little change, which is it's Dickinson Iron, and it's the UP shoreline. And I guess I just wanted to acknowledge that we did hear from the UP that they sort of there's a Lake Michigan side of the UP and there's the Lake Superior side. And so it's a small change in the Dickinson County area. Again, it does the Native American community that is up there, which is the minority population that I was aware of, is already stretched. So this is a community like this, the shoreline community rather than the indigenous community. That would be a change.
So can we go up and look at the area that that Commissioner Rothorn is addressing?
Yes, I'll open it up now.
So in 108, you can see that it just goes all the way on the southern tip, the Lake Michigan tip. Yeah, all we would be doing is adding. So what we would do is we would shift it. So it's just 107 would be the southern district and 108 would be the northern district. Just like the northeastern section of 107, it would go all the way, it wouldn't quite touch Sault Ste. Marie. And again, I'm not suggesting that this is an essential thing. This is a small thing that might reflect a community of interest for the UP. It's just making sure that the north 108 is the North Superior side and 107 is the Michigan side.
Commissioner Witches, go ahead.
What community of interest are you trying to talk about here out of curiosity?
Again, it's just what I heard in that they divide north and south rather than east and west, the UP. So it's not a community of interest as much as I heard that there was a shoreline, like we have shoreline communities. And so it's just that not Marquette, but Dickinson Iron is sort of like on the western side. That again, super small.
So I thought when we did this, we drew 107 and 106 because we were trying to take into account the Native American populations.
Then let's not change it.
Yeah.
Let's keep it the same.
I thought we did that quite deliberately.
Yeah, and Dickinson wanted to stay whole, but it doesn't work even if we, Dickinson's still split.
Yeah.
Right. So the way that I'm looking at it is community of interest, Iron Mountain is together. And I also agree with the fact that counties technically aren't communities of interest. So I think this is fine at this particular point. Plus we're preserving more communities of interest throughout the entirety of the UP by doing this split.
Okay, let's keep it the same.
Yes, Commissioner Clark.
Could we do a quick review of the Grosse Point area, particularly Grosse Point Woods, and make sure that it's whole?
I don't think it is, and I thought that was done for VRA purposes.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it
That-
was. I know what
if
you're
it
talking
was,
about.
then that's acceptable, I think.
Yeah, that northern part next to Harper Woods.
Correct.
It's westernly. I thought we did that intentionally for
Um,
VRA.
Yeah, I can't remember, to be honest with you.
Commissioner Orton.
Just before we go into the big changes, maybe we should run the partisan fairness again. and
Yes,
see where
great
we stand.
idea. You're dividing by 0. I think you need to rerun it. It's going to make you click on partisan fairness again. Oh, it did it. Good. Yeah. Partisan fairness. Yeah. Yeah, not focused memory, statewide, yeah. Yeah. All right.
Lopsided margins is 5.8% favoring the Republican.
Mhm.
Mean median difference is 3.1% favoring Republican. Efficiency gap is 5.7% favoring Republican. And then the seats to votes proportionality bias is 1.4% favoring Republican, and this seat count is 56-54 Democrat.
So virtually no change. There was a 1.1 drop in the lopsided margin. All right. Do we want to, before we start making some bigger changes, do we want to save a new version as version 3? Yeah. All right. So let's save this as version 3. And my suggestion is that we start with Grand Rapids, Lansing first, because I think they affect each other. And then Battle Creek and Benton Harbor, because I think they affect each other too. But I know we have specifically received proposed maps redrawing the Lansing area and the Grand Rapids area. And I mean, we can do them incrementally too. If you guys want to do that, we can do like Lansing and then save a new version and then do Grand Rapids and, you know, do it that way, or we can kind of do it all on one map. Commissioner Eid and then Commissioner Witches.
Did we examine putting Saugatuck in that Lakeshore district?
Not yet, no. Commissioner Orton, go ahead.
I kind of tried. I don't think in a house map we can go up that far because it's already as skinny as it can get.
Would it, I'm not opposed to starting in those areas, but would it make more sense to look at the Detroit area because the ripple effect there is going to be much, much larger?
I was going to say the same thing. And we've got like all the commissioners that can help us currently present.
Yeah, I guess the difficulty with that is for the other areas, we have maps that we were going to overlay. And that's kind of what I was thinking, that those are easier changes.
But we have an overlay for that's what I mean. Like we have an idea, like an overlay for the Detroit area too. That's what we were looking at earlier today.
Okay.
I mean, it's not a complete overlay, but it's an overlay that allows, some of the, it's their ideas overlay. And I think they would ripple out like Commissioner Witches was saying.
Go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I would suggest that we just start with the simpler changes more than the complex one to get through this, but that's my opinion. It'll work either way.
The other reason I want to do it is because we have put off Detroit until the end of the day each time. And I just want to just sort of see if we can start with Detroit and just that's what I'm thinking, like go with the hard stuff first while we're more fresh.
But I think with Lansing and Grand Rapids, there was sort of consensus that those changes were okay. With Detroit, I feel like it's a different situation that I'm not sure everybody is on board with those changes. I'm just trying to get us a consensus map to start with before we move into areas where there may not be consensus and we might be changing things back. Commissioner Kellum and then Commissioner Curry, did you have your hand up or was that just your hand sitting?
Yeah, because I'm trying to understand your last comment you made about Detroit. You were saying something about Detroit wasn't together or what? I'm not understanding that right.
No, I was saying that for Lansing and Grand Rapids, we have very specific maps that are like 4 and 5 districts for those areas where changes were requested to what we have, which are very specific. They're not ideas. They're very specific. They're make these changes, and that it's easier to make those changes and then move on to Detroit than it is to start with ideas and then play with Detroit, I guess would be my point.
I don't think we have so many ideas in Detroit, do we? Idea is something that's not concrete.
Yeah, I don't think these are ideas. Maybe it's a semantics issue. These are configurations that I've thought about that came from the comments and from the TCF hearing. And I think, of course, I'm just one commissioner, but if we don't start with Detroit and we start in these other areas, it will be similar. I'm already kind of hearing this idea or this plan, this approach being pitched in a way that's complicated. And it then will be received that way when we're going into when we're coming down to Detroit and I suggest and it's time for the overlay, then that might be difficult because we've already kind of crunched down and painted ourselves into a corner unless I'm thinking about it incorrectly.
No, that was well said.
Go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
The other areas we're talking about are far from Detroit.
Right.
So I don't think that whatever we do in Detroit or in those areas would impact Detroit. Because we're talking Flint, which is further north. We're talking Lansing further to the west and Grand Rapids and the Lakeshore even further west. So I would go with the simpler ones and get them out of the way.
Commissioner Lett.
Let's just do Detroit.
Okay. All right, so you've saved this as Pine 3, is that right?
So do we want to use Pine version 2? Is that finished for the day or are we coming back that? Because I know there's still, you have changes to make. Are they going to go into V2?
So Pine was what we started with, right?
Correct.
And we have the smaller kind of more incremental communities of interest that we were targeting with that. And so now we're going to go make some bigger changes in Pine 3. So I would not say we are done with Pine 2 because we may end up having to clone that and make a version 4 off of that.
Okay.
So
is V3 a version of V2?
V3 is going to be a version of V3 is a version of V2 with Detroit changes, Detroit specific changes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, question for MC. You mentioned an overlay for Detroit. Where did that overlay come from?
This is when Commissioner Kellum and I were working together, like this is what she saw and has drawn this map, but it's not a complete, it's the parts like Southfield, like there's 3 parts of Southfield that sort of like change. And then we were looking at it earlier this morning. Actually, that the same overlay, that District 8, for example, was the same.
Okay.
So these are districts that Commissioner Kellum likes that that I helped her map and that we've made an overlay of.
Okay, thank you.
This is the overlay layer. I'm going to turn off voting precincts just for a moment so we can get a better visual of
I'm wondering if it might be easier to see if it's blue instead of red.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm good.
It's just hard to see with the kind of more pink districts.
Is that fluorescent? Nope, that won't work.
That doesn't work, no. We have so many greens on this map. Green doesn't work well.
I'm gonna make it very dark.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And it looks like we don't have Mr. Adelson here with us, but one of the things I was encouraged by is like, because I think we've got the Dearborn area, and I think you know this area, like several commissioners know this area. But I think we've got a coalition potential, like the Arab voting pattern analysis that was created. I think we have to understand the Hispanic population. There's so much data that we got yesterday. I shouldn't say we didn't get a lot of data, but we got confirmation. And I'm wondering how we can help draw better districts because of this. That's what but we don't have Mr. Adelson here.
So Kent, before we proceed, can you export the spreadsheet, the matrix?
For the version 3, yeah.
Yes, before we make any changes to it, because I think that would be helpful. Commissioner Witches?
Just a thought.
Well, we always have it off of V2, but
Do we have a version from V? That's true. We have it off of V2. I just want it for
No,
easy
I'm-
comparison because we're going to change some of these VRA numbers and I want someplace we can compare them.
Just a thought that I had before we go on to major changes, because this, correct me if I'm mistaken, but the Senate and the congressional ones, we focused on the minor changes first and we voted to publish that for the 45-day period. Should we do the same thing with the House and take the version 3 and submit that for public comment for the 45-day period as an option before we go through major changes?
It's not done yet though, because we haven't done Grand Rapids and Lansing and we haven't done any of the other areas. We wanted to change. That was kind of what my preference would have been, to finish that first and then we have that version and then a version with Detroit changes.
Good point.
But we're going to do it a different way. Okay, so guys, start making your changes if this is what you want to do.
the Navy area, the Navy boundaries are the overlay districts. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 stacked vertically that run left to right through where my cursor is. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that go around this way. Or 7. There's one there.
Do we know that these districts equal the districts we're replacing? And can we just delete those districts out?
Well, we can see right here and looking at this, for example, 35 is half outside.
Yeah.
So when you take all this away, these have to change as well.
Yeah.
24.
Do you know how many districts?
That'll change. These are now 18 and 20, 21's untouched. So that could stay the same. But probably I'm trying to visualize it. Maybe use the numbers that are there. For example, 4 is very little change to 4. 6 is, a little bit. So we could keep this 4, 6, make the changes to 11 and do it like that.
That makes a lot of sense. What do you think?
Or we can delete them and start over.
Well, no, I'm not saying delete all. I'm saying okay, so 2, 10, 12, we can see there's pretty significant changes there.
And 22.
Yeah, and just delete them out. And then you've got a clean slate that you're building on.
Just gotta make sure we pick the right numbers once we delete them.
That's exactly it.
So, yeah, it really
It just
doesn't
makes
much
it
matter.
easier to see. Yeah.
So I'll delete 1, 2, 3, 4 right out.
And maybe 10, because 10 you're gonna take a lot of too. So 1, 2, is 3 coming out or not? Okay. Oh, well, I think most of it's preserved. Yeah, I'd do 1, 2, 10.
See, this 22 is cut in half. So yeah, this area will have to go somewhere.
Commissioner Orton?
Well, I just have a question. Maybe this was answered and I missed it, but so MC and Brittany worked on this, right?
Yes.
Did you take into consideration the VRA districts and all of those numbers as you were doing it?
Yes.
The answer is yes and no. We don't know that we got it right, but it's more communities of interest changes, right? So yes, that is a question. That is a big question, but it's trying to respond to the communities, the TCF public hearing, and that overwhelming idea that like, hey, you got it wrong, get the house maps right. And so this is an overwhelming trying to say, okay, this is an effort to try to respond, with a community and like, yes, maybe VRA compliant perspective.
One, Madam Chair, just point one, a couple, just noticing a couple things we're going to have to deal with is this area of 22 is obviously not sufficient to be a district. So that's going to have to go somewhere. And I don't know. I'm just thinking we start right here at the core, because obviously we're not going into Canada. So just start with these districts here, maybe go up that away.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Just kind of go up there and get these.
That's what I think you're going to
And
have
then
to
go
do.
down through here, maybe.
Yeah. So MC or Commissioner Kellum needs to direct you as to what to do.
Should I direct Commissioner Kellum?
Yeah, because I
Commissioner
thought
Curry?
he was just going to simply unassign the areas that have been assigned and start filling them in based upon what is outlined in the Navy. So Kent, if you need me to say that, that's what I'm telling you.
Well, sometimes it's easier. Like in the case of 4, I'm just going to fix 4 right quick because that's
correct. And fill in the
quick
areas
fix.
and then unassign that. Right.
Yeah.
And
So
so
if
whatever
that's
you
the
suggest
basic
is the
idea.
starting point.
Okay. If it's agreeable by the commissioners, I'll just, follow these blue lines to the best of my ability.
Yes, that's what I would prefer. And I'm watching to make sure we get it right. I don't want to say you get it right. So I just put a we in there.
Madam Chair, I don't think your microphone is on if you're addressing.
I'm just asking him a question.
The question was whether we can actually bring this in as a merge file or a file to merge. So I'm going to try to show you that and maybe see if you know how to do that.
Yeah, it would just be a lot faster if we just had an actual plan that we could just merge.
Well, you have to pick which district numbers you're going to merge in.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. When you saw how
And
it
whether
goes,
you're
I
going
think
to
it
delete everything that it touches
Mm-hmm.
underneath. So it's going to delete them and then we have to recreate. It'll be
But we're
50.
going to have to do that anyway on the border because how much this changes the surrounding
I think it's going to be
districts.
50-50, however you do it.
He has it. I sent it to him. The shape files and all that. Okay, let me show it to you then. It's that one there. Let's take out Trade House Investments. Oh, you know what? I did, but I don't think I'm connected. That's why. Every time it crashes because it's not connected. So I'm just gonna.
To speed this process along, Kent, just go ahead and start assigning things. You don't need us to direct you. So within that shapefile, if you want to make that District 2 and start filling in that blue area, please just go ahead and start doing
Okay,
it.
that's what I was doing.
Just so we don't have to direct you on every single change because there's a lot here.
Thank you. Pause the syncing too. That's it.
Sorry, you guys.
Again, it wasn't a complete thing. It's just like this is the area that she liked. This is the area she liked. She's like, I don't know about this. We didn't even have enough time. No.
Yes, Commissioner Clark.
While this is going on, I have a question for MC. When you and Brittany worked on this, did you use any external templates or maps?
Yeah, we looked at like maps that were on the portal for sure. Like we looked at different places and tried to understand which ones, yeah, like different people, like the Lansing one, for example. Like I looked at a portal submission from a commission, like we looked at Mr. Like yesterday, like even looking at. So the answer is yes, we looked at portal submissions.
Did you look at AFL-CIO or the?
Not AFL-CIO.
The other big, what's the other one? Promote the vote?
Promote the vote.
Promote the vote. Yes, I think we looked at one of those.
You did. Okay.
Commissioner Witches?
I'm gonna say any other ones out of curiosity that did you write them down? Which ones you used?
So we were looking at different.
Go ahead, Commissioner Rothorn. I'll go talk after.
We were looking at different ideas, but we weren't looking at lobbying stuff.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I was
Okay.
wondering if you had, just for documentation purposes for these particular changes, do you know which ones you looked at?
We got
I think the biggest documentation is what we all collectively heard in the Detroit area. And there were many references to, like even in the Southfield, Livonia, Redford, like as we go west to the configuration that I'm suggesting, to more horizontal configuration, so east-west, and obviously we can't do that in all areas, so I tried to accommodate that specifically. As I referenced before, the folks of Southfield really spoke up about that, and I think this also honors our third criterion of diversity and COIs. So there seems to be a lot of questions in the room, which is fine, but I think this speaks more to the representation of Detroit. Commissioner Clark, you and I spoke about this. I've spoken to other commissioners about this, talked to Bruce about this, and ways to make it better. Mr. Adelson also kind of referenced that earlier about how we could increase BVAP. So that was my line of thinking. And like I've said before, especially this week, trying to edify the diversity and the culture and the neighborhoods in Detroit. And I think this does a great job of it. So while it might not be perfect, I do think if changes are made here as we move into the other areas, that this is taken seriously, because I think it does a good job of listening to what we've heard thus far.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Widges, did you have a comment? Commissioner Rothorn?
So the only part, so I do think that the promote the vote we looked at, and I think we changed some things based on promote the vote, because they did have a coalition, but we didn't like the Dearborn districts, for example, right? What I remember is that like there were places where we liked it and there were places we didn't like it, but we needed ideas, right, to try to figure out, because we only had, we may have spent like 4 hours together, right? My computer crashes and it wasn't even using.
I don't have a working computer.
Yeah, so it was one of those, like, we have a little bit of time, which I was in an effort, I was working with Brittany in an effort to try to respond to the people from Detroit, knowing that they know the city better than I do. And I think all of us recognize the people from Detroit know this place better. That's what we're listening for, is like, how do we actually make it better, right? And yes, right, I think we should be independent and we should not respond to lobby interests or political interests. If the numbers come out and they're like clearly wrong, then so be it. But my hunch is that this is actually represents the people's will better than what we've drawn.
Thank you, Commissioner Rothorn.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, my perception of promote the vote is it's a political organization behind it. And I have the same perception of the AFL-CIO maps. And it's slanted a specific way for a specific purpose. And I don't think they should be used in any context in the maps that we're drawing. Now, maps coming from individuals, for certain areas, I would accept, but not from political organizations.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
We agree with you. But the idea is, like, if we don't have time enough to figure out how to do it, using the ideas is that's why it's an idea.
And that's my confusion. Each one of the people that submitted maps, we've used ideas, we've used public comments, we've used our own experience being from these varying areas, and we've come up with, now maps that we're pushing forward. And this seems to be a continuation of yesterday, of this scrutiny of, I'm not from Jupiter, I'm from Detroit. So it feels odd to keep justifying this point.
And I think what's important too is that, like, because there's so many different communities within Detroit, like as we were trying to adjust, right, for the African-American population in the first district, I think we were trying to not take away from the Latino vote. Right, it's complicated. There's an interwoven. There's many ethnic groups, many political interests. Their political identities, right? And how they vote and their ability to select or elect the candidates that they choose. Trying to understand it all. And again, this is where what Mr. Adelson was trying to help us understand. There's a coalition district that we might be able to understand. Again, this may allow for some of those. Yeah, and I don't know it very well, but I recognize that I don't know it, and I'm looking for ideas, and this is where Commissioner Kellum and I were trying to come up with ideas together. And again, we tried to bring in Commissioner Curry as well. It's just sometimes it was so late, sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
This area, let me do this right here. The area 34 and the southern parts, this district here runs all the way down into this waterfront area. I'm going by the blue boundary. May I ask commissioners, is this the intent for this district to come down and
It's water, so I would say that at one point we'll have to go back to the block level and reassign it to 6, just so it's.
well, I'm just saying right now, my inclination would be to leave this area in 6.
Yeah.
All the way up to this line, but I don't know if that's what the
Yes,
Yeah, I think it's just a.
Commissioner Rothorn, that's.
yeah,
what
just
you
keep it in
suggest?
6.
Okay.
Yep. Yep, that's fine.
Sorry, I muted myself. I was saying yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Makes the District 6, uniform, and it keeps this district from appearing. This is very much like watching a pot boil, isn't it?
Mhm.
It is.
Paint dry, right?
I don't mind.
We'll get it done here.
Do you want to be assigning it to 11? Okay. So 11 and 34. So I thought the district to the right was 11 and this one was going to be a different district. But maybe that's 34 and it's just the same color.
Commissioner Orton.
I think 11 and 34 are the same color might be the problem.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Eid?
Yeah, when y'all get up to the Southfield area, let me know. I think I figured it out where it does most of it without going into 16 or 21.
Okay, thank you.
So again, we're offering this as a way to move forward in the Detroit area that honors the COIs. The fact that Detroit is hugely compact, as Mr. Adelson referenced, in terms of demographics and the population, and it being an urban city. And then also being a Detroiter and listening to, and Commissioner Curry, you can chime in if you'd like, listening to the abundance or overwhelming comments that we have to reunite some of the neighborhoods in a way that wasn't reflected previously. So while we don't have specifics on the numbers just yet, I think this is a strong base to move forward.
I feel like that was not consistent with what I was hearing from Detroit. I don't remember commissioner or individual commenters saying that they wanted neighborhoods put back together. I remember a lot of comments about wanting minority majority districts with more than 50% African American. I don't remember much, if anything, about neighborhoods being said, honestly.
That was the whole Rosedale Park comment, the Cornerstone, Morningside, those are neighborhoods.
But that was a very small group of people commenting, not the majority of Detroit. We had a very few people commenting about specific areas, but overall it was more about minority majority districts.
And the way to do that, because Detroit is made up of neighborhoods, respectfully, is to reunite them. And I can go get my notes.
Julianne, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, and I do believe Commissioner Kellum highlighted a few of those neighborhoods. And again, respecting the historical nature of so many of Detroit's neighborhoods. Sorry, was looking at what Mr. Stegall was doing. Again, for the distinguishing again between the first criteria, the Voting Rights Act, which the commission engaged that analysis and those compliance activities based on the RBV analysis by Dr. Hanley. But what I think I hear Commissioner Kellum discussing is, again, the third criteria of diversity and communities of interest. And those important distinctions between those two criterias in the focus of uniting neighborhoods that I believe what is again what I hear Commissioner Kellum attempting to do in these efforts. But that wouldn't have VRA implications is my point, Madam Chair. That those are two very distinct activities and it would not have a Voting Rights Act component.
But I feel like that didn't really address my comment. My comment was most of the people were complaining that they felt that we weren't complying with the VRA. They were not complaining about neighborhoods.
Correct. So to address your comment more directly, a lot of the comments were again advocating for more than 50% majority minority districts based on the VRA, which would likely be held to constitute racial gerrymandering. And again, that would create VRA issues. Where I see this conversation happening is not rooted or anchored in the VRA at all. So while I acknowledge that a lot of the comments that you were referencing that were said at the TCF Center centered around VRA and those goals, that there were other comments on the portal and there that reference the neighborhoods throughout this process, and that again, based on the neighborhood overlays and other data present on and available on the city of Detroit, that that this neighborhood approach would be appropriate.
So I understand what you're trying to say, but Commissioner Kellum and Commissioner Rothhorn said they based this on promote the vote, not on neighborhoods. So that's
no, I
where
did not say that. This whole week I've been talking about neighborhoods. I have specifically not mentioned the VRA, and just to minimize that those are only a small group of people. When we've accommodated the Bengali community, we've accommodated all other communities. I'm growing weary of this. It's just surprising. That's all. Commissioner Rothhorn, you can proceed.
So I'm questioning why we need to completely redraw the map to accommodate neighborhoods. It seems like if your concern was neighborhoods, we just simply could have put the neighborhood map back on. Yvonne? Commissioner Curry? Okay. I guess I'm just confused as to why you just wouldn't adjust neighborhoods using the existing lines rather than completely redrawing things. Commissioner Curry?
Well, one reason is the communities of interest is all about neighborhoods. One neighborhood is connected to another neighborhood, and that neighborhood is connected. It's just like your toe is connected to your ankle, your foot is to your ankle is to your leg, and so on. That's how we're connected in Detroit. So that's why it's about neighborhoods.
And therefore we weren't connecting the right neighborhoods to the right neighborhood, right? To the one neighborhood to another, right? And I think what I was hearing when I was drawing with Commissioner Kellum was like, it's not always articulated, right? Now we looked at, so I did look at my notes and I tried to find some of the ones that we looked at from the hearing, right? In the Southfield area in particular, there was Southfield and Oak Park, and there was a Jewish community that we wanted to recognize. And there was CSEP 4774, there was P 6764, like there's all sorts of Ps and other ones that we looked at. And again, when we get to the promote the vote maps, which I hear is a real concern because they may be lobbyists, right? Again, we're not taking the whole map, right? What Commissioner Kellum said was like, wow, we only have a few hours. So that's what she looked at, and it was
one of many references. It was just one of many references. The larger part of it was the discussion that happened at the TCF hearing. So we don't even have to include that. I'm looking at where is it? What word? I just lost it. Create horizontal districts between Woodward and 8 Mile. Another reference to Elm map. Different interest in suburban Livonia, which would be the area to the west that I have crafted. Let's see. Lower East Side together. These are comments from Detroit. So it just simply sounds like it's just not good enough, because it's not just about neighborhoods, it's the COIs. I think Commissioner Curry provided a perfect anecdotal example and explanation of how Detroit is distinctively unique. It's unfortunate that maybe they should have used more semantics than, or like the Flint area, but to me, those cities are very similar and they were saying the same things.
So I have a couple commissioners who have hands raised, but just on that point, I think to me, the biggest issue is you're mentioning these communities of interest, but when we collaboratively mapped, we discussed many, many communities of interest and we weighed them as a collective and drew lines based on that. And what is happening here is that UNMC and Commissioner Curry have individually decided which communities of interest you think are important for this area. And you're asking us as a collective to just accept them without consideration. And that's where I think the concern is coming.
No, I have
I'm just trying to, I'm talking about what people in the room.
I have listened to
Again,
Detroit.
you
I have
listen
listened
and
to
you
the
give your
other
opinion.
commissioners. It's not about me or Commissioner Curry. And you all are doing the same thing as yesterday. And I want to keep fighting for what I heard.
Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner E.
One moment, please. Commissioners, just a reminder not to speak over each other. It makes it difficult for members of the public to understand you. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner E.
We've been going for about an hour. I don't know about y'all, but I got to use the bathroom. So I'd like to motion for a
You
10-minute recess.
You don't need to motion. Without objection, it is currently 3:03 and we will take a 15-minute recess, just about. So we will stand in recess until 3:15. Mr. Stikal,
Shall I stop?
please continue doing what you're doing unless you also need to take a break.
No, I can take a, yeah, I'm good, continue working. The question is, shall I? Should I?
Just continue
Yeah,
for
me
now, please.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Curry, did you have another comment?
You know, my comment is one of the same that we've been hearing. When we get to some of these other districts and you go to the northern and the western and the eastern side, you know, I'm all for what's right. I'm all for, I don't say a word. When you come down to Detroit and you make statements as we're collaboratively together or what, I haven't talked to anybody. I'm going by what I know. I've lived in Detroit all of my life. I know what connects us. I'm gonna leave it like that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Curry. Commissioner Orton.
I was just gonna say, I can stay in the room and oversee if we need a commissioner to be.
I think Commissioner Witches might be able to as well. Yeah. Okay, so it's 3:05, so we had a little change in our time, so we will be in recess until 3:20. Thank you. As Chair of the Commission, I recall this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 3:22 p.m. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with Doug Clark,
Present.
Juanita Curry,
I'm here and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan. Did you all hear me?
Yes, we did.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Anthony Eid, Brittany Kellum,
Present and attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang, Steve Lett.
Present.
I'll return to Anthony Eid.
Present.
Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Rothorn,
Present.
Rebecca Zatella,
Present.
Janice Villette,
Present here.
Aaron Wagner, Richard Weiss,
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
We have 11 commissioners present. There is a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so picking up where we were at, Commissioner Clark.
Yes, I'd like to put a motion forward that we use the same technique that we did the other day where we limit time relative to the discussion on each segment that we're going to talk about. And so I would, as part of the motion, say that we do another half hour on this. And then for each additional segment, such as Grand Rapids and Flint, we spend 45 minutes on each one of those. Or less.
Or less. Or less. Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Clark. Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Lett to limit time to 30 minutes to continue in the Detroit area and then 45 minutes per area after that. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion?
Yes.
Commissioner Lett.
Is that the idea we're gonna, it's doubtful we'll finish with these in the time limit that you're suggesting. Is it the intent to come back to this at a later time or tomorrow morning?
Oh,
Yes?
oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Any additional discussion or debate? Commissioner Eid.
You know, I agree that we're short on time, but I think we have to let this process that's currently happening play out and see if it works or not. It might work, it might not work, but I think we need to see if it does and then make a decision from there on, you know, where to go. So I don't think a half hour is enough time to finish what we're doing now.
Commissioner Clark.
A half hour is sufficient time in my mind because we've already spent an hour. So if she gets double the time to talk about Detroit, she can come back to it when we're finished with the other segments. So I think that's perfectly acceptable.
Commissioner Curry.
Yes, I've sat through just about all of these meetings and especially the mapping parts. And I did not complain or say anything about how long you all spent on anything. I thought if it took that long to you and it was that important, that's what we needed to do. And when we go to start limiting things, I think that's kind of wrong. If we're running out of time, it's because we're debating too much. Let's just get down to business and do what's fair, what's right. And think of yourself as you do it. Everybody, I think that's been on this commission have pulled a finger up for their city, you know, and we're looking out. We try to look out for everybody because you know your city. I don't know anything about Rochester Hills hardly. I've been there, but you know it, and I respect that. And I think that you all ought to respect those of us that know Detroit. And let's not keep bickering. Let's just get it over with. And I love you all. Bye.
Thank you, Commissioner Curry.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor of the motion to limit time, 30 minutes, continued Detroit area, and then we will do 45-minute increments for the other 5 areas we need to work through today.
Roll call.
Can we do a roll call vote, please?
Commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or a no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Janice Follett.
We can't hear.
Yes.
Commissioner Curry, can you hear us now?
That was Commissioner Kellum. I heard Commissioner Villette.
Oh, great. Richard Weiss,
Yes.
Dustin Witches,
No.
Doug Clark,
Yes.
Juanita Curry,
No.
Anthony Eid,
No.
Brittany Kellum,
No.
Steve Lett,
No.
Cynthia Orton,
No.
MC Rothhorn,
No.
Rebecca Satella.
No.
By a vote of 3 yes to 8 no, the motion does not carry.
All right, so we're just gonna continue with this process for the time being. Commissioner Orton.
Could we zoom out just so we can kind of get a look at it?
Yes, I will. I'll zoom out. I've just had to get these census blocks. I'll just now going out to get a picture of where I'm at with it. So where I'm at with it right now is this area is going to be 22. And this area will be unassigned. This is already unassigned, and we have this up in here that is unassigned, and then 12 is going to be over here, but this area will be unassigned. I'm almost at to the point where I'll do these districts, and then we'll have to reconcile. Well, this would be a district, I'm sure, but just matter of what number this district should be. Okay, so I'm just going to finish up this right here, and then we'll figure it out.
When you get up to 5 and 9, I'll map it. I think I can figure out a way to do it without going into 110, 21, or 18, or
okay, but yeah,
16.
and we have these here. I'll be up there in just a minute. Let me just redo this one right here. Water blocks. I'm gonna put those in 22 so they continue following
Okay.
what has been done. Looking down here, 22 is at minus 4.93, but we do have unassigned here, so that would be easy enough to add up to there. 13 has been edited and it's well low. But 1 is finished anyway. It's -5. We got a little bit to do right there. So we'll add into that. 4 is completed. 2 is completed. 6 is completed. 11 is completed, and 10's vacant. So 10's going to go right there, I think. 12 is going to, I'm going to put 10 right here. And then we'll be up into this area that was spoken of earlier. And now it looks like 10 is within the boundaries. 8 is within the boundaries. Best I can tell. If I miss a census block or two, we could go back and pick them up, when we do the diagnostics, or if somebody sees it. So at this point, it looks like 1 all the way around through 8 is completed.
Mhm.
And we got to do something with that little bit up there. We got to deal with 16, 18 is still, 18 is missing. So 18 is heavily edited. I think 21 is still intact, pretty much, yes. So 21's intact. 18 and 16 hasn't been edited yet, but it's going to be very different.
Commissioner Rothorn.
So I think this is where Commissioner Eid, maybe it's time for you to help us.
Right.
Is that true?
I think this is a spot where we can make, so like this area here, like in between 9, 5, 110, 16, and 21. It's an example of how we can use the base map, the collaborative one, and tweak it to be closer to this alignment that has Commissioner Kellum's overlay. So for example, we made those 110 changes earlier today for the higher Asian population district. And I think it's the highest one in the state, probably the highest that the state's ever had. So I don't want to go all the way into 110. So Commissioner Kellum, if you'll enable me to, I have a configuration here that I did on my end that gets most of
Absolutely. That was my intent, that we use our existing map and adjust things around this configuration. And then I think Mr. Adelson stepped out, but then I think it would be helpful to go district by district to kind of explain things and look at the metrics and do all the things that we normally do. So go ahead, Commissioner Eid.
Okay, so those districts in 5 that are above the blue line. Oh, yes, sorry.
I have one not suggestion. I'm just saying we might want to be dealt with We have 4 unassigned precincts here, 5 or 6 right through here. I understand we're talking in this area, but those have to be assigned somewhere at some point.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about those, so I'm just gonna do what I know how to do at this point.
I'm just saying that if we're going over
Yeah.
there, they're all gonna change.
Yeah.
Because those areas,
Okay, so those districts in Farmington Hills above the blue line on the left in District 5 currently. Yes, those townships, put them in 9. No, not townships, precincts.
precincts.
Okay, now let's see. Can you take off the layer, actually?
You want to turn off the
Yeah, can
overlay?
you turn that off? It's getting in the way of the precinct lines a little bit.
Where's it coming from now? All right, let me remove them because it's not turning them off. Oh, that's why.
There
Okay,
we go.
so
Okay, now Lathrop Village and the areas underneath it, let's put those into 5.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
So the precinct with 4028, let me get my population numbers up too to make it easier to direct you.
Okay.
I think Lathrop Village is to the east there, borderline with 16, correct? That municipal boundary, the blue line. Is that right, Anthony?
2043 up here.
Yeah, both of those, 2043, 2045.
Sorry about that. Those go to 16.
No, those go to 5.
5. And 2045.
Well, so go a little left, 1662. Yeah, 2045, 1662, 1748, 1869.
All those.
Yep, all those.
And I guess the southern part down here.
That is correct. And also the 2 above it, 2072, 2144.
2.
Yep, those 2. Okay, now that whole block that's kind of hanging down south that starts with 2270.
Yes.
So yeah, just make a square out of that and put those in 5 as well.
Go all the way across here.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, that precinct in 5, that's curvy 2322. Put that in 9. Okay, now let's move to the top of District 9, north. Okay, these parts that are in District 16, we're going to move some of them into 9. So 3038, 2523, 3605, 2513. And I think that's all of them over there. So this essentially follows Greenfield Road now. Well, actually, no, the eastern edge of 5 is Greenfield Road. The eastern edge of 9 is Southfield Boulevard. Okay, now can you zoom out, please? Let me see. 5 should be okay. Actually, can you scroll down to the part of 5 that's in Wayne County? So the part underneath there, right? Put that into 16.
Put all of this into
16.
15,
16.
16.
Right, because it's currently in 5. Well, just, I think you did too much there.
Too
Yeah,
much. I mean, undo that. Just the lower part?
Yeah, so all the ones that are currently in 5, so the light blue.
Right, that go to 16.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was doing. Continue all the way up to the county line?
Exactly. Now in 21, there's a precinct with 1,808 people that's in between 16 and 21, right where you were in that same area.
Oh, right, same area.
Yeah, exactly.
It has how many?
1808. Right there, right in the middle.
1808. Oh, right there. Okay.
Yep, put that into 21. All right, can you zoom out? How's 21 looking?
21 is 0.45%.
How's 16 looking?
16 is 2.14.
How's 5 looking?
Oh, let me get that. 5 is 2.39.
How about 9?
9 is 4.41 low.
Something there. Wait, low?
9 is 4.4 low.
Okay, can you zoom in on 9? I missed something. Oh, that top part, that's now currently 24. Put that in 9.
That.
Yep. Okay, how's 9 now?
9 is at 2.52 low.
We didn't change anything on 110, but what is that now?
I'm sorry. 110, we have 90,000. Okay, yeah, we have a lot on the sign, but 110 is 1.95.
That still has
28% Asian.
Right. Okay. So I think this is an example of how we can take the old map or the collaborative map, Pine version 2, and incorporate some of these changes, because I believe this is what you were going for, Commissioner Kellum, with 5 and 9, more or less.
Yes. Yep, that's fine. Those adjustments look great to me. As in, I don't have a problem with them.
And it, yeah. Okay, well, hope that helped for that area.
So what about the Troy area, Commissioner Kellum? Like, yeah, where do we?
So,
yeah, the unassigned Clarkston. Yep.
That's what's happening in 21. Is it 415?
21. Commissioner Cullum, 21 is at 0.45%. 21 is solid.
What about 3218? Like what's around there that we can maybe play with?
32 is on, but yes, we have this unassigned and this unassigned. You know, we bring these two unassigned areas together and they end up in one place, kind of, sort of.
Yeah, and then 10 is under, right? Yeah.
28, this district right here could take population. 25 needs a lot. Matter of fact, 25 hardly
has anything.
Yeah, 25 needs a lot. So, somehow we migrate this population over here in some fashion. Let me change the color on 25 so we see it better.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see it hanging out. The Warren, Sterling.
Yeah, all
Heights, that
those you can't,
slither.
I can't,
Yeah.
I can't see them. So I think 25 had at one time come down, probably into 12 and 10, I suppose. But 25 needs 20,000.
Okay.
And we have this fairly significant area unassigned. And 3, it just depends on, where you want to start. That's 9,000. If that's 9,000 people right there, then it would be perfect. But I suspect it's a lot more than that.
Well, let's start playing with it. These are the answers that I didn't, I didn't have a solve for. It's sad that, whatever. I hope that if anyone has any input, they would be willing to experiment with me. But if not, then I'll kind of poke around and figure this out. Let's start there and see what we can pull.
Commissioner Cullum, I suggest we highlight all this area and see what the population is, just to have an idea of what we're looking at, whether it's, whatever the number is. So let's just select it and see how many people we're dealing with.
It looks like it between 18 and 3 is kind of that area that might benefit. But I think we also want to be just really clear about what coalition areas, like who's here, and how do we want to assign it? Where do we want to assign it? What districts are we making?
And that's why I didn't want to make that decision by myself. Yeah.
Commissioners, the highlighted area has a population of 29,010, which is roughly 3.5% of a district. I mean, I'm just, actually, it's more like 30% of a district. I'm sorry. That's 29. So that's a 30% of a district, just for a rough idea.
Thank you, Mr. Stegall. Commissioner Orton?
So I see that 3 and 18 are significantly low, but there must be one that's high, or is there one that's high? Is there another one that's out of whack somewhere in the list?
We have that unassigned.
But there aren't any districts that are significantly over?
Looks like our largest district is 71, right? Based on just what I'm seeing in the orange right at the top. Whereas 71 is 71 the under?
Well, next to this unassigned is 1 can take, let's say, 6,000 of them. 3 can take, let's say, 9,000. So that's 15 of the 29. And 18 could theoretically take 9,000. So now let's just say we're at 20,000 between 1, 3, and 18. 21, can take 1,500, 2,000. 8 can take 1,500, 2,000. You probably could distribute them all amongst those districts, or fairly close.
So let's try that, Kent, please.
I just don't know how you want to do it.
Yeah, I know. But so let's take in population or areas that are closer to like the neighboring districts, if that makes sense. That's the way that I'm thinking about it.
Commissioner Orton?
Yep.
I'm just wondering, in this area, would any of the thematic dots help us as we try to parse out these precincts?
All of it would help, Commissioner Orton.
Commissioner Lett?
Well, I think the dots are good. The other thing would be, you might want to put the neighborhoods up here. I think MC said that we're trying to do what Detroit wants done. I'd be looking for Commissioner Curry and Commissioner Kellum to say, what is the unassigned yellow that we're looking at? Should it go one way or another? That's what the idea here is.
So can we have, I mean, when, yeah, never mind, Kent, you're doing it.
Okay. Okay, I guess we were using this earlier. This is what we've used earlier to build these whole things. And this is the neighborhood layer that has previously been used as a reference.
Russell Woods, Dexter, Linwood. Okay.
So these are whole, like this is that major road there is Jeffries, 96.
Commissioner Curry?
Yeah, and they're also pretty much the Black African neighborhoods too. So if you could, they're probably somewhere you can, well, knowing the nationality where they can still have things in CYI together.
Okay, so
that
what
would
do you
help
think?
to know. That would, well, you can put
1446, pull that into, what is that, District 1?
It looks like we could put, you know, this whole
Or that
string
whole-
across
okay.
here and,
yeah,
roughly.
So Commissioner Rothhorn, can you facilitate this discussion? So I
Yes.
can focus on other things? Thanks.
Absolutely.
So I'm gonna assign 1446, 1365, 835 to 1. Is that the will of the commission?
Willamette Park, yeah,
These three right here.
yeah.
Yes.
Should we complete the neighborhood there too, that 830, before
I
we
was gonna
move
say,
on,
yeah.
James? Yeah.
I mean, we can, you know, go as far
It's gonna
as,
go
but
across.
we'll finish that right there. I see what you're saying, yeah. So, you know, I would go just kind of move my way around this area, adding the population to the district. For example, I might, well, this neighborhood runs from down here where my cursor is, goes north and then curves and comes across.
Yep.
So with the population we're trying, it may be hard to keep that district. Well, you may be able to take
No,
3
that's
and go
true.
all.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna suggest, because that's the, like, I mean, it's up there, but the Russell Woods, Oakland community, that's a strong community.
Okay, we'll try, we'll do we'll start.
Assigning those areas to District 3.
And I'm seeing Commissioner Curry nodding her head. So yeah, let's keep going.
So I was just gonna go up and start with.
And here we have that Boston Edison neighborhood split again at the Lodge rather than at, right, we thought it was Woodward, but it's not actually Woodward, but it looks like that Lodge Freeway is a natural sort of split between for the Boston Edison. Is that okay?
Natural
Okay,
split.
you're
Yes.
natural split.
Yes.
All right, very good.
Okay. So 3 still needs a bunch, 18 needs a bunch, 18 needs a bunch. So, do we start here and get like these neighborhoods into 18?
I'm seeing Commissioner Curry nod her head, but it looks like you're thinking still.
Because this is 18
Yeah.
needs a bunch, and there's a bunch of different
Yeah.
ways to do it. You can go this way and that way or whatever.
Well, and we still have the Bagley neighborhood split. I don't know if you saw that, Commissioner Curry, or Commissioner Kellum, right? Up in 18, between 18
I did
and.
see it.
Okay.
But a little give and take. So we'll see. Because so Pilgrim Village can be assigned to 18. I agree with Commissioner Curry's assessment.
We'll move that
there.
across to 18. Okay. And that's not what we wanted. Sorry about that.
Don't apologize.
Commissioner Weiss was offering his eraser, Commissioner Kellum.
I need it.
Oh yeah, Kent's got it. All right. Does that Oakman Boulevard community that's partially in 3 need to stay in 3? That for that Oakman Boulevard?
That's what I
Just
was
south of-
thinking. That's if you heard me muttering to myself, that's what I was.
One way we can
What
do
are the
this.
communities? What are the communities that are around Oakman? I can't hardly read this.
So north of the Oakman Boulevard is Dexter Finkel, Commissioner Curry, and then
I see that
south.
one.
Okay, and then we got Russell Woods. Do you need something more? Do you need like street names to know? What are you asking for?
Not
This
necessarily.
Kendall, Oakman.
Okay.
Linwood, that area, but right by
Okay.
Davidson.
Well,
Well,
Linwood
Commissioners.
is not, okay. Oakman needs to be kind of.
So
they're not that close to Dexter Finkel, but they're not also, they're all like one neighborhood to another neighborhood. But Oakman Boulevard is predominantly Chaldeans. And then when you look at Finkel and Dexter, they're predominantly Black African Americans. So what you
So we're
think?
trying to decide, what do you think? So 18 for District 18 or District 3 for that Dexter Finkel Oakman? What do you think?
Okay, they would probably need to go into 3, possibly.
Okay, I was gonna say 3.
Yeah.
But I wanted Commissioner Curry to talk it
Okay,
out.
so we're going to go Dexter Finkel and Oakman Boulevard into 3. And Mr. Segal, you had your hand up. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, well, one thing I could do, when 3 goes across here and cuts this off, 18 still needs population. You can bring it, down into Chalfont and Dexter.
Well,
Finkel,
Dexter can't-
because 18 is still low. So I think they're really
So put Dexter Finkel
with
into 18.
Yeah.
And then put Oakman, Russell Woods, I would like to go into 3, if that's possible, assigned to 3. I might be jumping. I know you're just doing one at a time, one thing at a time, but
the census blocks. Those are census blocks crossed over a little bit. I don't know. Like this, I don't understand why it went over there. Let's see.
We did have, I think Commissioner Zatella identified that, that the neighborhood lines may not, the overlay that we're using for the neighborhoods may not actually be an accurate reflection of how the people perceive the neighborhood. So is it okay to leave it the way Mr. Segal has presented it? Or what do you think, Commissioner Kellum, Commissioner
so
Curry?
this is one of those areas where the neighborhood name is this is genuine to this area. There's a strong Oakman community. There's a strong Dexter Linwood community. So these names do reflect this area. Like the people identify, they say I'm from Dexter and Linwood, as the commenter talked about. Payne, I don't want to Mark Payne. This is near where he was discussing. So
I think what Mr. Stegall is pointing out though is that the block, right, the actual census block, which is the lowest layer that we have, crosses the neighborhood divide. So we can't actually split it between Dexter, Finkel, and Oakman at this point. You see what I mean? That 76 is what Mr. Stegall has highlighted, and that is the census block, which crosses over. So at this point, we can't divide a census block.
Oh, well, can you just put that little bit with Oakman then?
Okay, what I can do as an option is to bring in the aerial photography, and you'll maybe see where most of the homes are. If most of the homes are, north of the line, you do one thing. If most of the homes are on the south side,
because I know it's a lot of homes on Oakman's side, but I don't know how it is over there.
So what?
Commissioner Orton has her hand.
I'm just wondering, for the layer lines, do we only have the neighborhood on, or do we also have the overlay that Brittany and MC did? Because if they're both on, maybe some of those lines are that.
Commissioner Orton, no, we do not have the previous district lines turned on because this area was totally unassigned in that plan. So this is an area that is left over from that plan. But it's really hard to tell.
I would think that
this part up in here is fairly unpopulated compared to, that's a hospital. Looks like most of the homes are on the Oakman Boulevard community side.
And there probably are. And that's a whole new Oakman community. That's that community. So maybe there's not that many homes across that where we're trying to put something. Is that what we're saying?
So I think the question, so right now it's where the community homes are in the Oakman Boulevard is actually assigned to the Dexter Finkel neighborhood. So I know it's a hard choice, but I'm wondering if you feel okay with leaving it in 18, again, for population reasons or for whatever reason.
Yeah, because both of them are. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner Kellum.
No, I was just going to say, I wanted that area to go with 18. That's fine. That's what I thought we were doing. Okay. It's fine to leave it in 18.
Okay, so what about, and then the Chalfont just to the west, you also want to add that to 18? And then, right, again, to what I'm thinking about is we need to add population to 18. Okay, and then we can go into 3 with Oakland Boulevard. Okay.
I misunderstood what you were asking. Sorry, I said it all together and then I was waiting for him to go down to Russellwood. So my apologies. Let me slow down my brain. Yep, Chalfont and Dexter Finkel can go into 18.
Why did this?
And then that little section into 21, it's overpopulated, but it should be okay.
Okay.
Bethune.
That's roughly 120 people.
And it's near Linwood and Davidson, Shapontia. That'd probably be okay.
So we'll just add that to 21.
Add these to 21.
I'm gonna assign it to 21.
And I'm thinking that we want to leave, we want to complete Bagley, right? The Bagley neighborhood and even Fitzgerald Margrove for 18. So I think we want to leave 18 underpopulated, right? 18 and 21 are going to be kind of tricky to fix now, but let's stay focused on 3.
Well, 18, can go up
18
this
can
way.
go up there. Yeah.
I
So
mean, or 21 and 18, whatever. I
Okay.
don't know. There's opportunity up there.
okay. So let's stay in the Detroit area in 3. And we're assigning those to 3 at this point. Is that right, Commissioner Kellum, Commissioner Curry?
Russell Woods and Narden Park, is that what you're referencing, or Oakland? I'm sorry,
The
Oakland Boulevard community. Yes, into 3.
The rest of this into 3.
Yep.
So we have, I would suggest highlighting all this area and see how much population's
Yes.
left in there
Thank
to
you.
deal with.
Yep.
Or just approximately anyway. We don't have to be exact, but have an idea.
Can we assign Russell Woods to 3 as you're doing that?
I was just gonna, see what we have here.
We're painting ourselves into a corner here potentially.
I
We
want
may
to
need
know.
take-
Okay.
I want to know what we got. Just approximately. We don't need to get down to like that. So that area is 17,000. So where can we put? It's a little less than 17,000. Let's call it 15,000. So 3 can still take 5,000. But that would leave us still 12,000.
And 18 can take another 5 roughly.
This isn't touched by 18 because
Right.
that's why I was looking at it was
Yeah.
the 18, well, it touches right there.
Mhm.
You could almost put all of this into 18, whatever that is. And that would give you some, room for 8.
I see Commissioner Kellum nodding. Potentially, is that accurate, Commissioner Kellum?
I was nodding because I was saying, yeah, I think I like that suggestion.
And we have the Northwest community split right here.
And I would keep it together if we.
And we could take all of that and put into over here, and maybe
And that's,
I don't know.
Yep. But that's only 13, that's about 2,000, maybe.
It's 4,000.
25.
It's right at.
Is it? Oh,
that's 2,100, 3,300. You're right. I'm sorry.
And so maybe the 962, that's what I was thinking about, the Littlefield down below too. Just to
come all the way down
to just to Littlefield, the 962, where the 3 is. Just to the right.
So we can just start, take a look at it. We can always put it back. That's probably not what I want to do, but. It's much slower when you have to use blocks all the time. But that's 2,700. And then we kind of, it's one or the other. It doesn't.
Yeah, we'll just leave it there. Is that okay, Commissioner Kellum, Commissioner Curry?
That's fine.
And so just to add a little bit more population to 18, should we go south? Should we go west to Happy Homes or south to Littlefield community? I know we're not going to break up Oakman, but where should we go just to grab more?
I would go to Littlefield, but Commissioner Curry, you might have a different thought.
You're on mute, Commissioner Curry. We can't hear you, but we see your lips moving.
Okay, Littlefield and Grand River, but Grand River is like a main road, so where are we trying to put it at?
We're trying to move it into so that we're moving it out of the sort of the orange district into the dark gray district. We're moving it into 18 because 18 needs population.
Okay. Well.
And that's the Davison Schoolcraft and Northwest Community. We would be putting Littlefield Community in with them in 18.
Littlefield would probably be good over there. Yeah, that's not too far from those streets. They're in the community. They have communities of interest there.
You could come right down through here and go all the way across.
Yeah.
Let's try that, Kent, please, assigning that chunk, Littlefield, and a piece of the Grand River 96 area into 18.
I'll select the area and y'all holler at me if I'm doing something stupid.
I'm not gonna holler at you. I'm
That's
hollered
okay.
at.
I'm used to it. I've been married for almost 40 years.
Bless you.
Yeah. I got a little wrong there. Just to be consistent, I'm going to assign those 0 blocks just so it's nice straight lines.
Thank you.
It'll look better when you print maps or people just looking at them, they won't look jagged. If it's not jagged, then nobody questions it. Where's 18 now? So 18 still, a good number. I'm going to put this back into 3.
Three, yes.
Just for appearances. So now I would suggest go ahead and put in as much as you can
into 3, yeah.
Of this area, wherever into 3, and then you negotiate between 3, 18, 1, maybe even 21. But 18 can go north too. So
I will put Russell Woods, Narden Park, assign that to 3.
Okay.
And that little chunk that's going into Dexter Linwood too.
I was going to go up here and get these into 3 because they'll be left off otherwise. Now 3 is over.
That little, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So 3 is, really over.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
1 can take like 3,000 and we still have some unassigned, but then some of that unassigned could go into 8 as well.
I was going to put Boston Edison in with 8.
Okay. So we can do that now.
Yeah.
And if that's, I don't know what this historic Atkinson district is, 2 blocks north south. We'll put this into 8.
It's okay.
It's okay to add it with,
Yeah.
into 8.
Yeah.
With Boston
Yeah.
Edison and Historic Atkinson will all be together. in
Yeah.
8.
Okay, well,
Okay.
yeah, I'll throw them in there. If we need to back them out, we'll back them out, whatever needs to be done.
And then take that little piece.
No, I don't know if you'll see it, but the district boundaries kind of split these census blocks. So it's a matter of these, any of them, which way do they go? Do they go to this side or this 8? My inclination would put them in 8.
8, yeah.
So they're all together, no matter where they're at.
Yeah. Mhm. Mhm.
Well, now 8's gone through the roof. So, I mean, there may.
Commissioner Ede?
Okay, well, 3 and 8 are both high. 1's low.
Right.
So that unassigned area, let's just assign it to 1, and then we'll look at the difference between 3 and 8 after.
Right. Well, we have like the north side of 18 still can take population. So if you go up this way. Yeah. Anyway.
18 is low right now.
No, 18 is just
high.
about right.
I see. Okay. But still 1's low and we have this area right next to 1.
Right. So this is with the idea I was going to go this way with 1 as far as we can. And then 1, 3, and 8, May 319, 337. So it should work.
It'll pan out, yeah.
Because that's 6%, that's 5% between 3 districts. None of them should have to be, just depend on exactly. The problem is you get into the neighborhoods, how you split neighborhoods.
Yeah.
So we put this into 1. Is that the idea?
Assign Virginia Park into 1.
So basically we need to get 1 to take more of 3 and 8. And that's, well, there's a little bit right there. I'm just going to stick that in 3 for now, just to get it assigned.
Yeah, it does look like 8 is our largest district in terms of our population plan deviation. So we probably want to address that.
Yeah, 3 and 8 have to both come down in my observation.
Yeah. And then how about adding, so that little corner, Dexter Linwood, just north of Boston Edison, near the Gateway community, that corner that's in 8. Yep, just add that to 3.
Or 2. Add to 2.
I think that, so the pink district is 3.
Yeah, and 2 can take some population too. I mean, that's completed and it's wrapped all the way around. So, but then again, we get into, having to divvy up neighborhoods and making that decision, that hard decision. Okay, tell me what you want. Where are we at? Pick a spot to get.
So we want to go. Let's see, when is that? This is a tough one.
Yeah, I mean-
18, no, 18 is,
I mean, we could put like Commissioner Rothorn's, you know,
put that
basically
back.
that's it.
Go ahead.
Is put some of this into 3 and then, or push 1 up in there and split 2. Probably be best if you're going to split a community to split 1 rather than 2.
Commissioner
I
Eads?
mean,
Well, 3
Split 1.
3 used to be a Dearborn district, or it was a district where we had identified that the Arab American community had the opportunity to elect that candidate of choice. So if it comes down to deciding between neighborhoods, it might be a good idea to think about which of the minority groups in the neighborhood vote the same way using our analysis from yesterday. Because I think this change on 3 might have changed those election results. So we got to see.
I mean, the that wasn't a response to you, Commissioner Eaton. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about that area really can go either way as long as they stay together. I really don't.
What's
I'm sorry, Commissioners, the computer is thinking. That's a nice way of putting it.
And Commissioner Curry, 3 and 8, the oranges and the tan district have too much population.
Yeah, if you could put some of that in 1. How far is, where's 1 at? How far over to the south?
1 is that peaking purple that.
Yeah, how far over does it go to the south or southwest, south?
How far down does it go?
West, yes. How far down does it go? Southwest part.
Okay.
Southwest
Yes,
area. While the computer is thinking, I think it's thinking, huh? So says Kent.
Thinking was the nice term. It's not what I was thinking.
Okay. When it gets through thinking, can we see what it looks like over to the left of my screen? I guess it would be your left too, hopefully.
I suppose it needed a little break.
The numbers have significantly changed.
significantly changed.
Yeah, we have unassigned
I need a
population.
voice activated.
There you go.
I need it. I would get some decent equipment around here. All right. Yeah, something, yeah, it significantly changed what we had. Let me back it up and go back into plan history one level. Okay, now this is more like what we were looking at.
Yes.
Roughly. Let me get this down here to where we can get it. I was going to assign that to 3 just so it's assigned to somewhere.
Yes, please. And then the neighborhood layers would be helpful too, please.
Yes. Okay, back to the neighborhoods. And let me label the neighborhoods because they don't seem to have their names. Okay, now we're caught back up. So yeah, 3 and 8 are very large. 8 has, you have unassigned over here. 8 is adjoining unassigned to the north as well.
Right. And I think at this point, it may be just good to bring us back to this intention, Commissioner Callan, right? As much as we're shifting and changing, right? We started off with some ideas, right, that you really liked. And now we're shifting and changing things. How are you feeling, like you and Commissioner Curry, like, does this feel like it's still accurately sort of like as we change these things, does it feel good? Like, or are there compromises that you're like, gosh, I don't know that these compromises are actually, helping?
I haven't made any compromises that I'm like, oh no, darn it, that shouldn't have happened. I still stand by because of how some of the other districts are coming together. This is a strong anchor. And when I presented this configuration with the help of your laptop, MC, I knew that there were going to be shifts made. I wanted it to meld into a map that I knew was already great. But to me, I was offering this as a help for Detroit and Detroit Metro. So I understand the population deviation is out of whack and that needs to be lowered. But I also know Bruce is in the room. Hi, buddy Bruce. Hi, Mr. Adelson. So there's maybe some talk that could happen there. But yeah, those are my thoughts, Commissioner Rothorn.
Okay, and I mentioned Commissioner Eade had raised that District 3 had been an opportunity to elect for the Arab community. Did you want to look at that, Commissioner Eade? Is that what you're? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, eventually, yeah. I mean, I don't really like how Dearborn is split up here, but I mean, we can't really say anything about this because it's not complete yet. It still has unassigned areas. We haven't ran metrics. So if we're going to do this,
keep
assign
going.
The unassigned areas, look at the numbers, then we can, talk about it.
Very good. Okay, so I think we've got unassigned areas so we've got unassigned areas to the north and to the south in the downriver area. So where do we want to keep assigning and unassigning? Commissioner Kellum or Commissioner Curry, you want to go north? You want to go south? Where would you like to?
We can try going north. I'm also open to other commissioners. You know, if we work together, this will go faster. So, yeah. Commissioner
go
Curry
north.
suggested going
I
north.
suggest north, yeah.
Okay, so let's go north into the 10, District 10 and 25, 28 in there.
So I'm looking at 25 is on the screen, and that kind of jumps out at me, you know, because of the surrounding districts seem to be, you know, pretty even. So this is a pretty significant, you know, something that has to be dealt with. That's a fairly significant number.
Can
That's
you move
20%.
some of 10 into 25? What is this right here?
10 is already low. You know, 8 was high. I
Can you
mean,
move it into 25? That's what I'm saying. No, 10 is low.
yes.
Oh, okay,
Commissioner
I see.
Eden.
Yeah, it is low.
So
How about we just move those unassigned voting precincts into 25 because it's low.
well, we just, yep.
Sort of as a holding place, is that what you're thinking, Commissioner Eden?
Well, I mean, a whole, whatever you want to call it, we need to get these unassigned areas taken care of.
Yes.
And then we can configure around them after, but we still need 10,000 people here.
You're halfway there, approximately halfway there for 25. And you have this. And that's
What's
probably
32
the
at?
population that needs to be over here.
What's 32 at, Ken?
32 is at, it's even, or close enough to even. I mean, you can put 32 south, and then, you know, 28 this way, and then 25 this way. Yeah, just, you know, a quick look at it. You know, if 32 went down this way, then 28 goes that way, and this goes that way. If 32 could come across and 28 go across, you know, there's 100 ways to do it.
We just need
What other district is low besides 25? So we have 34. That's low 20,000. What other districts are out of?
That's just about it.
I think
34 and 25.
Well, yeah, 34 and 25. Let me turn them all on, and we'll take one eyeball test. 25, 34. Of course, we still have some, like 22's almost 5% low. But there's a bunch of unassigned down there too.
Where's on this map?
22 is down around Monroe, is north of Monroe. So, I mean, it's not Monroe, nowhere near.
No, 34.
It's south is Trenton, Grosse Isle. So 22 can come here.
Okay, let's assign that to 22. Let's just assign that downriver area to 22 for now while we're here.
Get
please.
it going. All right.
Okay, so it's, yeah, 30,000 over.
Yeah, and yeah, we got them. It was mostly this area down in here.
And 13 is that, so between 13 and 22, we can now balance, right? Because 13 is underpopulated.
20.
13 is right next to it. It's Allen Park. This is all downriver. So this is where we can actually massage.
Yeah, you still have a 10,000 high, but it would be, if you did that change right there, it would make.
But again, this is where it's so important to, right? We've got coalition districts and we've got lots of voting age population that, you know, that I want to try to respect. I'm just thinking about that area. It's all downriver, right? And 13 and 22, we've got the highest district and the lowest district, the most populated and the most underpopulated. So where should we draw, where should those lines go? And I think,
I'd say put Lincoln Park in 13.
so put Lincoln Park in 13, please. And I see Commissioner Curry's nodding her head and Commissioner Kellum too. So let's put Lincoln Park municipality. So do we don't want to do voting precincts or townships? We don't want to do townships, right, Kent?
Yeah, I'm going to do precinct. I'm going to select the area and then.
With your microphone on? Is that what you're going to do?
Yes, it's on right now, in fact. Heck on you guys. Y'all are mean. Oh, I'll put up with that. Total lack of respect. Okay. You got me rattled now, see? All right. So that area is 40,000.
So we'll be 10,000 over.
And then if the idea was you could move down and maybe take this, is that Shaw assignment?
Well, I do remember that Southgate and Wyandotte wanted to be together. So I'm not sure.
You can make that happen. You put this into 13 and all this down here goes into 22.
Okay, let's try that. Okay, let's make that. Yeah, try to balance it out, please, Kent. And I'm seeing nodding heads there from Commissioner Curry. So let's do it.
Okay, and then I'm going to highlight everything at Southgate pretty much. Southgate runs all the way up here, doesn't it? All right, I'll do the lower half of it. Just select it. That's 30,000. So in 22 is 10,000 under.
Yeah,
so you're shifting the issue, but not.
Right, we're shifting it, but not fixing it. And I think that,
moving the problem. Well, what if you put more of this with Lincoln Park? Is that
Commissioner Curry has an idea? Go ahead,
Commissioner. Lincoln Park is more closer to Allen Park instead of Ecorse. So is there any way we could do that?
Well, Allen Park and Lincoln Park appear to be together because that's Allen Park right here.
Yeah. Okay.
And Lincoln Park here.
Okay. And so, Ecorse is a little dip from them. Maybe to River Rouge. Can you get any in River Rouge?
Well, one is even. So if we take much out of it, we have to probably add some to it. And you can probably add to it from 8 or 3 because they're already high. So that may help. But River Rouge, I mean, that's a lot. I'll highlight it. Let me highlight it.
Okay. River Rouge, Ecorse, and Melvindale, Lincoln Park, they're all like together. They're just like one walk across the street from each other. And that's how close they are. And Detroit, the southwest part of Detroit.
Right. What I'm concerned about, Commissioner Curry, is I think that this is also where I remember the Latin community. This was where we wanted to keep together a community of interest.
Keep that close to Lincoln Park.
And if you look at that, and can you see in District 1, there's almost 40% Hispanic community. If you look at the voting age, and I think that's I just don't want to dilute that. If we can keep.
Well, don't dilute it. Don't dilute it then.
Okay.
And I'm quiet because I don't have that was my thought, Commissioner Rothorn. I don't know that I have a great solution for that.
Right. So what I'm wondering is, do we feel like this exercise has been useful for me, but right, because we have trade-offs, and what we recognize is, right, we can't just bring in half ideas. We almost have to bring like a whole idea in. And I think there's I guess what I'm wondering is, do we feel like we can shift this back to a different map, like can we use the overlay on another map, or do you want to keep going on this map, which is the
hard part is it's just kind of us three talking. So I'll just keep going back to, this was supposed to be a collaborative thing, not a scary thing, to kind of seem like it turned into a boulder instead of creating conversation where everyone felt empowered to work on Detroit. So we can take this and use it, but I just don't think it should be discarded, because I think there are some workable areas. I presented this knowing, as we stated before, that it was not perfect, but it gives a strong place for those that weren't comfortable working with Detroit to work with Detroit from an honest place. So that's what I would have to say.
Okay. So that means we keep going.
So this is the thematic map that is highlighted is the, I want to make sure I'm correct, Hispanic, and it's not the combined Hispanic, it's Hispanic alone.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stegall.
So you do have that community. I think I remember this. We try and it's a lot of community in the south
Yes.
of Detroit,
That's
and
around
down
Mexican
here.
town.
It's just too many to try to get in one district. Matter of fact, probably a good idea, not even to try, but so, I mean, there's.
Thank you, Mr. Stegall. Commissioner E, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just gonna say those Southfield changes that were made earlier can easily be imported into the Pine version 2 map because it didn't mess with those other districts. And I think that's kind of what you're getting to, Commissioner Rothorn, right? Taking the ideas of this map that's been made and putting some of those ideas into the Pine map.
Right. And because what's happening, Commissioner Kellum, is I think it right with this exercise, we don't have a lot of buy-in right now. And I know that you're trying. It's just if we go back to the map that we had, I think that each commissioner had touched, but yes, you have a comment. Please go.
If we go back to the map that we had, then these changes are going to go away, because as you said, there's not a willingness to accept change, a change that could be an improvement. Bruce hasn't even said anything about this map. So I am imploring all of the commissioners sitting there in person to act as though I'm sitting right next to you, because I think that's also the difference. I'm not going to apologize for being sick, but I had a doctor's appointment, and this is the turn that I'm taking to improve the map that we have. So open up your hearts and your minds. This comes from a very sincere place, and this is my effort, and this is not just about me, as unfortunately was highlighted by our chair. This is about the Detroit community, and a big problem, there was no person that was excited about that Pine map. Detroit is the most populated city in Detroit, in the state. So for us to just, even for it to be called an exercise, it's not an exercise.
Thank you, Commissioner Kellum. Commissioner Ede.
Well, I mean, I like the Pine map. I'll just, I was excited about it, but I think this is a good configuration too. But we don't know if it's better or not yet because it's not complete and we haven't ran the numbers yet. So I still think let's complete it. Let's run the numbers and see if it's actually improved or not.
Okay.
Because we can't say that now. It's premature to say it because we don't know that.
General Counsel, no, you didn't want to say anything. Never mind. I misunderstood.
I always will say something. Please. This is.
No.
I have just a brief comment though. Certainly, because Commissioner Kellum had invited Mr. Adelson in particular, the legal team broadly, to weigh in, and that would certainly be appropriate as the commission continues its work in this map a little bit further, get the population deviation down a bit, and such, so on and so forth. But we're here to assist as the commission needs us.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Ede.
Okay, so where are we at? We have 22 and 13 that are out of alignment still, correct?
Correct.
All right. But they're out of alignment. The delta between them is too much to just be an even swap. So where else can we get that population from? We saw 34 was under, correct?
34 is under, correct.
And that is also on the shoreline, right? That's the St. Clair Shores district, I believe.
Yes, further north. Mm-hmm.
And then is 60? How's 60 on population? 60 is okay. Well, that could take a little more in possibly, actually, as well.
What I have highlighted here is roughly 25,000. And I don't know if this is something, you're taking some out of 22 and some out of 1, taking predominantly Hispanic precincts and putting them in with this area. I mean, then you can move some of 3, the southern part, into 22. I mean, there's many ways to do it.
Mhm. Well, let's do it that way.
When Commissioner Curry, you said, let's do it that way. Can you repeat what you would like?
What he just
What-
said.
And then, I mean,
Take some,
Go ahead, Commissioner Curry.
what Kent just said, if we take some out of one area and put it in what, 22, that would kind of equal it out some. We're just trying it so we can see how it looks, see if it would make a difference.
Kent, do you need more direction?
not really. I'm not, telling anyone. I just know earlier we were talking about getting as much as Southgate or all of Southgate with 22. And I was just thinking, this might work if that was still.
Yes, Southgate and Wyandotte wanted to be together.
And you can still, do whatever with 60.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it'll make 1 go lower. So it would need to be maybe take some population from 8 or 3, which are high. So is that the will of the commission? We
Yes.
can always put it back.
Yes, that's what Commissioner Curry said. And Commissioner Lett, do you have a comment?
We need for him to give us a suggestion on how to get there and do it.
Right.
So what is your suggestion?
Thank you, Steve.
Ken,
Yes, sir.
tell me your suggestion.
Well,
What's our best bet right now?
Well, I just going by what was said, if we can get 22 in line, and to do that, it didn't
What will we
change.
have to do? Yeah, what will we have to do? What-
Well, the spreadsheet just now didn't change and it should have. Well, and we put Southgate over in the 22, balance it out down here. And
Okay,
then-
let's do that.
Okay, it is just one look at it. And that's 30,000 going into 22, and then that would be high. I mean, we still could make the changes going up, add to 60,
Yep, let's do that.
or take part of Southgate over here. Take part of Southgate into 22, put it into 60.
If that'll make them easier, then let's do it that way.
And I did it poorly.
We'll do it richly.
So if we take 20,000 out of Southgate and put it into 22.
Yes, please.
And that's a little too much. So, but we'll just assign it. Or no, we won't. So, yeah, 22 is a little bit high.
So now we need to fix 13. Let's go up to 13.
These numbers aren't making sense. Are they not making sense? Did something not?
Right, it doesn't look like the spreadsheet's
They're not-
working.
Yeah, it's not working.
Yeah.
Because
I've
it
looked at
didn't
2
fix
different
it.
numbers a couple of times. Okay, excuse me for a minute. Well, rework this plan.
Well, while we're waiting, do we have an update on how the votes are going in the rest of the state of Michigan? Everything's going well. All right. Happy November 2nd, Commissioner Orton.
I was just thinking if we still had to wait, I think we have some new business we could take care of, but maybe Kent is ready again.
Kent may be ready, but is the spreadsheet ready?
Yeah.
I'm going to move this one from 13 to 22. You just try to balance it out like that. First, I'm going to see what that number is. That's 2,400, so that'll work. And now, you know, District 22 is at least in the ballpark. I mean, you could add more to it and pass it to 60 if you wanted to, or. And then I'm just looking at it. Yeah, we took some from 1. It's down, but you know, we had 3 and 8 high, so I thought you could continue it that way and just kind of get it all back up there. So
13 is, wow.
see, that number, that's a lot higher than what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
But I mean, we just put some of it back in the river, River Rouge back into 1 and just work it.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't have taken it out of 1 is the deal.
So let's make that adjustment, make that change, and then I think we're ready for a break. Is that what I was hearing?
Yep, I was just circling the room to see if we needed one because normally we go about 2 hours. So without objection, it's currently 4:56. Hearing no objection, we will stand in recess for 15 minutes until 5:10 p.m. Thank you, everybody. As Chair of the Commission, I recall this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 5:08 PM. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please stay present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll that you are attending remotely, as well as where you are attending from. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eid.
Present.
Brittany Kellum.
Present and attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang. Steve Lett. Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
11 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you. All right, so where are we at, Kent? It looks like we still maybe have an unassigned area.
Commissioners, Chair, Madam Chair, the highlighted yellow area is the area that has not been assigned to any district. So to assign it to a district, just so you know the population you're dealing with, because until we highlight it, you're unsure of what you got.
And what's the population?
That is 13,985.
Okay.
So, just assign it somewhere so that we can keep track of it in the table.
How can we get that to 1?
Let's start by assigning it to a district.
All right, assign it to 32, please.
Assign it to 32.
Well, 25 is off. Oh, that's under 2.
It's just,
never mind.
we're just getting it track it so we have it. Because before we would be guessing how many people were in that area.
So we have 32 is now 14,000 over. Can you pull back to the east side of the map so we can see? So 25, whoops, no. Go back up to where
Well,
we were.
we're still.
I know where one
Okay,
is. I
okay,
know.
where are we going? 25.
So
We're gonna-
25 is under by 9,000. So we could put part of it into 25. Could we not? We'd have to go through 28.
20, yeah, and you 21's low.
Oh, there's a lot way off.
And-
So 32, 34.
But south of here, we have that. And what was thinking was 21 comes way down.
Mhm.
So, I mean, because
And put
there's
it- yeah.
21 and here we are with this high number.
So what is one at?
And 1 is that low.
Wow.
So you could take chunks of this to get 13. And like we were talking about earlier, you can move population from 22 to 60 to 40, 13 to, there's many ways to do it. But
Do you
there's the
have a
pop.
suggestion on how best to do it?
I think it's important.
Can we, oh, I'm getting feedback from someone. Would it make any sense at this point to run like the metrics report on it, even though the numbers are off a bit?
I think when you're at 15 and 20% high and low,
It won't work.
it
Okay.
it'll run, but you couldn't,
You couldn't rely on
you're
it.
going to make a major change to it.
Okay.
I think I would get this area as good as I could get it, even all the way down to 61, 65. And then whatever's left over, has to be distributed out through here.
So you're suggesting taking to fix 1, which is way under, right? If I understand this correctly. Give me the numbers again. So
Okay.
12,000 under. You're suggesting we take from 13 and then kind of go down 22, 60, 40, wherever we need to go to make up so we have a big difference in 15. Give me the districts we have
Okay.
differences in. That would be
Thir-
helpful.
Okay.
So we have 1, which is 12,000 under approximately. Okay,
13 is 24,000 over.
okay,
And then 32 is 14,000 over.
over, okay. 5. Okay, keep going.
Yeah, and those are the three biggies.
Those are the 3 biggies.
Yeah, the three biggest ones. Now you do have
So
like
13, 32. So we need to move the population into 1 and 32. And where is 13 on this map?
and here's 32 up here.
Yep, I see 32. I see 1.
1,
Where's
13, 22.
Oh, so 13 is overpopulation by 24,000?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's easy.
And 22 is right now. But I
So-
mean, you can still put some down in there.
Let's look at the line between 13 and 1.
Okay.
Because that's a pretty easy fix right there. So what's the population of River Rouge?
River Rouge is, well, I'm going to select it by precincts, just so we have a decent number.
Well, that's part of E-course. Yeah, I just want River Rouge
So
because I thought that was not very,
River Rouge is 7,000.
okay, that's what I thought. And do we already have part of Melvindale pulled in?
Let me change the layer so we can see it better.
All right, so well then let's look at, if we didn't already have part of Melvindale. So what's next to between River Rouge and Melvindale? That's part of Detroit. I think that strips down there.
This
Isn't it?
area right in here.
I think it is.
So,
So that's obvious to put back into 1, and let's put in River Rouge.
I'm just highlighting some of the
Yeah.
precincts to get an idea of it. So those River Rouge and those precincts, and maybe in part of that, that's 11,741.
So put in the rest, put that in, and then we'll see what the rest of that little strip of Detroit is, because I'd just rather add that into 11.
That's 13,144 right there.
Okay, can we put that in?
We'll put that into 1. So 1 is pretty close. 13 is still 10 over.
Okay, so 13 is 10 over, and we now have a little bit of space. So 13 is 10 over. Can we go pull some into Dearborn, put it into, then go into 3, then go up? Would that work?
Well, I was actually gonna say maybe put
No.
Melvindale into Dearborn Heights and Dearborn.
Yeah.
And then go the other way on 40.
Go the other way on 40. Well, I think if we go through 3, we'll get up to, because we're trying to get up to 32.
Okay, well,
So can we put, how much population is in Melvindale?
Approximately
12,000.
12,000.
So that should be good, right? Let's go ahead and put that into 7.
Commissioner Curry, were you going to say something?
I'm just trying to figure out what's moving around so fast. So yeah, I'm getting
Yeah,
lost now.
When Commissioner Zatella starts going, she's good at this.
She's just a little bit
So,
too
yeah.
fast because.
Okay, so can you help us?
Are you
Commissioner
very
Zatella?
familiar with this area?
Yes,
Madam
yes.
Chair? How?
Yes.
So,
I grew up in Dearborn and lived there for 35 years.
yeah, but how long ago? Because it
10
has
years ago.
changed. You know, it's changed tremendously. It's changed. It's been changed more
Well,
than
we
10
still
years
have to,
ago.
we have to fix this population.
I know, but you know, you want to rush through this. That's just kind of just not too, that's just, we're changing everything around again. And that's the point we're trying to keep from doing. We kind of set
Juanita,
this.
let's get the changes down so we can get the population, and then if we got to make more changes, we'll do it. We got to
I
get.
understand. I
through
know
here.
we got to get past this. I do know that.
All right, so let's take a look up at 3 and 7, because we're trying to get up to 32. So right now we have 7,000 too many people. And I want you to pull out a little bit so I can sort of see the bus path, if you can zoom me out.
How far
So-
you want to go?
So you said 21 is the one that goes way down. So we're,
Yeah, 21's right here.
yeah. So 21, does that abut up to 32?
Yes.
Okay.
And so does 18.
So does 18. So if we move from 7 to 3 into either 21 or 18, we can get up to 32, right?
Yes.
Does everybody agree with that? Okay, so can we zoom into the border between 7 and 3? So it looks like we have part of Dearborn into 3 as it is, right? That's the upper, yeah. So let's start grabbing some of those precincts. Oh, I thought someone was raising their hand. So we're yep, just.
Put that in 3, just for a start.
Well, what is our percentage on 3? Can we see the active matrix?
And is this
49%.
Is this where we might want neighborhoods, Detroit neighborhoods, or no?
Well, this is Dearborn.
Okay, so
That's
no.
3. This is 7. 7 is, well, 7 is 68% non-white.
So we're
9
taking
is 10.
10,000 out of Dearborn and putting it into 3. I would go to the upper part of Detroit at the top of 7. See that part? Yes.
Okay.
Can we try that precinct and the one below it and see what the numbers are? I'm going to guess they're more than 10,000, but we'll see. Oh, it's only 7.
7,193.
Do we want to move that? Does that make sense? And maybe one more precinct below it, or do we want to
This is a
bring 3
township.
farther down?
This is a township boundary through
Yep,
here.
that's the edge of Dearborn.
Assign that to 3.
Well, I would think we should try to find a way to bring 3 further up, and then you can put the rest of Dearborn with 7, but then 7's overpopulation. Maybe you could take the precincts you had just, I see what you're saying. You're saying take those precincts that are above the Dearborn dividing line and put them into 3.
Yep, they're Detroit. So
Yeah.
put them in with
Yeah, that
Detroit.
works.
All right, so let's put those in.
These into 3.
Yep, we're going to put those into 3, and we might grab one more underneath. Because I think if that's about 3,000 in that block.
Yeah, 7 needs to come down.
So let's put that last little precinct on the corner there.
This
See
one?
what's there. Yep, that one right there, because that's still Detroit.
And Chair Zatella, I know you know this area, but for the neighborhoods, I mean, I guess what I mean is like when we're in the neighborhoods, I heard you say this Detroit. Can we just sort of for me, we just is it okay if we have the neighborhood layer so I can
Yeah, that's
see what's
fine.
happening and we just keep neighborhoods whole as much as possible?
Okay, Shaw, you want that assigned to District 3, the highlighted
Yes.
precinct?
Yes,
Okay.
and can we put on the Detroit map?
And then bring up the neighborhood.
map.
Yes. So there are no,
Right, because that's Dearborn.
neighborhoods are defined in this region. Warrendale seems to be split up a little.
Yeah.
This is the one precinct that isn't in Warren Avenue community.
All right, can we scroll up to 3 a little farther and see what we have, 18 or 21, which is a better route to go through?
I will go all the way up top.
Yeah, so but they both touch the,
Well, 18 doesn't quite, but I mean, it's there,
but
just like
21 definitely does.
8. So I
Okay.
mean, yeah, 21 could,
All right.
18 could go up.
So let's go back down. So 16 does too.
Yes.
So we could do either way. So we could go with 16 or 21, and we're trying to move a little over, ideally, what is 32 under again by? It's 14,000.
32 is,
I think it's 14,000. I wrote it down earlier.
yeah, it's 32 is at 14,000
14,000 over.
over.
And we have, go back up to 3.
3 is 14,000.
Wait, are we going the wrong way?
3 is 14,000 over.
We have
25
25 is 10,000.
10,000 under.
25 is 10,000. So where's 25?
25 is up here. It's the one. Yeah. 25, 28.
So we're trying to get to 25.
32.
Okay. And 32. Well, go ahead.
And eventually, right, 34 on the right side, I think that's our most underpopulated, right? The that's right, because you see in the orange, right, on the right corner, right, our largest deviations, right, to affect our plan deviation. 34 is still our most underpopulated and 32 is our most overpopulated.
So yeah, that's
But
the
we're still-
thing.
yeah.
34 is 18,000 under. That's the big, that's a big.
Right, but we're not going to get there yet. We're still the same folks. I just didn't want to lose sight of that.
Okay, so let's go back down to where we are. Hey, Anthony, go ahead.
Well, why does it stop at St. Clair Shores? Because it seems like if we just edit that, where the Detroit River runs through and move everything down a bit, we can gain on 34, gain on 6, gain into 1, and get all the way down to where we need to. So, but if there was a reason for 34 to end there,
and
is there a good reason for it to end there? I don't know.
Forgive me, Commissioner Eid. I apologize because I think we may have gotten distracted. I wanted to keep going in the other direction, just that, right, identifying those high and low districts. I think we will figure out 34, but for the moment, we're in that center area. Is that okay if we stay focused on that, Commissioner Eid?
All right, can we take off the neighborhood maps for a minute? Because it's making it hard for me to see what we're moving here.
I know what you're doing.
So
I think, 6 and 4 are what took so much population away from 34. When the 6, 4, 6, 11, 12, 10, 8, these were the districts that were heavily modified for this plan.
yeah, and so 3 is currently at what? Because 3 is the one where
I'm
we have
sorry.
it's over 10,000, is that right?
3 is at 13,000.
13 to 45, and we're trying to move some of that population up. And so
Into 25.
into ultimately over to 25.
Yeah.
So let's add some to 18 and we'll put the neighborhood map on to do that. So if we add some to 18, then we can bring it up farther up the pipe.
Yeah, I think this is where Commissioner, like the Bagley neighborhood was divided. So we think this is where we want to, take some time. Fitzgerald, Margrove, right? Bagley.
So what are the populations on those neighborhoods right there? Dexter, Linwood. I feel like we've moved this line several times.
Yeah, so I wouldn't go Dexter, Linwood. I think it's 18 and 21, between 18 and 21, the Bagley neighborhood and Fitzgerald, Margrove. Oh, but you want to move out of 3.
Yeah, out of 3 into
Oh,
18.
yeah.
So you want these 2 districts.
Well,
to
let's just
come-
start with
and
that very first neighborhood. Like, what is that population of the one that has the bow in it? Oh, you can check those too because they're smaller. Why don't we look there?
I'd have to kind of do it precinct at a time.
Yeah.
So highlight. I'm just going to do all the, okay.
Yeah, the precincts
This.
are a little odd. Commissioner Curry,
That's only 1,600. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
do the next one too. Commissioner Curry. You're muted, honey.
I respect your intelligence toward these maps. You're moving so fast. You're moving without feeling. See, and you're not asking any questions. And I thought this was the map that I and Brittany was working on and Eid and the rest of us. I guess we're not going fast enough. And I give you credit. You're doing you're fast. But you know what? You're still not taking the feeling of what we feel for our communities, our neighborhoods, our whatever, because you're moving so fast. You're just zipping,
You're welcome to take over and fix it.
It's not
if
about
you would
me.
like.
Well,
It
why did
needs
you
to be
take it from
fixed. It needs to be fixed. The deviations are too much. It has to be fixed.
I agree, but you zipping so fast, you're not asking any questions. You're just like, I'm doing my thing now. Is that what you're doing?
Then I'm happy to.
You don't need us.
I'm happy to stop helping, and you guys can fix it. Commissioner Kellum.
She didn't say anything. It's just me.
Commissioner Kellum has her hand up. Commissioner Kellum has her hand up.
I'm not through talking.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just saying, and I'm not trying to mean any harm. You just was zipping so fast. You're going faster than the little pointer is going. I'm just trying to see what are you doing. That's all. I'm not saying you're not doing a good job. I just don't understand you're going too fast. You know, it's like, I'm gonna solve this the way I want to do it and the heck with anybody else. That's not how it goes.
Juanita, we have 3 days to get a house map approved. Okay.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
I'm
But
just
you all
trying to
kept putting-
help
You all
because
kept putting
everyone's
this off.
staring.
No,
Can I-
we've been
can I
putting
talk,
Detroit
please?
off for the longest.
Can I talk, please?
You always talk. Can I say something? I very seldom say anything.
Fine,
Can I
then
just
I'm done
finish?
helping. I'm done helping. Nope, I'm done.
That's your
Fix it.
problem.
Fix it
That's
then.
your problem. You don't want to, I'm making a request for you just to give us a little time to see what you're doing. You zipping through there like you going on a race. This is not a race track. That's all I'm saying. You can slow down a little bit and say, is that okay, you guys? I'm going this way. Is that okay? You just zipping them like you on a fast track. And I admire your knowing how to do the maps, but you can just slow down a little bit so people know what you're doing. This is not just your map. And I'm through.
Commissioner Cullum, did you have a comment?
I don't know that I have a comment because it's really just about us working together. And this is the introduction of this process today has really just illuminated a lot of things for me, number one, but what I want to stick to is that we all have a job to do. And if we don't work together, it is going to be that much more complicated. So I welcome assistance because we're also affecting other areas in the map. And I didn't prove to have the answer completely. Again, this is about the Detroit metro area. So if we can work together in a sensible way, that's what I prefer. And let's not forget, you know, whether they're relationships that we've developed, whether they're transparent or genuine, but this just doesn't feel good. We have now Commissioner Curry that's off camera and we don't know where she is, and she is a Detroiter. And so I don't want to speak for her, but I think maybe she wanted some more conversation while decisions were happening. I don't know. It went from just the three of us kind of hashing this out and everybody clear. I mean, I'm talking through a computer screen, but I can tell the energy in the room still. And I'm trying to push through that.
I'm just frying some fish. I'm frying some fish while I'm trying to talk. And I'm going in and out. That's what I'm doing. And I was just, you know, I respect our chair, the way she does things. I have admired her. I'm just saying, you're just zipping so fast, sister, I can't keep up with you. That's all. So I don't know what
Sarah
you're doing.
Reinhardt. Sarah Reinhardt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To assist the commission in moving forward from a process standpoint, I would recommend perhaps a review of some of the changes that have been made to accommodate population so that all the commissioners can make sure they have an understanding of the changes that have been made. And then moving forward, maybe proposing some of the changes for discussion so that all the commissioners are aware of what changes are proposed and if they're acceptable as a collective body. And also just approaching the map in a spirit of collaboration. Thank you.
Commissioner Lett, did you have a comment?
I agree with Sarah. Juanita, you have to stop us. Say stop. I don't understand what you're doing.
Stop.
Because when Rebecca gets going, we got to move these populations around. And if she's made one, don't talk, we only talk one at a time. If she's made one and you want her to explain it, then you say, please stop and tell me what you're doing. And then we'll go on.
You know, and that's true. But she be zipping, I'm just speaking, she's zipping so fast, I can't even get my hand up. She's on another one. I'm just trying to understand what she's doing. I respect what she's done in the past and what she's doing now. I have I'm sure she knows what she's doing. I'm just trying to follow her. But when you're doing like this, like you running down a freeway going 90 miles an hour, I can't get it. That's the only thing I'm saying. No disrespect to our chair. I'm glad you're helping us. I just can't follow you when you're going that fast.
What do you, well, okay.
So it
I would,
doesn't
don't
ma-
raise
it
your
doesn't
hand, don't
matter.
raise
I'm
your
gonna-
hand, just
I'm
say
gonna
stop.
No, I'm gonna sit back and eat my fish.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Madam
ahead,
Chair,
Pat.
where are we at? I was kind of just reviewing everything, 8 goes up there. 10, if somehow population got into 10, 25 is up against it. I'm just trying to, back out, get a view. 16 is skinny, so it's hard to move in there.
Mhm.
So that area is still just that little bit of area right there is only 2,500 people. Wherever you put it, it's going to be 2,500 people.
Okay, can you select the neighborhood that has that bow in it, the Oakman Boulevard?
This little field.
No, because we're going that way. So out of 3,
Oh, we're going down. I'm
yeah, we're
sorry.
going the other way. Yeah,
So-
so, oh, no. Come down. That right there where your cursor is, that
All right.
area that bends.
This
Boulevard
goes
community.
Yeah, Oakman Boulevard.
all the way up there.
Yep.
Okay. So that's more to it. This is 2,500. That goes up in there, but there's very few people up above the line here. That, just rough estimate of
Yeah,
the area.
just give me the population. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah. Oh, come on. Sorry.
That's okay.
Thinking out loud.
Yeah. All right, so it's not going to be 100% accurate because we've got a little over
Yeah,
that.
it's matter of fact, it's going to be well off, but it's
Yeah.
not a lot.
So can we just go ahead and assign that into 18?
Okay.
And then we'll come back and we'll check Russell Woods as well in that little area that didn't get selected.
To let you know, Juanita, she's taking that area that was highlighted out of 3 and putting it into 18 because 3 is so overpopulated. So we're trying to move that.
And so can we zoom back in because we have a few areas that weren't picked up?
Right. There
Yeah.
is, some fragmentation. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know this,
There's one little, yeah, right where your
Yeah, I see
cursor
it.
is.
I
Yeah,
see it.
okay. Yeah, that little
these are whole precincts that were,
block right there. If we could just get that. Commissioner Eid.
Well, now they're almost not connected. You have 2 parts of 3.
Yeah.
well, yeah. And I was,
Oh, yeah, you're right.
where I was going with this is maybe 18 comes down this way
Yeah.
and 21 comes down
That's a
this way.
better.
But
okay.
either way, we get the population out of 3, you can deal with it.
What do you think, Russell versus Dexter Linwood? I mean, because we'd have to split that community to take either, unless we're just going to be okay with that little bit of connection.
Commissioner Kellen, you're not on mute. Go ahead.
I know I'm not on mute. I'm thinking. You can take Russell.
Russell Woods.
And we're going to put that into, well,
18.
just out of 3 is the
Yeah.
main thing. Those are just whole precincts. And we can do it by blocks.
So what is the population of 3 at now?
3 is 1,100 low.
Under, okay.
So, but as a point out by Commissioner Eads, this is kind of a,
Yep, can we take
Tentacle-like,
some blocks there and put them back into 6?
okay. Or back into 3,
Back into 3, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Just the ones on that point down there.
right there, right
Nope.
there.
Farther down. The triangle, yep. I mean, I definitely think it makes sense to grab those 4 little blocks sitting right there. And then we'll just grab another row from.
Well,
Oh, okay.
sorry. I know.
That's okay.
It's where, how it likes to go. And sometimes I think I can do it quicker than the undo can do it. Like I said, I think I can do it better.
We lose Clausen again. All right, so we're gonna select at the block level.
I might need to get the neighborhoods turned back on.
Yeah.
Now we're at the block level.
Yep.
We'll be at the block level in just a moment.
And we're gonna
Block
go
level.
back over to those 4 little blocks we were at
The
before, to the
four.
west. Yep,
Yeah,
they're to the
just those
west.
4.
Yep, right there.
And we're putting it in 3.
Yep. So on that point, let's just start with the 5 that go vertical, or the 5 that are stacked, and then the 3 that are vertical. Yep, right there.
Okay.
All right, so now 3 is 1,800 under, which is within specs. Does that look okay, or do we want to take a little more?
And I see Commissioner Curry nodding her head. Commissioner Kellum, were you?
Okay, so what is 18 at now population wise? I'm sorry.
So 18 is still carrying 15,000.
So 18 is over by 15.
I'm going to get, yeah.
So let's go up to the top.
25's at 9.
Yeah, and we're trying to get to 25 because that's 9 under, right? Am I reading that right? And
Yes.
30.
No. And 32 is 14 over. And 34 is 19 under.
Okay. All right.
I'm just doing a quick look to see what else we had floating around. Okay.
So let's pull it back so I can see more of the map. All right, so we've got 18 currently overpopulated. We're going to pull up to the top. We're trying to move. So 18, where is our 34 is the coast. Okay, so we got the coast. We've got 25 and we've got 32. So 32 is over, 25 is under, 34 is under, and 18 is over. So we're going to move 15,000 up into 32 by bringing down Troy. That's going to change our 21 a little bit. We're going to have to make an adjustment there, but
Yes.
let's,
And 21's a little light.
yeah.
So I guess in a way, you're actually putting some of 18 into 21, just depending on how you look at it.
Okay.
And I think this is where there were neighborhoods between 18 and 21 that we might want to make whole. This is again the Bagley neighborhood.
Well,
And
this is in Royal Oak. We're outside of Detroit.
Yeah, so it's further south in 18, between 18 to 20 and 21. That's all. I was just, before we start moving too much, I know that was one of the reasons we were trying to do this, was to make those neighborhoods whole. And so if we're gonna,
Okay. So,
You're talking about down in here?
Yes.
so I'm having to take from 21 to get through to 32, right?
Take from-
So
Yes.
can we put Bagley into 21? Let's see what those precincts are population wise.
There's actually is quite a few of them in there. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a lot of ways to do it.
Yeah. Well, if
Not-
we were
not up
specifically
here.
trying to make Bagley whole,
Is that what we're doing?
I
Okay.
think so. Commissioner Curry and Kellum, is that what we wanted to do?
Bagley and Fitzgerald Marygrove could be useful.
I'm sorry. Oh, I see. Okay, there's another one too.
Mm-hmm.
So,
This one and this one.
yeah, that one there,
Okay, make them whole into 21.
possibly. That might be too much population, but let's start with Bagley.
I'm gonna just select them. I'm not gonna just move them.
Yeah, so those precincts, whoops, add selection.
Now that goes down in there. I'm just gonna go, that's 13,000. Of course, we wouldn't take that little bit.
Okay.
Or you could, I mean, just,
I would take that bit off.
cause see, it's 15,000. So maybe you'd want to put all of Oak Grove over there. I
Let's
don't
go
know.
ahead and do that. Let's do Olive Oak Grove and let's move it over.
Okay.
And we might have to adjust that depending on how much we take at the top.
And put all of this, put the remainder of Oak Grove into 21.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Brittany and Juanita, any questions so far?
Oh, I don't have any questions. I know what's going on. Chair Zatella is trying to, ameliorate or fix the issue with our population deviation. And the way that I see it is Commissioner Curry and I, because we were asking for input. So Chair Zatella is giving input. So it's fine to me. I'm gonna scream and holler if there's something that I see should be different, but
I'm
I
just
don't have
checking
any
in with
questions.
you, that's all.
All right, so let's go
How's the
up,
fish?
let's go up to the top because I want to,
Well, this, here's a split neighborhood if the desire is to continue.
well, I'm worried we're going to cut it off at the top. So let's look at the top first because we do have a narrow strip there and we can only take so much. Now we're going to be expanding 18 up.
Okay, just take some of this like that or something.
Yeah.
Should we keep Clausen whole? Is that a significant area, neighborhood?
If we can, but
Okay.
let's see.
I think right now, well, maybe we're not.
Madam Chair, where is
The
Clausen?
precinct splits it.
Right next.
Where is
to,
Clausen?
Royal Oak.
North of,
Royal Oak.
yeah.
What
They
y'all
run
say?
together. They run together. You can take, I think it's Main Street that you can take that runs into Clausen, or there are other streets that you can take, but yeah.
Oh, that was that little piece of 8
Yeah.
there. There's 12,000, of course. If you want
But that includes that part. So why don't we assign that and see what it does? And let's see where
to
we're at.
18
Mhm.
to 18.
We're just creating a bridge to 32 right now. And then we're going to readjust the line.
Yeah, 18. Okay.
Okay, so 18 is now over by 19,000 and
21's in play. I mean,
21's in play. Okay, so 21 is good. So 32 is over by 7, 18 is over by 19. So we would need to bring, is that right? Bring 32 down to 18. And then we're going to move that population through 28 to 25 to
25,
23,
yeah.
34.
put it across
was-
there. Right.
It's
All right.
original, or someone suggested that.
So I'm
earlier.
gonna,
So for Clausen, I want you to select Clausen again, just those precincts, and we're going to see what it is. And our goal is to pull 20,000 people out of 18. Now that they're connected, now that they have a border. So a little more. That's about right. Okay, so move that up into 32.
Okay. Sorry about that. That was the computer
That's okay.
zipping across there.
All right, so now we've got to take population from 32, move it to 28, move it over. So if we can bring it down so I can see the map a little better.
So 34 is 18,000 by itself, plus 25 is 10,000. So you need to bring 28,000 distributed across roughly.
Okay.
It could be 24, 23.
So how far up does 28 go?
28 just goes up around Utica, part
Okay.
Sterling Heights.
All right, so, and we're taking from 32 and we're going to bring it into 28 and then we're going to go across. Okay, so let's start with the eastern line of, I think those are townships or precincts going down and see what we have.
Okay, I'm just going to select them and then make choices based upon
Yeah,
that.
we can just start there. So that's 21.
That's 22. And I think
22.
you need to move more because 34 is really low.
Yeah.
It's the deal.
So
I'm just highlighting, y'all shout at me if I'm
yeah.
doing something wrong. Like
Oops,
not
you're
doing-
trying to highlight.
I'm
You're
trying
not
to
really
highlight.
highlighting.
You
You're just
should've
trying to
shouted.
highlight.
That's 35. So that's
Okay, so let's
more
move.
than that can do. That's probably more than 32 should do, but,
Okay, so let's take off a bit.
and tell me where, like,
Go down to where Big Beaver is. Take that. Yeah, take that off. So that gets us at 28.
yeah, and that's
About
probably
spec.
pretty
Yeah.
close. Yeah.
So let's move that into 28. And if it's over spec, we'll adjust part of it back.
I would bring it all, do what you can to 34. And then come back and do the small numbers.
Okay, so 34 is
Because 34.
under.
Yeah.
So what's the population of Fraser? I'm just wondering if we can put all of that into 34.
Where is
Right there. Yeah,
Fraser.
it's a nice
Okay,
little
yeah, we
block.
can do that.
I'm pretty sure Mount Clemens is over 34, but Fraser might.
Fraser is 14.
Okay, 14. What did,
So you could do, I don't know.
did you say put Fraser into 34?
That's what I would do. Well,
Okay, let's put Fraser into 34.
But then I'm also wondering, like, what if we did, I don't know.
I'm just highlighting
Slowly.
Yep.
get C values, not for any other reason.
Mhm.
That's 7,500.
Okay, can you go up another row?
Well, that would put 34 pretty,
Oh, would it? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at a different
actually
one.
it'd put it
That's too
over.
much. So
I mean, I was just,
can you just select one?
well, let me just,
Yeah,
I'm gonna select one. But that,
I do that corner one. Yeah.
and you
Right
could go
there.
to the block level, but that's 3,100. And that puts you right there.
Okay, let's put that into 34. All right, and now our difference is 28 and 25, right?
Yeah, and 23.
23, sorry, 20.
And those
Is it
together are,
23?
yeah, what we took it out
Oh,
of
yeah,
23
yeah,
to
23
34. So,
and
yeah.
25. I'm looking at the other sides.
So yeah, 20,
Mhm.
yeah, 28 needs to go to these two.
So we are taking from 20.
What if we made that area similar to how the Southfield area looks, kind of like the elongated nestling it around 10 and then making another one to kind of, I don't know.
You don't, there's very little space unless you
See
involve
that?
42 to move population from 25 to 23.
Just talking it out so that I decided to say some of my suggestions out loud instead of just thinking.
So Commissioner Kellen, what we were just discussing was this is the Chaldean area, and Commissioner Eid was also suggesting that probably the Chaldeans are distributed north-south. So if we do an east-west split, it might fracture the community in ways that we don't want to do.
Okay,
Commissioner Eid.
Yeah, actually, so we need more in 28 and less than 25? Or is there stops?
We have
28 is overpopulated by 27,000.
Overpopulated because we went into
25,
Troy.
25 is under and 23 is under. So we got to bring some from 28 into. Is there another district north of 28 or is 28 just that Utica Sterling Heights area? I just can't tell. Oh, that's
Yeah,
37.
let me
Okay.
change the color to, but that's 28's right here and 44 is up here.
It's more 37 that's confusing me. I can't tell where the border between that and 28 is.
And 44 could take some population if needed.
If needed.
Oh, there, let me change these colors.
Yeah,
Right?
just
37.
Yeah, 37 is awful. The color, yes, the color is awful. The color is terrible.
There's 37. And let me change 44 too, because we lose it up in that area. Yeah.
Thank you.
And you have
Okay.
different ways you could do this. I mean, you got 28 goes well over here, 25 wraps around here. Remember, this was the unassigned area
Yeah.
that we just stuck in there. So whether 10 went up, 28 goes.
Commissioner Ede.
Is there any way to, well, because 32 is okay right now, correct?
Yes.
On population?
Yes.
Well, 32 is a little under.
A little under. Oh, yeah, it's 4.
So, I mean, yeah, it
So
is.
I don't like breaking up Troy here. I'm wondering if there's a way to maybe add the districts that are south of the Troy Township border into 21, 8 or 18. Like with Clausen, and then use that in order to bring the population more into compliance. What do you think?
I think let's try to get the population fixed first and then do other changes. Can we take part of 28? Yep, wherever we got that population. So that's
Yeah, I'm just clicking to see what they are. That's a lot there.
What about that block right there? Yeah.
Yeah, that up there is fairly small. I mean, if that's 3,500. You know.
We just need to take off like 1,000. So
But yeah, that's so 32. Yeah, that still wouldn't do it.
no. What was that other one up there, population wise?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
That's the bigger.
That's
of
like
the,
200. Okay, take that one off. What's the
or
next
you
one?
could just do it something like this. I think this one might do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
$2,800.
28.
That gets you down to about 1,000 low under
All right, let's do that.
to 32.
And then I think to kind of keep that east-west split that we currently have, I want to bring 28 down into that area of 25 that's coming underneath it.
This area.
Does that work, Anthony?
I'm going to highlight some of it.
Well, how about we bring up the data from yesterday that has a map that Dr. Henley identified as being Chaldean, and then use that.
Does somebody have that map?
It was emailed to everybody today. Yeah, it was emailed to everybody today.
I'm not everybody.
I'm sorry, Kent. Let me open
And
it
I'm
up
good with
here.
that.
You're not everybody and you're good with that. Yeah, I mean, it shows Chaldean as being the west side of Sterling Heights with a little bit trickling over.
So, I mean, it
Kind of reflects it now, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, not Utica though.
Okay, so why don't we put,
Here, may I
So
make
I
a
don't-
quick suggestion? Just,
Yeah.
you know, since 23 and 30, 23 is the destination, why don't we get 23 population right, and then you can work it all out in there. Or does that make sense?
Okay, so we're
Just-
trying to add 20,000 to 23, which we're going to have to do across the border of 25.
Yeah, and there's just not much room there.
Right,
And
so
that's why I
let's
was
just
kind of-
start, yeah, let's
I
start
don't know-
grabbing.
I don't know how you might want to achieve that.
So if we can just start grabbing that eastern edge of 25.
I was going to offer that if we decide, so 23 is not our Chaldean district, so we want to grab the non-Chaldean sort of areas. Is that fair to say?
Well, I mean, let's
Okay.
cross one bridge at a time. So let's just start there. All right, so that's 15,000.
And you could do, you know, does it needs more than that.
Mm-hmm. So, yep. Oh, and then grab that one in. Grab that.
That's
in-
20,000.
Yeah, let's grab that one more branch into right under where it says Sterling Heights.
Well, that puts 23 right there. That's the number we need
Okay.
because we're not.
Oh, we only need 20,000. I'm sorry, I was
Right,
looking
right,
at
that's fine,
28.
yeah.
Go ahead and assign that.
Yeah. So let me do this.
Yeah, well, we got to fix the
And
balance
and
between 25 and
So,
28.
yeah, and 25 looks to me, if this is the Chaldean community in here, it looks like
Mhm.
it's going to be now 25. Well, what do you do with this up here?
Yeah, what I'm thinking is, although it's going to cut in a little bit to the Chaldean community, that we bring 25 up in through Utica and over and bring 28 down, unless you can think of something else. Or, I mean, we could grab more of Sterling Heights.
Yeah, I would take that part of Sterling Heights that's kind of like in between 28 and 25 right now. Right where it says Sterling Heights on the map. where
Yeah.
It's displayed. I would add that in at 25, that precinct, or a couple of those precincts.
Yeah, so the yellow areas that are currently in between, the discontinuities, basically.
I'm just going to highlight it and then y'all say if that's the correct look.
Yeah,
That is, yeah, 7,000 into 25. Is that what was suggested?
Yep, into 25.
yep, go ahead, assign that. Okay, let's kind of pull out and take a look a little bit.
I was kind of, looking at this little bit of area.
Yeah, that's
up in
what I'm
here.
thinking.
This little precinct could go into 44 if at some
If
point,
it's small enough.
if
yeah.
you realize that 28 is getting cut off. I don't know.
Why don't we add that precinct and Utica into 25? Any thoughts?
I'd say try it, yeah. Make it more of a,
So that right there is 13,000.
so I'd say
It's
add
still,
it.
you'd still need more.
Yeah, go ahead, add it.
And I think based on the voting pattern maps from Dr. Lisa Hanley, right, we do have our Chaldean community largely in the 28, District 28. So I think it's pretty
I
good.
think it's getting transferred into 25. I mean, just the way
Part,
it's
some
going.
of it is, yeah, the bulk of it is, all right, so right now we're at 9,000 under and 25, and we are, I'm very confused.
3,000
Yeah.
over in 28.
3,000 over and 28. So we need to take a little more from 28, and what you have is 3,000 right there.
3,680, yes.
So go ahead and assign that, and then we'll see where we're at.
'28's good, but 25, I mean, 23 could give up a little bit more.
Mhm.
Why don't we add some of those precincts? Let's just go precinct at a time, add it to 28, because now 28 needs a little bit more. 25 has a little less.
Yeah.
So let's try to normalize those a little bit. In fact, do you see that bottom right district that's currently in 28? That square. Yep, let's put that into 25.
Okay, let me get back to.
Can I see this? Just follow it.
Yep.
So Sterling Heights. Okay, so
Into 25.
okay, now that edge that you just made, we need to put some of that into 28. question is which precincts? So what are we thinking? Let's look at this map.
So 28 is still too
We're
low.
starting to get a little bit of an
22.
odd shape going here, but that's just
Yeah.
So we need to add
5,000.
A little bit from 25.
This district.
Or you could split this precinct. Most of the population appears to be over here.
Then you're cutting off one, and that creates another problem. You can't do it.
Any preferences for what precinct to go from 25 to 28 here?
I see heads shaking.
Hold on.
I don't, that's why I haven't said anything. I don't have a preference as of right now.
So what does 37 and 44 have population wise? I'm just curious if there's maybe a little bit of play room there.
37 can hold some. What was your other district? you were at?
44.
44 can hold some. I brought that up earlier. But they're high. I mean, they're low.
Okay.
So they.
So I'm
can't-
just wondering if we move those two top precincts into maybe even 37 and 44, and then that'll give us more room.
I agree. How's 44 looking, Ken?
He just had it up. It was
44 is a
low.
little light.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
you can nibble away at it.
Those top two precincts in Shelby Township, or I guess the southern two precincts and
Yeah.
the southern two precincts in Shelby Township.
And
We
I'd
got
split
a
'em.
I don't know.
planned deviation of 8.84.
We're almost there.
We're talking about 2,000-3,000 people.
We're almost there. We're
Run the
almost there.
metrics and see where we're.
We're
at.
almost there. Just let us do these last two moves.
Okay.
So
with-
if you could take the left side and put it into 44 and the right, I'm sorry, I'm telling you backward, right side into 44, left side into 37.
Okay, I'm sorry. Put this right here into 44 and
Yes.
this into 37?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I'll give you a little more play. I said 3.
And that into 37.
Yes. All right, and then we got to make a little adjustments. How in
28's
God's
taking
name-
a beating
yeah,
now.
28, I was gonna say, how in God's name did 28 get that far off?
Well, what's the
44
difference-
is high.
What's the difference between 28 and 25 right now?
28 and 25. 25 is even. I mean, it's a little under 780.
Yeah. we gotta
No,
put
let's
that
just
back.
undo and run the
Yeah, we
numbers.
gotta put that back. So put those two back and we'll just call it a day.
Well, you could put this into 44 and take another piece out of into 28. But
Thanks, Mr. Zagal. Yeah, we're ready to run the numbers.
I think we can do better.
You're totally allowed, but please help us run the partisan fairness, please.
It's all good. Let's just take a quick.
And fixing 28. Yeah.
I mean, you can.
We're just gonna leave it for now. Sorry. my mic
It can
wasn't-
definitely be fixed. It's not an undoable
It's
thing.
not, yeah,
So,
it's only 5%. Did you save, please?
I was being optimistic.
If we can save, yeah.
I
then
know
check
there's
planners,
discontinuities because, but we'll look, make sure it,
Because those are the lake ones,
yeah,
right?
that's,
Mhm.
oh, that island and
Yeah.
them are just, but it's being counted appropriately. So that's the main thing.
Okay.
Oh, there's a little piece of 6 hanging out in there. Let's get that guy. I'd fire whoever did that. But, yeah, no. Y'all are a whole lot nicer than you admit.
Look how many
Can we
shades
change
of
the
green
color?
there are. Ken.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say Kent likes yellow and green. I mean, can we?
Obviously I should have. But yeah, I will.
Change the color.
And yeah, I'll do that. I mean, there's no point in leaving it like that. And then I'll probably made it the same color as another district. But anyway. Yeah, that's just a bunch of water. Okay, I think that'll. Oh, unassigned areas, that's always never good. Put that in 18. Is that?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelm, do you want to direct Kent as he asks these questions?
Actually, it looks to me like all that right there should be into 2, because that's the neighborhood line. But it's y'all's call. So.
We'll assign that into 2.
that in.
And Commissioner Rothorn, at this point, I'm not particular. Again, this should be a group effort, but yeah, I can. Of course,
we just need. Kent's going to ask, and somebody needs to respond. So I'm wondering if you'd be willing to respond. Yeah,
I think that should go in 8. Thank you.
So you were telling me, Commissioner Rothorn, you weren't asking me if I wanted to.
Somebody said yes.
Yes. Yeah. Ooh, just wait.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So now I'm going to run the report. This is where we've been trying to get to. And it may not. The lopsided margin is 6.3% favoring the Republicans. The mean median difference is 3.3 favoring Republican. Efficiency gap is 6.5% favoring Republican. 6.6. I don't know what I said, but I meant 6.6. All right. The proportionality bias is 2.3% in favor of Republicans, but the seats are even, 55-55. 2.3% bias favoring the Republicans.
As it compares, it's comparable to the Oak map. I think that's probably the closest comparison. Oak, Clark, Peach, those all were similar metrics.
Good job, Madam Chair.
All right. So can we save the map for now? And let's just save that partisan fairness. And I think we have other changes we wanted to make. Do we want to start moving on to those?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, before we do that, did you want to look at any of the?
Yeah, if you could look at the
election
numbers,
metrics?
that would be great.
My apologies. I lost the headings for the, and I'll get them fixed, but that's the governor's primary.
Yeah, I think we'd want to look too at the primary for Dearborn in particular, because Dearborn.
And I think here, why don't we just look at the bellwether elections, the elections where minority candidates were running?
Oh, huh. I didn't see that, did I? Oh, it didn't load up, and I thought, oh my goodness. So, what districts were? And I mean, I know that the big change was like 1, 2, 4, 6, 11, 12, 10.
How about we look at, I think you just mentioned 3 districts.
All right.
6 districts.
1, 2, and 3, we can do all at the same
All
time.
right, let's do it.
Because they're together. So we have, yeah, the Democrat overall performance is 90-some% for 1, 2, and 3. Biden carried 1, 2, and 3, 89%, 92%, and 89%. Trump was 10.8, 7.1, and 10.47. That's districts 1, 2, and 3. Obama in 2012 carried these three districts 95.2, 97, and then 95%. Romney had 4.8, 2.9, 5.21. In the Senate 2020, Peters carried these three districts 89%, 93%, 90%. James had 10% or 11%, 7%, 9%.
Excuse me, Ken, can we go to the right and look at the 2014 Secretary of State and the 2018 gubernatorial primary?
Yes. So the Secretary of State, Dillard carried 90% for District 1, 92% for District 2, 88% for District 3. Johnson, corresponding District 1 was 9.7, District 2 was 8.3, and District 3 was 11.98. And the primary stuff is on the statewide races.
Right, that's on the 2018 gubernatorial.
Okay, Whitmer was 90.
But that's, excuse me, that's just the primary. Because all the general election results are proving out the way I expected them. It's that gubernatorial primary with the Arab American.
Yeah, which is on statewide, I believe.
It's on the statewide
Yeah.
races layer. Yeah.
I believe that's where it is.
Yes, it is. So that's districts 1, 2, and 3. The next ones we heavily modified were 4, 6, 10, 11, and 12.
But we still need to see the.
Oh, you want to go to the statewide?
2018, yes.
Yeah. Districts 1, 2, and 3. The headings aren't on there. Anybody remember the sequences? I can go look at them. For some.
El Sayed, I think, was to the left. The
Yes.
first one, Thanador, and then Whitman.
Oops, go back.
So Al Sayed,
Can't tell.
it doesn't have the percentages either. So I'll have to get a new active matrix, but the numbers themselves. Was that Said? He would carry.
Yes, the first one is El Sayed, and it
So he
looks
carried
like
all three of those districts.
a narrow margin in the first district and a wider margins in the second and third. Okay.
Was there a district that was
Well, I think-
adjusted that had a larger Arab American?
I think it's actually now in 3 districts. Can we bring the map up a little bit higher so we can see? Because I see Dearborn Heights is partially, nope, the other way.
Oh, I'm
Partially
sorry.
in
Yeah.
15.
So 3 is was a big piece of it.
So 3, 7, and 15 all have Arab American populations, I believe. Am I
Okay, and
seeing-
I'll
reading that right?
see if I can highlight just.
And honestly, is part of Dearborn Heights in 14 too? Yeah, I think it is, yeah. So 3, 7, 14, and 15, the Arab American community is split across 4 districts.
So I have those highlighted. So when we get it further to the right, maybe we can more easily identify at least what we. So the 3rd district, I'll see
El Sayed,
Al Sayed carried it fairly well, 5,400 to 1,300 to 4,000. And then
That's
that was
14,
District 7, my
14,
apologies.
yeah,
This is
14.
District 3 up here. He carried it 5,400 to 2,900 to 2,600. District 7 was 5,400 to 1,300 to 4,000. And he carried that.
Okay.
Districts 14, he came in second, 4,000 votes to 3,400 votes to 6,200 votes. And he, in fact, won the 15th district by the slimmest of margins, 5,700 to 3,500 to 5,600. So he carried all those, he or she carried all those districts.
Yeah, but it went from 3 pretty resounding wins to, 2 pretty good wins and then 1 barely.
Yeah.
And it seems to me like Mr. Adelson, while we have you here, this is where we have to understand the coalition, right? The data that we got from Dr. Handley. We've got the election results here, and because of this coalition and the voting patterns, is there anything that we can help us understand if this is these squeaking out, can we say that this is a good idea, or is this not the good idea?
Well, winning is always better than losing. So
preach, brother, preach.
If the margins, sure, the margins can change. And I think as we saw with looking at the presidential election results, those margins we've gotten used to seeing margins that are not surprisingly substantial. So that's not something that you're going to see across the board. I always look for winners and losers. If the candidate of choice is losing consistently, that's not good, or in the language of the Supreme Court, usually. But the candidates of choice are winning usually in what we've seen. So Dr. Hanley in her analysis yesterday did talk about Arab American cohesion internally, and also the cohesion with the Hispanic community and the Black community. And of course, the rates are going to vary in the sense that it's not 100%. Every single election works out exactly the same way. But she did find that there is cohesion among those groups of voters. And the election results, as I said, the candidate of choice is winning usually. And the usual word is the word the Supreme Court uses.
All right. Any other comments about what this map says, Commissioner Orton?
Mr. Adelson, would you also look at the demographics?
Sure.
So, with 1, 2, and 3 are 38, 51, 43. I do notice that District 16 is at 56%.
Go ahead, Commissioner Orton. Did you have a?
I just know I think it's 21 as well is also 54.93%. I was wondering where that is, but I see it up at the top.
Yeah, we've got 55, 54.
I'm trying to highlight them here.
50, 51.
55, 16, 51, 51, 55, 54. I don't know if there's more outside of this. When we put this all in one spreadsheet so we can collapse them down and sort them, would that help?
Yep, that would be helpful.
That is the way to do it. If it was me doing it, that's what I would want.
Yeah.
Commissioner Eid.
We also lost a Democratic seat somewhere. I don't know where it is, but we went from 56 in Pine version 2 to 55. So I'd be interested in learning where or why that is.
And excuse me, Commissioner Horton, was there something specific that you wanted me to address?
No, I just wanted you to look at it and see, is it an improvement or, give us your wisdom.
I don't know about that, but thank you. I think that the numbers to me, they all line up. I'm not seeing anything that's jumping off the page as being problematic. I do see this as an improvement in the sense that as the work was done this afternoon, this was in response, as I understand, to concerns in the Black community that were expressed in public hearings and subsequently that were neighborhood-based and community-based. And I think one of the things that I'd like to say from an experiential standpoint. I have seen, read, worked with, and litigated situations where the intent as expressed on the record by redistrictors was to increase certain minority populations for one reason, to discriminate against voters on the basis of race, meaning to pack them into districts solely from their understanding of the Voting Rights Act. From what I understand, that's not being done now. As you know, we've discussed the VRA analysis and Dr. Handley's analysis, and there has been nothing that I'm aware of where any of you have said we need to put more Black people in a certain area beyond what the Voting Rights Act says. When you take that and then look at the reunifying neighborhoods, that's a different consideration. That's not packing, because no one is expressing any will, intent, or subterfuge to let's just put as many as we can into these places, and that will alter their ability to participate effectively in politics. I know that may go beyond what you had requested, but that's something that struck me in just looking at these numbers, that that's not what was discussed from what I understand today. So the numbers, to me, I think I'm good with them. I think the numbers are an improvement in the sense of responding to concerns about that I took to be community-based. So those are my thoughts. I hope that's helpful.
So you're okay with 55%, 54.9% Black VAP? You think that's, I just want to confirm that you think that that is acceptable.
I'm fine with that from the perspective of what was discussed today. I would not be fine with that if there was a discussion like there had been in North Carolina a few years ago. Let's add as many Black voters to these districts as we can, or in Alabama, or an assumption that this number of Black voters is needed to elect candidates of choice without any analytical basis. So that's not been discussed. None of you have indicated that that's what you want to do. Certainly Commissioner Curry, Commissioner Kellum didn't say anything about that. So from this standpoint, yes, it's very different than what happened in Alabama. And it's very different than what happened in other cases where the Supreme Court said this is racially discriminatory.
All right, any other questions? Commissioner Curry, did you have your hand up?
Yes. It's not a question, but I want to thank you. You did a great job at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Eid.
Yeah, I'm still wondering where that lost seat is or came from.
Well, I mean, I think this plan has the same metrics as Oak. And we rejected Oak earlier because of the metrics. I mean, we can continue working with it, but I think it'd be more productive for us to go back to the original Pine version that we had and continue with the changes that we wanted to do earlier. And then if we want to come back to this plan and try to fix the seats, we can do that.
No, I'm just wondering where it is, like geographically.
Oh,
you know,
it's
so-
up in Macomb County. I can tell you that. I don't need to look at the map to tell you that. It's Macomb County.
I don't look at it as a lost seat. I look at it as a gained seat.
For who?
It's when I say lost, I meant it lowered, it made the map less fair according to the measures of partisan
metrics.
fairness. Yeah, that was a good one though.
I'm getting slap happy, getting tired. Commissioner Lett.
Yeah, I move that we not go back to mapping at this time, that we finish up any business that we have, any reports that we have, and adjourn so that we can get rid of our slap happiness and come back tomorrow morning.
That sounds like a great idea,
fresh.
Commissioner Lett.
And if I had a second to it, I'd speak a little more to it.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Lett. Well, I don't think do we need a motion? I don't even think we need a motion. We have other things on our agenda that we need to cover. It's been a long day. So let me find where we're at. Agenda. Okay, so we do have a new business agenda item 6A, which is the First Amendment to the Fink Bresic contract. Without objection, I'll ask our General Counsel, Julianne Pastula, to present this agenda item. Hearing no objections, please proceed, Ms. Pastula.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good evening to the commission. What you have before you is a proposed First Amendment to the Fink Bresic contract, which in what I think was a world record in my career for amendments to a contract. What happened, unfortunately, was there was an associate in the firm that was left off of the RFP submission. And this would simply add attorney David A. Berg at the associate rate of $290 an hour. That is the only change that this makes to the contract. And that is what is before you in the proposed amendment and the accompanying resolution.
I move we adopt it.
All right, we have a motion and a second to adopt the resolution 2021-1101 First Amendment to Local Council contract with Fink Bresic PLLC. Motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Witches. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Commissioner Eid.
Did this change the overall value of the contract at all, or is it just an hourly thing if that guy is the one that does the work?
Through the chair to Commissioner Eid, that's an excellent question. No, the total value of the contract remains the same. So Attorney Berg would just be able to draw down off and be paid for the services. The firm, would be able to bill for Attorney Berg services. As it stands, he would not be authorized to bill under this contract.
Any additional, Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, are they hired at this point, or are we just talking about hourly rates?
Through the chair to Commissioner Clark, their contract is effective, and they are already engaged in work on behalf of the commission.
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and vote unless there's any additional questions. All in favor of the motion to adopt resolution 2021-1101, First Amendment to Local Council contract with Fink Bresic, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the resolution is adopted.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I have one additional item legal wise. We had a legal subcommittee. I'd like to put a motion forth that we shut that down because we've hired both law firms.
So.
Yeah, I know.
So we have a motion to dissolve the, what is it called again? The legal
subcommittee.
Legal subcommittee, legal hiring subcommittee.
I know.
Do we?
Second.
We never have any meetings. That's okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to. Oh, okay. Motion and a second to dissolve the legal hiring subcommittee. Any discussion or debate on the motion? All right, all in favor of dissolving that? Whoa, sorry. Kent?
Yes, I just ran a check on this plan. This plan's going to get posted online, and I would like for these obvious discontinuities to be cleaned up before I post it out there.
You can do that yourself. We
But
authorize you to go ahead and do that. The ones are in the Detroit area and stuff. You just want to create more work for yourself. I know you love us so much. You just never want to leave us. But we do appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
So our understanding is that the Committee for the Review of Litigation Counsel RFPs became the committee for the review of local council RFP submissions. So we're checking to see if that committee has already been dissolved.
It hasn't. No.
It has not. Okay, proceed.
Yeah, we proposed dissolving it before, but because the contract hadn't been signed, we did not at that time. All right. Yeah, so all in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. So again, the ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. I guess we just voted twice, but because there was lack of clarity, never hurts.
I only wrote it down once, Madam Chair. And I also wanted to clarify too that the Fink Bressett contract, I wanted to make sure I was clear. The Fink Bressett contract is executed, available, signed even prior to this amendment, and that they are ready to engage in any work needed by the MICRC. I believe, I just thank you for the opportunity to make that clarification, Madam Chair.
Okay.
This little area here, was that supposed to stay in 4 or stay in 1? It's just it's the Detroit River.
You're not sharing.
Ask the question.
Can you pass that down to Julianne?
Sucking the life right out of me.
That's what I just signed.
So this unpopulated block that is District 22 at the moment is the Detroit River. Shall it be in District 4 or in District 1?
It shall be in District 1. Make it
Thank
so. Thank you, number 1.
All right. Make it so. All right. So we don't have any minutes to approve. We don't have any staff reports. Michigan Department of State, do we have any reports?
Just that if you haven't voted, you have until 8 p.m. to get in line at your local voting precinct. And if you haven't registered to vote yet, you have until 8 p.m. to get in line at your local clerk's office. And to find the location of either of those things, visit michigan.gov/vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. Commissioner Rothorn.
Just want to make sure, Kent, that we have the for the Lansing adjustments. I sent you a file. Will that be ready for tomorrow? Not
It is
tonight.
loaded up and ready right now.
Thank you.
Either as an overlay or a new plan.
Lansing, I tried Grand Rapids. I couldn't get it to fix. The adjustments for I don't have Grand Rapids in that plan. I only have Lansing. No. I think it's not that. It's just that Grand Rapids was. This is a Grand Rapids. Okay, but this is not in. This is in district or not in. Okay, I'll send that to you. Got it. I think I understand the questions now.
Yeah, that's what I wanted
sorry.
you to send me.
Yeah, sorry.
Was that link to that district R plan from our portal? Thank you, because then I can turn that into a shapefile. And that will make tomorrow go easier. All right. Commissioner Eid.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at the Dearborn area on both maps, both Pine V2 and Pine V3, because we don't have to split that minority community 4 ways. I think that'd be preferable. So I'll be taking a look at it.
Okay, and Commissioner Kellum, whoops.
Yeah, no, I just
Kellum, you-
quickly wanted to thank Bruce for highlighting some important conversation that I think will be useful for us as we move forward. So thank you, buddy Bruce. I appreciate you.
Okay. Correspondence received in advance of the meeting is provided to commissioners in our meeting materials. We also review the portal on a daily basis. Any future agenda items? Any announcements? As the items on our agenda are completed, a motion to adjourn is in order. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Witches. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail. The meeting is adjourned at 6:30.